Welcome back to sunny Sweden. The first 4 days of action here in this European Cricket Series has been packed to the brim with entertainment. Today will be no exception, I'm sure. Some of the top sides back here keen to make their mark and put some space between them and the rest. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you. Good morning wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to Sweden. Beautiful weather here today, and I can't wait for Friday to get underway. It is day 5 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We have 5 T10 matches right here on day 5. Like I said, there are a few teams here that are keen to separate themselves from the pack. And remember, in just a week's time, we'll have finals day here, and the top 4 teams out of the 11 will go through. That means that 7 miss out. And so it's super important to play well in this round robin stage. Well, we are starting the day with Sikif taking on the host Mashta. Well, Sikif, S-I-K-I-F, it stands for Stockholm International Culture och Idrottförening, and that basically means the Stockholm Cultural and Sports Association. Take on the host Mashta, which is the ground we're at right now. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains for the coin toss right here in match 21.
I need to call. Tails is the call. It's a hit. Moved on and bat first.
So it is Sikif that have won the toss, and they've elected to bat first. I think that's a good move. I think that Mashta would have liked to have batted first, and so you kind of take that away from them, don't you? But they're going to have to bat well, don't they? I think that Samet Imtiaz, he's been really impressive. Kind of missed out in the last couple of games, but he can handle himself. That's very clear. He's also a force behind the stumps. So another player to watch out for is Rajat Selvaraj. He has this kind of round arm slingy approach, and I think it's just something different. I think you do have to provide something a little bit different, have to provide a bit of variety against this fairly strong Mashta batting lineup. So Sikif, they go in 2 and 3. If they drop this one, they'll be 2 and 4. They've got a tough day today as well, but I suppose they just got to take it one game at a time, that old cliche. As far as Mashta are concerned, we haven't seen too much of them so far, the host. They're 1 and 1, so had a bit of a mixed bag, but when they look good, they looked really good the other day, didn't they? And they've got a really strong top 3. I just think you've got guys up there like Wakas Haider, you've got Sher Ali, of course, and you've got Soleri there at 3. So I think, you know, they're going to be a real handful. You've got Humayun Jyoti coming back in as a specialist keeper. That frees up Shahid Mustafa to bat at 4 as a specialist bat. So I think Mashta, they're keen to put their foot down, make up for a bit of lost time, because like I said, they've only played 2 matches so far. Let's talk about the conditions here. Well, it is beautiful. That's all I want to say about that. We're getting over 18 hours of sunlight a day and plenty of sun out right now. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 19, and currently it's about 15 to get this one going. This pitch has been interesting. You can't really say it's a bad batting pitch, because we're seeing run rates of kind of 12, 13 and over as the norm, but there is the occasional ball that keeps down, so I think the batters have to be on their toes for that, and it's just a little bit more dangerous to play across the line than normal. So players that can play with a straight bat, I think they're going to get value for money, and I suppose they'll keep their wicket intact a little bit longer. Well, I am on my own today. It is Peacock Friday, as you can see. We might actually do Peacock Saturday tomorrow when Rhino returns. But now it's time to get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss in match 21 is Sikif have won the toss, and they're going to have a hit.
And good morning to everyone in the chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Beautiful sunny day, and can't wait to get going. You can see the aerial shots of this ground, and well, with 5 matches on the way, it's a great opportunity to have a look at what happened yesterday. Now, Huninga came out like a force of nature, didn't they? 168 they put on against Sikif, who we'll see first up this morning. And Sikif couldn't really get close despite the efforts of Anjum, 34 off 21. But Huninga, I mean, they score 168 despite nobody actually scoring a 50. It shows you how consistent their top order have been. Selvaraj was it a decent performer for Sikif with the ball in that game. But then Hudinger outdid themselves, didn't they, against Shista in match 17. So back-to-back huge scores, this time even more. 179. Emil Zuvak with 93. What an innings that was, falling just short of a century. Syed Ahmed, 50. He brought up his 50 off 11 balls. It was the second fastest 50 we've ever seen in over 3,000 matches on ECN. And in response, Shista never really got going. They had a crack at it, didn't they? But they lost all 10 wickets within 7.5 overs, all out for 78. 78 is what Sikif scored in the next game, match 18. It was a battle of the bruised in match 18 because both these teams got put away by Hudinger. Yasser Ikram was important, 38 for Sikif, but then Shista made light work of it, didn't they? Sumsam Khan slamming 50 off just 19 balls to bring up the winning runs within 6 overs. Mohammad Asif with 4 for 15 was a bit of a star with that ball as well. Stockholm CC against Hudinger. Well, everyone would have thought Hudinger would just keep on their winning ways, wouldn't you? But they kept Hudinger to 98 after posting 104 in the first innings. A real tense game, and it just reminded you that it is very unpredictable, this ECN cricket and this T10 cricket. And what a finish it was, with Stockholm CC just holding on by the skin of their teeth. 98 in response, just one Maximo separating those two teams. Chalindra important with 54 not out for Stockholm CC in that one. And in the last game of the day, Stockholm CC made it 2 out of 2 for the day on day 4, posting 125 and just holding off Shista, who scored 122 in response. Another thriller last game of the day. Mohammad Asif 49 not out, but it was in vain as they couldn't quite overhaul that victory target. So we have a look at the table, and you can see that both these two teams, you'll see first up, are mid-table. But having said that, Mashta have only played the 2 games. They are 1-1. And Sikif 2-3. If they lose this one, I think it's a long way back. I think you need to win at least 6 games to be in the frame for that top 4. Still, I do like the fact they've won the toss and they've elected to bat. We'll get to see Albi Zalmi today as well. But also get to see Seaside a little bit later on the day. They've made a long journey here. Well, they're making a long journey probably as we speak. And we'll see them in the last 2 games of the day. So what do you think about the action so far? Yeah, Rob, hopefully you caught my Peacock shirt. I saw that you're in the chat. It is Peacock Friday, but like I said, Rhino, he's got the day off today. He's exploring some of the Stockholm archipelago and some of the little islands. So I think we can do a kind of a Peacock Friday and Peacock Saturday combo, maybe just to accommodate Rhino this week. Anyway, let's have a look at this game. And Sikif winning the toss, electing to bat. I think it's a good toss to win, trying to apply some scoreboard pressure. Imtiaz to open the batting, I'm sure about that. And they have listed Yasser Ikram up there as well, so I wonder if that's what they go with. I've got a few options, don't they? Raja Selvaraj is a player that I mentioned. He's listed there as a batter, but I think there's a bowling option with his round armers. Amit Pangal is also a pretty important player for Sikif. He's listed 11. Don't know if I'm at that low, but he's certainly an important bowler and has a job to do in the field. Mashta, super stacked batting lineup, really. You got Mustafa at 4. Even Arif Hussain at 5. Hard Whackers at 6. I mean, they can all whack it around. And mentioned that Jyoti's back into the lineup as a keeper for Mashta, the host. So yeah, warm welcome to you, whether you're watching from around the world. As we get ready for the first ball, it's Muhammad Rahman to bowl it. It's a good one. First up, it bends, and they've gone for Saad Assad at the top of the order, and out there with Zahid Rashid. So I've got to admit, that's a bit of a surprise. I would have thought you get Samad Imtiaz out there, but maybe because he has had a couple of outs, they just want to bat him a bit lower, maybe protect him from the new ball. So yeah, a bit of a curious one for me. Rahman again gets a bit of away movement this time. It's deflected away for a single. Yeah, good morning to Ivan as well. Hopefully you're well. And it's a great time to say hello to me in the chat. And yeah, it is Peacock Friday, and hopefully you're feeling bright all around the world. Should be a really entertaining smorgasbord of cricket here on day 5. Blend of what we've seen and what we haven't. Another good outswinger from Rahman. So I think that Mashta would have liked to have batted first, but it does give an opportunity to chase. I think partly Sikif batting is about not letting Mashta do what they want to do. And I think Mashta, the hosts, even though they're slightly below Sikif on the table, probably would come on as favourites, you'd imagine. This is a really good shot from Rashid, who gets off the mark with 4, and he just goes with the movement of Rahman. I think here you can kind of play for the swing a little bit, which is what he does, and he knows he doesn't have to really swing too hard. He just guides that ball through the offside for a boundary. That's very good batting. Just have to find those 2 boundaries and over, I think, to get yourself up to an acceptable score, which I would say, 120 to 140 is where you want to be. This one's slightly fuller, doesn't allow him to really see it as much, and good comeback from Rahman. And Yamashita, always like watching them as well. A good mix of players in their lineup. There's another outswinger, but this one disappears. Going, gone. Maximo Rashid. He might have missed out on the one before, but he doesn't miss out on this. Just a bit of width. Again, you can play for that away movement a little bit, can't you? And that's what he does, and he goes with it. And he smacks that one out of the ground. So end of the first over, it's 11 without loss. And I suppose they do get the 2 boundaries that they were looking for in that over. Yamashita put a huge score on the board in the first game they played. It was back in match 8. We only saw them on Tuesday. They scored 181 against Stockholm CC, holding Stockholm CC to 105. And then later in that evening, we saw them kind of tamed a little bit by Hudinga. Mashta making 103 and Hudinga scoring the runs fairly easily. So it's an unpredictable format. It's an unpredictable bunch of teams here in Sweden. That's what makes it so exciting. Here's Sher Ali. Another good outswinger. That's the thing, bowling from the one end. If you're getting a certain movement, you can have both bowlers, similar types of bowlers operating in tandem. Hello to Kroom. Hopefully you're well. And how was everyone's night? I was catching up on some highlights from the World Test Championship last night, as you'd imagine. Pretty exciting cricket over there. Different format, of course, but yeah, nice to see Travis Head scoring some runs, and Steve Smith, of course. Flicked away. Should just be one. It's handled. Just a single. Yeah, Cameron Green, one of my old teammates as well, chipping in with an important wicket. And as far as that game's concerned, yeah, India have a bit of work to do today, don't they? Still, yeah, Clash of the Titans. I'm enjoying watching that. Of course, the Ashes coming up as well before too long. That's really well bowled. I don't really know how you hit that, to be honest. Yeah, Rashid gets one that's coming in at him, and then the difference here is it goes late. You see, the swing isn't really from the hand; it's late movement, and it's just so hard to adjust to that. Have a look at what the batter sees, kind of last moment, just pings off this surface. Good bowling. Now no ball call. Let's see if his foot goes over the line. This is the attempted in-swinger from Sher Ali, but he's overstepped. Let's see if we can see where this foot lands. Yep, it's a good call from the umpire. But you can see it's actually pretty good bowling because he changes the grip, and after taking them away from the mat, he goes in. But now he's got a free hit to deal with. It's Rashid on strike. There's a big woof at it. And Sher Ali essentially gets away with it. Overstepping infringement. Back to plan A. It's funny that on the free hit, Rashid completely abandoned what had worked for him in the first over. I suppose maybe he's expected another in-swinger, but I would have thought it's more likely to go out. There's the in-swinger. So this is another thing about Sher Ali. He's such a clever cricketer. There's not too many bowlers that can curve the ball both ways. Slight change in grip, slight change in action, but his ball's curving right to left, and now kind of gets a bit more front on, and that one comes in. So that's a bit of a masterclass, to be honest, from Sher Ali. Last ball of the over coming up, and it's popped up in the air, and it's taken. So Assad can't quite get in the middle of the bat on this. It's an edgy stroke, and again, the movement, I think, causes that misjudgment. He closes the face, doesn't he? He's getting down the pitch a bit maybe to counter that movement, but you can see And he's aiming that a lot squarer. Nicely taken by Mohammed Rahman at mid-on. And that is the first wicket of the day. Sher Ali probably deserves it. And what do you know? It was the 7th ball of the over that did it because of that no ball. Had to bowl an extra delivery and it turned out pretty well with a big Mashta all-rounder. As we get to the end of the second over, it's 14 for 1. Looking at the table, like I said, 11 don't go into 4. I think that once you hit 4 losses, you're in trouble. That's basically how I'd look at it, because I think to make the finals, you need 6 wins and then probably a good net run rate as well. Of course, it all depends on what we see over the next few days. Here's Nazmul Hashan, who's going to bowl, and he gets edged away for 4 first ball. I mean, semi-deliberate really. He is looking to cut. I don't think he's trying to get it that fine. Rashid comes important, doesn't he? He's been joined by Samad Imtiaz at the other end. And I think it's a pretty good time for Imtiaz to come to the crease, to be honest. You don't want to leave him on the pine too long. Originally they had listed Imtiaz to open with Yasir Ikram, but I think maybe just protecting him from the new ball a little bit. Didn't want to see him go early. Very interesting this time that Rashid didn't want the run. Imtiaz was pretty keen for it. I think those are the kind of ones you probably have to take in this format of the game. You can pitch a couple of those and over. I think if you go straight away, you get there. Means Rashid faces again. Now, drives pretty powerfully. Awkward hop for Soleri. He's going to be important, I'm sure, in this innings as well. Provide some variety to the attack with his left arm spin. Also likely bat at 3. He's leading the side as well this year. Taking over the captaincy from last time. Nice little Mashta when Shahid Mustafa was doing the job. Leans on the drive, picked up, thrown, and would have been out. This is a good example of taking on the infield, and we saw them refuse a single earlier in the over. Imtiaz is probably a bit more proactive, and he probably knows he's in trouble here if it hits. But to hit one stump from there, it's not going to happen very often, even with the best fielders in the world. So, nice fielding from Arif Hussain. But the batter survives, and then a little, I suppose, accidental chip that pops over the bowler. Pretty good power play this for Mashta, who certainly made the ball talk in this first 3 overs. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Nazmul Hashan as well. This is hit fairly straight, and a good effort from Soleri, but he couldn't quite get down in time. And this outfit is so fast. It might be the morning. There's no signs of dew. This is bone dry at the moment. That raced away. Soleri late to the party, and a handy boundary to finish the power play for Sikif. They're 25 for 1 after 3. You can see Sher Ali's over, only going for 3 and bearing some fruit, despite having a front foot no ball in it. Apart from that, a pair of 11s as we head into the middle overs. So only the 2 outfielders allowed in the first 3 overs. From now on, 5 outfielders will be allowed. And Sher Ali coming back to bowl. I like this, because he's genuinely moving this ball. You could hold him back for later, but the ball won't quite be in the same shape. It gets knocked around a bit. And I think that, a 7, 8, 9 over ball in our cricket here at ECN, it's a bit older than a 7, 8 or 9 over ball in a longer form, just because it gets bashed around so much. Sher Ali to Rashid. They resume this battle. Rashid plays it away, and I think this will be an interesting battle now, because all I can think is that Imtiaz has had a couple of cheap innings, and so instead of opening, they slotted him down to number 3, but he's still going to have to deal with the opening bowler here, Sher Ali, who is swinging the ball both ways. It's been fun to watch so far. Goes with the innie first up. Got to say, there's not too many bowlers I've seen in European cricket, or in fact, world cricket, that can swing the ball genuinely both ways. And yeah, I mean, I suppose as a batter, top batters will kind of be able to pick the little cues in his action and his arm angle about what he's trying to do, but still, it's very skillful. Now he goes for the rolling off cutter. This is one that instead of swinging it, he tries to roll his fingers over the right-hand side of the ball. And so it just comes out probably 10, 20% slower You can see that one didn't carry to the keeper. Yeah, so he's a good cricketer, isn't he? I don't think that Rashid cares as he horns him across the line and gets one. Yeah, Sher Ali's a powerful striker of the ball as well. We know that. We've seen him playing before for Sweden in international cricket. We've seen him at the ECC. He's a bit of an enigma, really. There's the outswinger again. It's chipped away, and it's chipped away straight to the fielder. Well, Imtiaz will be kicking himself there, but it wasn't a bad shot, really. Takes his chances, gets across outside off stump a little bit and whips it away. Picks it pretty well, but he also picks out the fielder. So a bit of a disaster for Sekif. You can see that he goes and fetches outside off. I mean, he could have stood still and probably hit it through the covers. There's a bit of a gap there. But for Imtiaz, unfortunately, it's another cheapie. As he does strike a boundary, but he's gone soon after for 6, and Sher Ali has 2. And that's Shahid Mustafa, who is a very competent wicketkeeper for Mashta, but with Jyoti in the side, it frees him up, and he's showing he's pretty good without the gloves too. Comes up with a very good catch. Could have picked him out better though. Nazir, the new batter. This is down the leg side. Jyoti can't quite deal with the second bounce. Throw whistles in, and they might get another one here. As I counted 2 fumbles there, and it cost them 2 runs. So that'll be 3 wides, 1 for the original wide, and the 2 physical runs from the batters. So I know a lot of people will come back to that. Sher Ali gets hit up in the air. Now this is going to be touch and go. Fielder goes right back to the line. He can't keep it in. Maximo! So Nazir off the mark with 6. They'll check it, but I'm pretty sure that the fielder went right back to the line because he did. Couldn't keep it inside. So 6 runs to finish the over and a handy little boost. Nazir, who gets 6 off the first league ball that he faces, and at the end of the over, it's 37 for 2. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think there's a lack of intent here from Sekif, but I think you also got to realise you're dealing with some pretty good bowling. It's easy to sit there at home and say, you know, whack more boundaries, but but I think you're dealing with guys that are using the new ball really well, and I suppose providing those variations with a lot of control, maybe with the exception of the 3 wides in that over off that one delivery. Now we're going to see something different. Soleri coming on in over number 5 with his left arm spin. Rashid takes it on straight away, and he gets 1. There's still some batting to come. We mentioned that Yasir Ikram, a veteran, has provided some runs in that middle order. Tossed up and knocked over, and so Nazir goes 6 and out in the end. He takes the bait, tries to go across that, and that's the risk, isn't it? You're always taking a risk if you're trying to swing a straightish delivery to the leg side. And Nazir didn't get too close to that one. Just loses his shape, and that's the lesson there. You can often get a bit of extra resistance if you middle this kind of shot. But that's a ball that crashes into off stump, and Soleri doesn't wait too long to strike. And the score is 38 for 3. Well, there's Yasir Ikram. You can see the respect there from Shahid Mustafa as Yasir walks onto the ground. Yeah, and I think that you got to respect what Yasir has done in this series so far. I mean, he's a guy that he bowls some leg spin as well. Been around the traps. He's really showing he can be pretty effective in this form of the game. Soleri to deliver. Yasir doesn't mind kind of working his way into his innings. I wouldn't really put him down as a blaster. But having said that, you know, has scored a 40, scored a 30 on as well in the series. And with over half the innings to play, I think that will be pretty keen to stick around and hopefully might be there towards the end and to provide a few highlights as well on the way. Maybe I will do Comcam after 5. We'll do the graphic after 7. Is that cool? This one's hit away and it won't carry to fine leg. It'll just be a single. So Soleri provided a good over. Haven't got him away yet. Ikram faced the last ball. Just angling down the leg side, and that will take us to the end of the 5th over. The score is 40-3. I want to say a very good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. It is Peacock Friday. Have you got your Peacock shirt on today? I hope you do. Rhino's off today, but he will be back tomorrow, and so I really hope he enjoys exploring Stockholm. And, well, if you want to know more about Stockholm, check it out. I mean, there's lots of resources you can look at online. It's a beautiful place to visit, especially at this time of the year. Lots of bright sunshine. But, yeah, I'm feeling bright today. I'm feeling like it could be a golden Friday as well. And if we have a golden ball, I'm sure we'll make Rhino a little bit jealous. But, yeah, hopefully you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you're watching from around the world. Plenty of entertainment so far. Plenty of big hitters here. And it's great to see Mashta again. We've only seen them in 2 matches so far. And Sikif, we've followed their journey, haven't we? They just have a knack for close finishes as well. So, yeah, we're just getting started. There's 5 matches today. And hopefully you can stick with us for as much of it as possible. I know a few people are multi-screening as well with the World Test Championship on at the same time. Yeah, but right here, we'll get through a few matches during the day while that's going on. Anyway, what a shot this is. This is an absolute blast from Rashid. Zari Baig comes in to the lineup and he absolutely disappears. First ball. Yeah, I've liked Rashid when he's just kind of stood still and batted and played the line of the ball, and that one left him a bit, and I left the field pretty quickly. Rashid to 27. He's important here. Thing is, even with that 6, that run rate not quite 9 and over. And I'd kind of say that 90, 100's not enough. But having said that, if you can bowl and field out of your skin and you can get those dangerous batters early, like we see Hudinga yesterday, just couldn't quite chase down a score of about 100 odd. I think they have found the ball. Well, I'm surprised. Just as the new ball came out with a replacement ball, they found it. Well, Mashta fielders, they know this field like the back of their hand, and they found a ball that I think most teams wouldn't have. So, if Zari wants that ball back, or maybe prefer another, but keeps it low a little bit. Oh no, we've got a big miscommunication here, and Yassi is going to be out. Well, he just didn't take no for an answer. I've got to say, well, it's kind of a bit on both of them, to be honest. I think that the striker has an obligation to look at Ikram, but having said that, and Jyoti's going to do all the work himself. Having said that, I mean, Ikram sees, and he must see Rashid's not coming. You see, he must see he's not coming, and he just keeps going anyway, and he never even turns around. Oh, that's wasteful, isn't it? So, yeah, I mean, I think both parties are at fault to some degree there, because Rashid, when the ball pops up, rather than looking at the ball, he needs to look at his partner, because really his partner's in control of the situation then. Having said that, Ikram couldn't put the car in reverse, could he? He just kept going forward and had no interest in turning around. He didn't want to see the damage. I suppose that Rashid is the man that you'd want to stay there. He's in. But Ikram isn't one you want to lose. And Jyoti, well, he couldn't believe it. He ran it back for a touchdown. Oh, don't help yourself, do you, sometimes? Put that squarely in the avoidable dismissals basket. Jyoti discards the glove. This time he won't get a run out, but it just puts him back even further, doesn't it? This is Abdul Razak, who's come out at number 6 for Sikif. He's a guy we've seen up the order once or twice. Just popping back into the chat. Get your thoughts on what we're watching here. Zari Baig, balls with good rhythm. Digs it in. This is an example of one that doesn't really get up. Like I said, I think it's good for the game. There's a little bit of variable bounce. And I just mean a little bit. It's not all the time. It's not impossible to bat. It's just there's some bounces that'll surprise you. I know it results in some eye rolls and some high eyebrows from some batters when they get dismissed. But also, you got to say, at least it provides something for the bowlers. Hello to Nick and Nick as well. Hello to Sundori. Bowled by Bayek, who goes for 6, and some confusion leads to a wicket in the 6th over for Sikif, who are finding it hard going here in the first match of Peacock Friday. It's 46 for 4. Yeah, Rob saying Sherali was moving the ball both ways, one of the better bowlers that he's seen here. Yeah, interesting that when we've seen him play for Sweden, hasn't bowled too much. He's played as a specialist bat. And I think, especially if the conditions are right. And look, even here, not a cloud in the sky. I still think it's a bit of a myth, the cloud cover swing thing. It's one of those confirmation biases. Where when it swings and it's cloudy, it just confirms your idea that it swings when it's cloudy. Correlation is causation. Anyway, that's a debate for another time. Larry, he's still got one up his sleeve. This is lifted away over the leg side, and it's out of here. Mustafa goes back to the wall, but he can't pull it back in. Maximo Razak. First ball he's faced, and he makes it disappear. Again, takes a bit of a chance, doesn't he? Takes the ball off stump, sends it over the leg side, but he gets it pretty good. He's away. Now hits through the offside. I like that. Going two sides of the wicket, not tying himself to that one strategy. Who mashed it. They have ambitions of going all the way. There's no doubt about that. Mishit. Mustafa should swallow this, and he will. So that's Rashid, who goes now. And the established batter goes. Over half the runs in this innings have been off Rashid's bat. But he can't quite time up this pull shot. It's kind of there for it, wasn't it? But he just didn't get it in the middle. And Shahid Mustafa, he owns that mid-wicket boundary at the moment. That's 5 wickets down now. And it's 53 for 5. Yes, not really going to plan. After winning the toss, selected to bat, I did like that move, but obviously they are struggling to get something competitive on the board. Captain comes out. He was listed 11. I didn't think he'd bat that low. Amit Pangal coming out at 7. Yeah, matched it last time we saw them. They were pretty impressive. They went 7-1 through the group stage to top Group B. And lost in the semis. Losing to Buchirka in that one. So that was just last year. We're playing at the Northbody Cricket Ground, which is currently under renovation. So Soleri, he's been good, hasn't he? 2 for 10. He's only bowled 10 balls. Good cricketer. Gets this up in the block hole. And batter can't get it past the bowler. Yeah, mashed out. They've got the kind of caged Lions feel about them. They've only played the 2 games through the first 4 days, and you can tell they can't wait to get out there. Sikif probably... I won't say they're sick of it, but they have played 5 games through the first 4 days and been one of the more active teams. Now they're into the second half of their group campaign already. As we get to the end of the 7th over, the score is 54 for 5. Great spell there by Hamid Soleri. This is what's coming up over the next few weeks on the European Cricket Network. We have ECIs at the end of the European Cricket Series as well. So ECS is domestic cricket, ECI is T10 international cricket. So we're here in Sweden for 2 weeks, Romania for 2 weeks, then Hungary for 2 weeks, Czech Republic for 2 weeks, then Switzerland after that, where we'll see Rhino maybe on the field, believe it or not. We've also got some bonus content for you. At the end of June, we have the Bulgaria T20 Internationals. We also have the Valletta Cup, which is a T20 International tournament hosted in Malta. Also some T20 International women's cricket from the Netherlands. Looking forward to that. This is a beautiful looking shot from Pangal. Well, I knew he wouldn't bat 11, especially when he can play shots like this. It's just a beautiful full face to the bat. We really haven't seen enough of this. We're playing with a straight bat. We've seen a lot of people trying to whack across the line, but that was absolutely pure. And Mohamed Rahman, he's not a bad bowler at all. We saw him bowling at the start of this innings. And that was just a very, very good cricket shot. Like I said, sometimes you just got to tip your hat to the batter. He's a bit more careful this time. Just will get this single. Takes us back to Razak. So where could they get to from here? We've got 16 balls left in the innings. If you went really well, you still might be able to touch 100. You have to bowl and field very well, but managed to work tamed the other day by hitting it. Jyoti behind the stumps. He's real live wire, Umi and Jyoti. He's one of my favourite keepers to watch. Partly because of his wicketkeeping, but it's just general attitude and his energy that he provides. He's made the move over to Mashta from the Tigers. Just trying to play a few more consistent high-level games, I think. Clever bowling. At the line of this, though, it was this good slow ball from Rahman. Let's have a look straight on. Oh, man, that's a wide. He's lucky to get away with that, to be honest. Razak rightly saying, hey, give us a break, umpire. I know he steps across. I don't think he really goes early, though. And typically, balls have to be completely inside that tram line when it passes the popping crease. Anyway, we'll give the umpires a break, though. They've got to make thousands of decisions a day. I think they're put under more scrutiny than almost any umpires in world cricket as far as the frequency of decisions they have to make. This one definitely isn't a wide. Has some pace on. Rahman, he fights back after going for a long one. And after 8 overs, the score is 62 for 5. So yeah, that 100 seems like a pipe dream at the moment. They need something magical to happen. In the 9th and 10th over, looks like Zari Baig is going to come back. You see that run rate's been pretty consistent. That tells you that they keep cracking like they are now. They're kind of heading for 75 or 80. Which seems a bit light on. Got to say, I've really enjoyed watching Sikif in this tournament. They were late qualifiers for the tournament. They've come in and they've really pushed some of the top teams. Right now, they're just kind of caught on the hop. I still agree with the decision to bat first. I think you go out there and you hope the batting goes well. I think it hurts to lose guys like Imtiaz cheaply. Well bowled first ball. And so Razak, he's the next one that can't believe that this isn't a wide, but I don't think so. All right, that's well inside. You look at that where his left foot is there. His left foot is a good 2 feet, 3 feet outside leg stump. And I think you just got to move towards the ball. Either that or bring your stance across a bit. I mean, if you get LBW at this stage, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but it's a bigger crime not to be able to reach a ball that's well inside the tram line comfortably. So he does go at the body. It's good wheels by Baig. He worked away for one. And if you are in the chat, any burning questions, you can flick them through to me. ECN European Cricket Network. Let us know what you made of Sweden so far. Maybe let us know what sort of locations you're looking forward to us visiting over the next few weeks or months, or where would you like us to visit? There's a question for you as well. Pretty good shot, actually. This will be 4. Top of the bounce. And, yeah, Pangal, he's been impressive. The skipper. Yeah, he just kind of stays leg side of the ball. That's a pretty tough shot to execute, but he gets it really nicely. Finds the gap, and yeah, this field, even though it is pretty lush, it's very firm, and you can see the ball doesn't lose a lot of pace as it zooms over the outfield. Baig with the comeback ball. Oh, well bowled. This one does stay. He does stay leg side of the ball. Yeah, this is just the negative of that tactic is, you know, this is a ball that basically doesn't get in line to it. It's a ball that misses the leg stump. So he's kind of hitching his wagon to hitting that on the offside, but it's a ball that actually misses leg stump. It's worked once. I suppose once it hasn't. A bit short, doesn't get up. Mustafa, very reliable out there. He's a lovely guy as well, Shahid. Nice to see him back again. I think Mashta won't just be eyeing up a win here. They'll be eyeing up a big win when you consider that net run rate is It's certainly a factor in a series where it's quite likely teams will tie on points. So if you can keep them to 80, they'll be looking maybe to knock it over in 6 or 7 overs, maybe quicker. Down the ground, can't really get it up in the air. So Razak moves to double figures. It's the end of the 9th over, and Sakif are 69 for 5. Just had a hard time dealing with what Mash have been dishing out really so far. We've got 4 4s in the innings. We've had 5 Maximos. So 9 boundaries in 9 overs. I kind of said you need 2 boundaries and over. That's your par here at Mashta Cricket Ground in this series. So they'd want to have around 18 boundaries right now. They've got half that. And you can see what the score looks like. Having said that, we've seen some magical finishes, haven't we? If you could maybe get 20 odd off this and push up to 90 or so, at least you're going into the second half with a bit of momentum. Looks like we're going to see Arif Hussain for the first and only time in this innings at the bowling crease. This is up, it's in the air, and it's a good start to the 10th. Maximo! Razak throws the hands at it and wins. So swings them up into the 70s. Interesting, they've gone for the 6th bowler here. They didn't want to go back to Nazmul Hashan. Maybe it's not that they didn't want to go back to him, but often you'll have more than 5 bowlers that you feel deserve a go. So I don't think that Hashan did too much wrong. I think it's more a fact that they want to get an over into Hussain here. Not a great start, though, as it disappears over the boundary. Good comeback, though, from Arif. So 6 and dot to get us going. Wonderful weather conditions at the moment, about 15, 16 degrees. Not too much wind, which can chill it a little bit. It's a full toss. Wow, they take off for a single. Oh, get the speed gun on that throw from Zairi, who has Arif Hussain counting his fingers to make sure they're all there. He's trying to get a direct hit here, but it's like a beamer at the bowler, but luckily he doesn't sustain any injury. Yeah, well bowled. Arif's been good at the end here. I think Mashta just showing that they've got a lot of options they can turn to. I like the fact that Arif can hit that block hole. That's something we probably haven't seen consistently enough in this series, is bowlers being able to get their length right, because the margin of error is pretty small. And case in point here, it's going to be a low full toss, but it's well defended out there. Swakasanis, that will keep it to 1. But you can see the difference between a Yorker and a low full toss. That's a low full toss, and it screams away. And I think more often than not, that'll probably go for 4. It's just a very good piece of fielding that prevented it. And of course, if you miss your Yorker slightly short, then batters will come forward and drive you up and over your head and down to the ground. Here's the last ball, 78 for Sakif, plus this. 79, and I don't see them trying an 80th. So pretty good over from Hussain in the end. Good recovery after going for a Maximo first ball. And Sakif find it hard going against the hosts to start day 5. They're going to finish with 79 for 5. Some good kind of mini contributions in there, but no one able to take the bull by the horns as we roll into the highlights. First innings of the day. And slightly surprisingly, they didn't open up with Imtiaz, opened up with Saad, but he didn't last long. He just copped a leading edge to be dismissed for 2. Imtiaz, we know that he's a good player. Thought he might be the key, but he went across and he whipped one. He couldn't have picked out Shahid Mustafa any better. So just 6 for the dynamic keeper bat for Sakif. And Ifan Nazir, well, he started with a big 6, but he went the very next ball that he faced, 6 and out for him. And he just swing across one that was fairly straight. Credit to Rashid, though. I mean, he fought through his innings, didn't he? And he was attacking when he could be. And this was a total disaster, though. Collateral damage, Yasir has time to have a brief conversation before the run-out's executed. Jyoti runs it in, doesn't leave it to anyone else. Grabs all the points. And so Rashid, despite trying to be attacking, he scored it barely more than run a ball. He scored 27 off 25, 2 4s, 2 Maximos. So, I mean, the big shots looked good, but I suppose the problem was the in-between. And Rashid would eventually go for 27, another victim for Mustafa on that leg side boundary. And not too much in the in the late overs as well, though Razak has a couple of Maximos. Pungal fights hard for 15. You can just see they were made to work really hard for their runs, weren't they? The newcomers. Rashid top scoring with 17 and double figures in that last partnership that, I suppose, put on another 26. It made the score a bit more respectable, but doesn't seem enough, does it? Look, very disciplined stuff from Mashta. They had the one overstepping no ball. They had the 3 wides that were just in one delivery. So there were only 2 kind of illegal deliveries in the whole 10 overs. And as far as the bowlers went, plenty of good options to choose from. Sherali was a bit of a wizard, wasn't he? Swinging the ball both ways and providing some variety in his 2 overs. He took 2 for 15. 2 for 11, Soleri was outstanding as well. It's hard to pick a favourite out of those 2. And all the other bowlers, they did take a wicket. They didn't go for too many either. I think that Baig was pretty good, none for 13 off his 2 overs. And really, all 6 bowlers performing for Mashta. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. And when we do, we'll see how the hosts go about this victory target. 80 required for victory. You imagine they'd knock it off, but the question is when and how will they go about it? Sikif, or they're going to have to bowl and field out of their skin to keep these Mashta bats quiet. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your Friday so far. We'll see you just after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground here in Stockholm, Sweden. Great to have your company on a very sunny Friday. Just getting started here on day 5 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. I want to say hello to everyone who's joining us on FanCode in South Asia, and of course everyone that's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Pretty exciting so far. And seen Mashta, the host, put on a bit of a show in the field, and with the ball, they've kept Sikif to 79 off their 10 overs. 80 is the victory target then. We'll strap yourselves in, because I think Mashta, they want to do this and do this in a hurry. We said that. Sometimes when you do go hard early, it can backfire, but Mashta, we've only seen them twice in this series so far. Once they've played well, once they haven't. But right now, they mean business. Sikif are going to open up with their captain, Amit Pangal. And Wakas Haida is opening up. Sher Ali at the other end wearing his favourite 786 shirt. Hello to Dave B. Good to have you with us. Anyway, let's get going. The second innings of match 21 starts with a good cut shot. Well handled as well in the infield. It's a good start for Sikif. And even though he's, I don't know if we've got the attempted high five, the fielder completely gives him the cold shoulder. Look at this. Yeah. Nope. Just doing my job, he says. Anyway, this one isn't going to be fielded by anyone because it's up and over the top. Maximo! And Haida off the mark with 6. That was pretty comprehensive, wasn't it? And so they're up and they're away. It's just a very good cricket shot, wasn't it? Pangal offering a bit of width and it was cashed in. Yeah, hello to Dave B. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Rob Thompson as well, watching from New Zealand. Loving the interaction. And, this one probably would have been a wide. Instead it's a thick edge rolling away, and that'll be 4. So Wakas 6 and 4. Hungry for a quick finish, I think. And so it's not what we expected. They're throwing the bat early. And Rob correctly saying Peacock Friday will carry over to Saturday this week for Rhino. I do have my Peacock shirt on anyway today. The good news is I've got plenty of options, so I'll do my best tomorrow as well. This one's up, it's in the air, it's top edge. Feel like it's falling into space though. Just away from the fielder. They has to double back, and that'll allow the batters to come back for 2. And so, Haida collecting the whole set at the moment. He's got a 2 and a 4 and a 6. Now he's got a 0 as well. So Pangal, I like the way he goes about his business. You know, he's always leading by example, isn't he? Provides some handy runs at the end. Not an easy proposition this morning. Oh, that's pretty close. Maybe just heading down the leg side. I haven't seen it front on, but just the way that it seemed like the batter may have just gone across a little bit. I think it's just missing. Close though. Ball by Pangal. That'll be the end of the over. It's 12 without loss after 1, as we have a look, as we always do at this stage of the game, at the golden ball counter. And we have, I believe, I'm going to say 66. I'll see if I'm right or not. But yeah, I think we're at 66. To wake up the supercomputer, maybe it'll give us the heads up. But we mashed up right now. I don't think they're thinking golden ball. There we go. 66 matches since the golden ball. Clickety click. All you bingo fans out there. And I'm just going to make a call. I don't think we're getting to 100. Okay? I'm going to put the commentary curse on the golden ball counter. Although I suppose if I say we're not going to get to 100, then maybe we will. But pretty good at jinxing centuries when you call it for batters. Now the opening with Raja Selvaraj. He doesn't get it right first ball. It's a full toss on the pads and whipped away. Sher Ali off the mark, very first ball with 4. Yeah, I said I like Selvaraj because he provides something different. And this was different, but not in the good way. As it was top of the pad height. It's an easy work away for Sher to get 4 and get him going. Amjad saying Mashta might not have the brute power of Hootinga, but certainly the most stylish batting lineup. I think there's a bit of power in there as well, though. This is stylish. And they will get 1. I think Sher Ali, he's power and technique built in one package, isn't he? Really so skillful with the ball. We saw that earlier today. I wonder if he is picked in the Sweden side for the ECIs, whether he'll bowl a bit. Because I think his bowling is very, very handy, especially if the ball's moving. It's better from Selvaraj, but it's also a very good shot from Hyder, who punches him through extra cover for 4. And I like the option here to go offside, not fighting the angle, going with the angle. It's just good batting. There's not too much wrong with that. Okay, you can say it's a half volley, but the line's pretty good. I think that's one where you just kind of tip your cap. Now he wants a bit more protection over on the offside, Selvaraj, so they're going to bring deep mid-wicket up. I'm going to say maybe that field wasn't right in the first place to have deep mid-wicket long on when you've got Selvaraj, who's always angling across the right-hander. So I think if anything, you want them to try and fight the movement and go leg side. This time he just goes straight. He goes very well down the ground. That'll be 4 as well. So Hyder coming to the party pretty quickly, moves to 20. And it's a fairly low-risk shot, isn't it? Through the line. He's teasing that fielder at mid-off. Hyder. He's a very good cricketer. This one he gets slightly wrong though. Off the inside edge of the bat. Still going to go away for 4. Well, that kind of sums it up at the moment. Even the miss hits are going for 4. I thought for a second, surely someone's going to handle that. But you'd see how fast this outfield is. And Sada Sad was playing catch up. Never got there. Mashed up. Almost got it down to run a ball already. This one's in the air, and what a good catch that is by Amit Pangal, who anticipated he was back into his left, and he gets Hyder for a brisk 24. But yeah, like I said about Pangal, he's a guy who leads by example. They've been dealt a pretty tough hand here this morning against the hosts, but very, very good catch. So he starts in the circle, and pretty quickly, you get 3-4 metres outside as soon as he sees it off the bat. So yeah, he's right on the edge of the circle, got back and almost popped out of the hands, but he had pretty good technique there. And that's the first wicket. Selvaraj breaks through 25 for 1. Having a look at the table, you can see that Mashta 1 and 1 can overtake Sikif, and they'll do that if they win. They'll have plenty more chances to improve with 8 matches remaining, 7 after this one. We'll get to see Seaside today for the first time. Christian Stunt we'll see in a couple of days' time. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the teams from the south and how they go. So 29 for 1 after 2 overs. And Amit Pangal's going to hold on to the ball and bowl over number 3. Edged onto the pad. No, it won't be out. Good umpiring. Umpire's been pretty good, I've got to say. Karoom has some ideas for magical, or for ECN bingo, including words like magical, supersonic, maximo, and all these kinds of things. Maybe Gundy ball would be in there, I imagine, as well. Fun for the whole family. Little Late cut. Oh, well, Yasir is going to concede 2 here. Well, he's looking like a guy that's played a few games of cricket this week. I mean, already looked like Jake the Peg with one leg, and then he steps on the ball. Oh, man. That could have been nasty. I just wonder if that was his good leg or his bad leg. In the end, it's 2, and I'm just glad it's not 2 months in hospital for Yasir. Now, a pretty handsome-looking shot that's gone all the way. Maximo! And Sher Ali, he's looking very, very composed at the moment. That one carries the line by about 1 metre. And yeah, Pangal kind of challenges him with that length. And yeah, Sher was pretty keen to get back for a second, wasn't he? So yeah, with Yasir Ikram kind of hobbling around there, that's concerning, isn't it? Maybe carrying a slight injury, and that might explain why he wasn't really able to turn around when he got run out. Just continued in a straight line. But I think they will want him to bowl. He does provide something a bit different in this bowling lineup. Inside edge this time. Sher Ali just sneaks away from the strike. Pangal searching for a second breakthrough. No, almost at the end of the power play, and they're pretty much halfway there, aren't they? Nice looking shot. Well handled though. We get a run in the end, not wanting to risk it. This is Arif Hussain, who's coming out at 3. So I think this is where ordinarily we'd see Soleri and then probably Mustafa. I think that Arif, they feel like it's a good opportunity to get him out there in the middle. Fairly low pressure situation, get some batting into him. And he comes to the party by whipping this one away, gets off the mark. Maximo! Pangal just drifts onto the pads and pays the penalty as we get to the end of the 3rd over. And Rashta up and away. 44 for 1 after 3. And so right now 3 very, very fruitful overs. And really all 3 overs so far, they are above what Sikif's highest scoring over was, or I suppose 12 is equal to the 12 that Sikif scored in the 4th. And so we'll head into middle overs. A bit more protection, and looks like it might be Malik Zafar's bowl now. They're trying something a bit different. This is where I think the bonus point would be a pretty interesting one, because if you have to chase it down in 7 overs, instead of 36 off 42, you'd need 36 off 24 at this stage, which I still think they do it, but as a bowling side, you'd feel like you have a chance to hold on to your point if you can prevent the batting team doing that. Rob thinks he's won ECN bingo already. Foot fielding would have to be on there, by the way. Here's Zafar. His left arm wrist spin. Pretty good ball first up. Gets in the right spot. Fielders do everything to run around it, but it will just be a single. Just stepping out to that. I think a lack of pace, probably a bit of a weapon if you can get it right, though, and that's the key. Getting it right, getting in a good spot. Because if you do make a mistake, it just gives the batter extra time to lick their lips and take care of business. It's pretty well bowled as well, but also brilliant shot. That'll be 4. Just kind of stand up, sweeps it really, places on length, bang. Fetches it, and that'll be 4 runs. Yeah, it's not a bad ball. I think, like I said, sometimes you got to tip your cap and say, look, that's a good shot. It wasn't a bowler error, I think, that led to that boundary. And so makes him reach, and here's the mistake, and here's the opportunity. Fielder comes in and holds the catch. Well, that's nicely done by Zaheen Rashid down at long on. And it's good reward for Zafar. Like I said, Hey, at least he forced the batters to take genuine risks if they were going to go after him. And once it works and once it doesn't. Harif Hussain tries the same shot. If anything, that kind of drifts away from him slightly. And then having to fetch it. And that's a nice bit of outfielding from Zaheen Rashid, who summed it up and found the drop zone. Solid technique as well. He's managed to lose the second wicket. It's 49 for 2. I've said this a few times in this tournament, and just in general. As a bowler, sometimes you've got to accept that your good balls are going to disappear for boundaries, and it shouldn't knock you off your game, and it hasn't here for Zafar. He stuck to his guns. What is disappointing is when you make a mistake as a bowler and you bowl a bad ball and then you get hit. Then you can say, I could have done something different. But if you get beaten by a better shot, that's the way it goes. A bit like batting. Sometimes you get a ball that just has your number on it and you say, okay, fair enough. But it's annoying when you get yourself out as a batter. The opposite kind of applies in a way. Fahad Wakas is the new batter, coming out number 4. So still no Soleri, still no Shahid Mustafa. Well bowled. His control's been very good in this over. I know he went for that boundary, but he's only conceded 5 or 4 balls. There's always a game within a game, even though it looks like hashtag cruising to victory. Zafar asking some testing questions in this 4th over. And lack of pace doing Wakas as well. Rob's saying I'm calling a golden ball today. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it would be good if we did one. And so Rhino had a bit of FOMO. But I've got to say, I don't think we'll get to 100 on the golden ball counter. We're at 66 at the moment. I think we'll probably hit 100. I'm guessing top of my head next weekend. Maybe during the ECIs. In the air. Fielder goes right back to the wall, but he can't get there. Maximo. Wakas gets off the mark with 6, but only by the skin of his teeth. Not quite out of the middle. It was low on the bat. You can see it was a frustrating one for Pangal. We know that he has a very good pair of hands. And, not a bad over at all from Malik Zafar. He goes for 11 in the end. And after 4, it's 55 for 2. You can see how much Master are winning this game by at the moment. But I like this fight. I like the feel of the Sikif side. Even though it's not going their way, they're not dropping their heads. They're trying whatever they can to keep this contest alive. Just checking my notes. We'll actually get to a 100 on the golden ball counter. Pretty much last game of the group stage here. That would make sense. There's 55 round robin matches and we're in match 21. So that's 34 matches away. So if we do get to finals day and we haven't had a golden ball in Sweden, then we'll hit the 3 figures. Nobody wants to see that though. We love to see a golden ball. Had 47 of them. So have a new over. Bilal Ahmed is the new bowler. Drew off the back foot. No run. Sherali decides he wants another crack at Bilal. Hello to Amjad. How are you? Nice to see you with us. And Bilal tries again. Sneaks past. It's a tough one. It's probably just a wide. It's not a bad spot to miss. You can debate that one. But the whole ball has to be inside the tram line when it passes the crease. And the umpire thought just touched it. Probably a fair call. This one isn't a good ball and it's going to cost him 7. So after he got it right, he got it very, very wrong. No ball for height. It's well above the waist. And also, because it's away from his body, he doesn't feel any physical danger here. Gerali can just throw the bat with immunity. So he gets 7. And now Bilal faced with a free hit. You just got to shake that off. It's a tough one as a bowler. Get it wrong once, big penalty. And then, of course, having to deal with the next ball as well. So free hit up, and I think this is probably going as well. Out of here, Maximo. Well, Sher Ali grabs the dozen in quick time. Just a little bit too much width there, Sher. He charges because he knows he can't get stumped. And gets a bit closer to the pitch of the ball. Goes aerial. Gets just enough. Things could be finishing pretty rapidly here. Now he goes straight and he goes the same way. Maximo! And Bilal having a bit of a rough time of it here. As he goes magical now. We're only halfway through the over. Five to win, and this one will do it. Maximo, and game, set, match. Sher Ali is able to cash in. A few gifts here in the last over. It would have been a wide, he doesn't care. He chases it and he gets it. And they've done this, not just within 7 overs or 6. They've done it within 5 overs. Mashed to 81 for 2, a 4.4. They win this game comprehensively with 32 balls to spare. So it's a very good net run rate booster for Mashta as well. We thought they'd go after it quickly. That's exactly what they do. You can see as we look back at the highlights that Sikif had a task, didn't they? And, well, you know, it's really a tough one. Mashta, I think they just outplayed Sikif, showed a bit more experience, probably just a slight class above, you'd say, in all facets of the game. That was a great catch, though, by Amit Pangal. He always tries his heart out for his team. Nice catch, just creeping out of the circle. But it was Maximo City, wasn't it, for the most part. That was another nice moment. Rashid providing another highlight for Zakif, but then it was don't get a sore neck looking at the balls coming over your head, as we saw 8 Maximos in less than half of the innings. And Sher Ali winds things up with a big 6 over backward points. Mashta doing it in 4.4 overs. As we have a look at the scorecard, Sher Ali, 39 off 12. As he struck 5 of those 12 balls over the ropes. Also 1-4 in there. Marcus Hyder had a bright start, didn't he? 24 off just 10 before he was caught by Pangal at extra cover. Arif Hussain a short cameo with a 6 and a 4. And Wakas just the 6. So dealing in boundaries in that innings for the most part. As far as the bowling went, well, look away now. Having said that, Selvaraj, he did pick up a wicket, so did Malik Zafar. One concern there is Yasser Ikram wasn't moving very well at all. Almost stepped on the ball. He did step on the ball as well, but hopefully he's okay. Because if we will see them in the 3rd game of the day, and they'll have a bit of a tough one then again against Albi Zalmi. So just letting you know, we are running a bit ahead of time now because of that early finish, but we'll be back in around about 45 minutes. The next game coming up will be Mashta again. They'll be on the rack and they're playing against the Stockholm Tigers. Tigers winning the toss elected to field, so sending in Mashta, that's a bit of a risk. So Mashta will keep the bat swinging when we return in 45 minutes. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you very shortly for more action. Enjoy the extended break, but make sure you come back here for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Sweden. It's great to have your company. Day 5 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Now it's time for the second match of the day. This one will see the Stockholm Tigers taking on the host Mashta. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters had the two captains for the coin toss. Let's see what happened.
I need to go. Tails is the goal. It's a hit.
We are gonna bowl
So the news from the toss there you see is that Stockholm Tigers, they won the toss and they have elected to field first. Bit of a risk if you ask me. That's because Mashta, I think we have seen them put on some big runs batting first. I suppose there was another time where they didn't go so well. But Mashta certainly had the bat swinging in that first game. They pretty much wiped Sekif off the park, keeping Sekif to 79 and then chasing it down in just 4.4 overs. So here are the two teams through Karma. Can really use some runs for the Stockholm Tigers. And they've got Sami Alamgir behind the stumps. That they have lost Humya Jyoti to Mashta. And so Jyoti behind the stumps for Mashta against his old side. He spent 6 seasons. So that's a little bit of a byline. He will have that happen on occasion. Players just want to have the opportunity of playing with a few different players and a few new experiences. Anyway, Ashful Lama is going to get us going. And he's going to start with a ball which kind of goes straight through the hands of the point. And Wakas Haida opening the batting starts with 4. So, yeah, I suppose you've got to put it down as a chance. It's a tough one. It just screamed off the bat of Wakas Haida. And a bit of luck, you have to say, for Wakas. Another day that might have been taken, maybe knocked up and taken. Sher Ali, Haida's opening partner, as expected. Well, this is in the air. This is an opportunity, and it's taken. Well, 2 balls, 2 chances, and it's second time unlucky for Wakas Haida, as that's Kaiser Azad that just took a few steps to his left and made no mistake. So early wickets, the order of the day for the Tigers upon their entry to day 5, and they have an early wicket. Haida tries to go a little bit inside out. I mean, don't mind that shot, but he doesn't quite hit it. And Azad did the rest. So fantastic result for Ashraful Alam. And so Mashta, an early wobble. I want to welcome everyone back into the YouTube chat. And we've got a lot of viewers from all around the world that are enjoying the series, and I certainly am as well. Exciting brand of cricket they play here. And yeah, Dave was a bit worried I was going to be late for this game. Do not worry, I'm not late. If anything, I had some extra bonus recovery time. I also got a message from Rhino. And yeah, he's just heading to the city. He got stuck on a few work calls. That sounds like Rhino. But he's going to jump on a ferry and head out to one of the islands. Well, that sounds a nice way to spend some time. And so this is Arif Hussain. So they're sticking with Hussain up the order. Batting 3. It's well bowled. Gets away from Sami Alamgir, though. Gets him on the second bounce. Not the first time we've seen that, not the last time we'll see it, but that's good movement at least from Ashraful. Cheryl comes onto the strike for the first time. So Sher Ali, we know he's dangerous. And question will be, will he go large in this power play? I know he'll be trying. Also, we'll give you the odd chance, especially early in his innings. Alam is bending the ball a little bit right to left here, resulted in the wicket of Wakas Haida. Still plenty of batting to come, of course, with Soleri, captain still to bat. You've got Shahid Mustafa still to bat. Haven't seen either of those guys today yet. Well, Sher Ali goes bang over the leg side. This one doesn't really swing. from Alarm, and it disappears. Maximo, the first one of match 22. Just straightens down the line. Look, it wasn't the worst ball. I suppose it does challenge Cher to hit it. If he misses it, he might have been an LBW candidate, but he doesn't miss too many. The question would be, how do you attack Cher? Do you kind of gamble and bowl in the stumps and hope for a mistake, or do you play a bit more defensively, give him a bit of width? But he can smash those ones too. He's not an easy guy to bowl to. Oh, this one spears in towards Cher and he keeps it out. Dave's asking how many islands are there in Sweden. I think there's about 1,000 different islands in Sweden. That's what I was told anyway. Certainly in the hundreds. That's what Rhino was telling me, and I trust him. And actually, I just did a quick Google and it says something that there's something like 270,000 islands in Sweden. Some of them must be pretty tiny. That's all I'll say about that. Yeah, well bowled by Alarm. Pretty good over. The Tigers, they haven't had too much go their way in this series so far. They're certainly hoping to turn that around here as Mashta get through the first over. It's 12 for 1. Let's have a look at the bat versus ball war. Still has the low score virus, doesn't it? Mashta 87 to 76, but it does tell you that the supercomputer favouring Mashta. Mashta 2-1, in fact. Of course, that was prepared before the end of the last game. But tell you what, the Tigers, they're not going to go quietly, tell you that much. Hasnain Sabi is going to bowl over number 2. So they've got some good variety in their attack as well. I think we'll probably see the captain, Farouk Ahmed, bowling at some point. Got Rizvi Hark as well. You're going to give you a few different looks. Cher Ali, bit of a cult figure, isn't he? To our ECN viewers. Charges and misses. It's probably called a wide, though. It does miss the tram line. Almost induces a little feather of an outside edge, though. That's probably not a bad spot to miss. I mentioned the question about, do you bowl straight to him or do you try and draw him wider? I think bowling straight is a bit more of a high risk, high return strategy. The risk being it could be whipped away through that leg side. But the Stockholm Tigers, they have gone for this 7-2 field approach. Sabi in the air. Now this could be a chance. Oh, it's flying though. It's flying with a wind and it's out of the ground. Oh, Maximo. Oh, it's so unlucky really. Set himself up for that and Cher Ali ends up getting just enough. I thought for a second this was an opportunity, but it just kept on keeping on, didn't it? Yeah, have a look at that. We've got 7 fielders on the left and just those 2 fielders on the right. And so that's why I think Sabi, no doubt, his attack will be outside that off stump and hoping for a pop-up and having one of the 7 fielders have a play on the ball. The other thing is you got 0 protection there. Well, next to 0 is this one. Skews off the inside half of the bat and goes for 4. But I like the fact the Tigers, they at least have a strategy here. I think a lot of the time you see people just kind of running in a bit shell-shocked and struggling to really put any sort of plan together whatsoever. It almost worked, didn't it? Almost. So here's a guy who will swing the ball a little bit right to left. Cher Ali, though, he's off to the races, 17 off 5. And this one is hit hard and it's hit firmly straight over the cube. Maximo. Well, put as many fielders on the offside as you like. When they hit that well, nobody is fielding that. That was over every single boundary you can imagine on this field. That's such a good shot from Cher Ali. He's made a magical start, 23 of his first 6 balls. He's got time to have a chat with a few of the players as well after that because that ball's going to take some finding. Hoping for a mistake. It didn't come that time. And just noticed that Kaiser Azad just getting a little bit of a bit of treatment on that finger. That's perhaps he's just injured taking that catch of Waka's Haida. I feel like this over is a pretty good one to have gone for 17 in the first half of it. It's an unforgiving format though. It's cricket taken to an extreme. Sher Ali smacked that for 6. Maybe not a bad thing for the Tigers. It's just a bit of a momentum buster here. Well, the fielder, Azad gets some attention. That's Shub doing the nursing duties now as well. Anyway, he's going to be fine there, Kaiser. Main thing is he did take that catch. So halfway through the second over, Hasnain ready to continue. This one keeps down. Yeah, it's a good line from the youngster. I think it's not easy running in and bowling to a guy that has such a kind of presence, but we know there's a little bit of variable bounce in this pitch, and he was able to exploit it there. Once again, I think the fact there was a little bit of an unplanned delay just kind of helps the Tigers regroup here. Well, that's another way to slow things down a bit. I've got to say, most of the teams have been really good with time in this series so far. I think that's because we have seen a fair bit of spin. Most teams have one, at least one, often two spinners, which are operating, just keeping things moving. Goes after this again, and he hits it sweetly. Well, Cher looks on so far. Farouk just looks over his head and can't do anything about it. It's just very good batting shape from Cher Ali. It's a challenge kind of length, but he's up for the challenge. This over has produced 23 runs, and there's still a ball to go. And so Dave has a suggestion that maybe the players can field on the other players' shoulders to deal with Cher Ali. Well, maybe. You have to get innovative, that's for sure. And fortunately for Sabir, this has gone off the rails pretty quickly. We've spent more time searching for the ball this over than the time the ball's been in play. I think that's for sure. Gives me a chance to say hello to everyone as well. At a crew, saying the supercomputer was a bit more accurate yesterday. Dave saying, is it like the Philippines as far as the amount of islands? Yeah, I know that Indonesia is the one that probably comes to mind for me. That a whole bunch of islands. I heard 1,000. Maybe it's 1,000 of a certain size. Maybe that's just Stockholm, not the whole of Sweden. Last ball of the over. Oh, worked away beautifully. Just helped over mid-on, who was up in the circle. And that over goes for plenty. 29, come off it. And it's 41 for 1. Mashta always a risk, I think, for the Tigers to send them in. Because we know that they bat long. They bat strong. Having a look at the table, Mashta have started their run, haven't they? Only 2 games played before today. Saw them on Tuesday. They accounted for Sakif. And having a look at that net run rate now, they are right up there as well with a 2-1 record. Tigers, was tough for them, I think, to have any chance. They need to win all 5 games to come. And I think you need 6 wins. And they've got 1 win with 5 games remaining. So for them, I don't think it's so much about trying to qualify. I think it's just about showing what they can do and playing their best cricket. And if that's good enough or if it's not, I mean, that's the way the cookie crumbles. But I think they are a team that are better than their record suggests. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Ashraful Alam is going to bowl over number 3. They brought him back. Arif Hussain only faced 1 ball so far. Went for a bye. This time, he gets a single. And I think that suits Cher Ali perfectly because there's 1 more over in this power play. And he's that kind of guy. I mean, it's hard enough when you've got the 5 outfielders to keep him quiet. You've only got 2. Again, hitch their wagon to this offside plan. So you've got 5 in the circle, and you've got 2 outfielders on the left of screen. You've just got the 2 infielders to the right of screen. So stacked to the left. And this one's a little bit too straight, and it disappears. Maximo! Well, Sher Ali's now 41 off 10. It's the sort of length that, you do see getting bowled early in the innings. Later in the innings, we call it in the slot. But early in the innings, you're hoping, if you can induce a mistake, maybe get a bit of variable bounce out of this pitch. That's the kind of length that we have seen, sometimes playing a few tricks. But Sher Ali, we just T-boned it, didn't he? We know what to say about that one. Here's the comeback ball from Ashraful. And now here's the mistake. It's up in the air. The bowler's going after it, and he takes it. So they do get Sher in the power play after all, and that'll save you a lot of runs down the stretch. It was supersonic stuff from Sher, but Ashraful Alam finally, he bends one down the line. And I suppose this is the thing. Just kind of encourage Sher Ali to play across that one slightly. So he's whipping across. He knows there's only 2 fielders on that side of the field. So eventually the plan works. I know it costs him a few, but the plan comes together. And Sher Ali, he didn't know where it had gone then. He was disappointed to see that it had gone to the bowler. And he goes for a very rapid 41. But he is gone now and scores 48 for 2. I got to say, it's good captaincy from Farouk Ahmed. I know that there was a bit of a punishment there, but so many of those going for 6, doesn't matter where you put your fielders. That what he was trying to do, he was trying to encourage Sher Ali to hit one to the right of screen that he shouldn't have. And I think if Sher Ali looks at that ball again, if he hits straight, it's probably a safer shot. But there weren't so many gaps in that direction or to the left of the field. So well done to Alam, who has both wickets in the innings now. This will bring Hamid Saleri out to the crease for the first time today. And he'll go leg side and have no problems at all. Maximo! And well, I hope he's all right here, Alam. He slipped in the follow through. Look there, on his front foot. Oh, dear me. Let's have a look. Yeah, to me, it looked like it might have been the ankle on impact. He's up and he's going to continue the over. And take nothing away from the shot from Saleri, which was a good one. This one doesn't really swing down the line, just kind of curves in, and Saleri gets his eye in ECN style. Couple to come, 50's up now, by the way. Slow ball from Alam, it looks fine. This might have been an overbalancing rather than any actual structural damage, which is good because he's a very important player for the Tigers. I like his energy with the new ball. And now the last ball of the third coming up. Ashraf has put in a good shift for his team. Oh, well, gets this wrong, but it might turn out right. It's a tough catch going back, and he's taken it. What a brilliant piece of catching that is, Kaiser Azad. Oh, injured hand and all. He gets hold of that, and another leading edge results in a wicket. Well, this is one I think that could have gone to the left of screen, but he just misjudges the pace of the ball, and now they get Saleri. This is a wonderful catch by Azad, who runs back, has to fight. He's looking straight into the sun. He takes it. He has to brace for impact, and he just hopes he stays inside the line. Good news is that he does. So the Tigers on the prowl. They get 2 big ones in that over. Ashraful Alam with 3 for 24. And this game can change so fast, it'll make your head spin. Very, very good fielding. And how often is that the difference? You miss a good player, and it can cost you down the track. But that's a wonderful piece of fielding. You see that 29 run over, dominating this power play. The others are more or less what I'd call average overs. But, yeah, you solve one problem, another one presents itself. That's the issue with this Mashta lineup. But you can only really work through one at a time. That's potentially player of the day stuff. by Kaiser Razat, especially because he's already struggling with some sort of finger or hand injury from taking the first catch. Very good catch, especially because he's risking permanent retina damage looking straight into the sun as well. But anyway, it's Mustafa, the new batter, but he's not facing because that's the end of the over. And we're going to go slow things down with Rizvi Hock now. He just drops the first one into the block hole. And look, it's a brilliant start, no doubt about it. But to get Sharali in the power play, even though he smashed 40, just brings you back into the game, doesn't it? We know the Tigers, they're capable of pulling off a big chase. At the moment, I want to keep it something reasonable. Not the greatest ball from Rizvi Hock, and Alangia can't handle it down the leg side. And so, yeah, a couple of spin options I mentioned earlier. Rizvi's one of them. Farouk Ahmed's another one. But yeah, I've got to say, that catch has changed this innings. Solari's looking good. Even the catch for Sherali, okay, yes, you should be taking it, but you wouldn't be human if you didn't feel the pressure of the moment. Ashful did a good job to make sure he didn't spill it. Mustafa on strike. Goes back and cuts it, gets it past the fielder. And they will come back for two. Good arm there. Mustafa's a clever player, he's very experienced. Also mentioned he's a pretty proficient gloveman, but with Jyoti in the side, he's playing as a specialist bat now. You're 2 wickets away from blowing this wide open. And we're just picking up for a second there. It's pretty heavily behind the batter at the moment. If you can get under one straight. Mustafa tries the same kind of shot, goes back and dabs and gets one. He doesn't mind kind of having a look at a few and just kind of knocking it round before he goes up a gear. What do you think of that catch? It was a brilliant piece of work. Dave B enjoyed it. Green, Bangladesh enjoyed it as well. Oh, a very low bouncing ball. It's a little bottom edge. Might have got onto the stumps. Didn't have enough bat on it to deflect it that much. But you can see here, with some of these spin bowlers, with no pace, they seem to get more little shooters than average, I think. That's pretty well bowled, but also pretty well played. He sweeps it off the stumps. He takes a risk, but he comes up with it. And so we see the tent has been a bit of a casualty. I didn't notice that. But Maximo has Hock. I don't mind this ball. I mean, to be honest, it's pretty much where he wants it. The batter rolls the dice and wins and takes us to the end of the over at 67 for 3. So you can see wickets just slowing things down. I don't know, peaking at the end of the second since they've got it more reasonable, but there's still a lot of work to do. Yeah, it was a huge gust of wind. You might have heard in the effects, Mike, and now, unfortunately, the Tigers, while they're away, their house is blown down. So that's something they're going to have to deal with. Yeah, that's the issue. That wind can be pretty fierce here in Stockholm. Hassan is the new bowler. Sajjad Hassan gets worked away to the leg side first ball. But to be honest, we had 4 of those style tents, and 2 of them blew away pretty much on the first day. And they've now been replaced with these futuristic kind of double tier, slightly sleeker tents. And eventually the third tent's fallen here on day 5. Oh, another leading edge. It's going to pop into space. It's pretty good bowling. I've seen that a few times now, haven't we? Players just trying to search for that leg side and squared up a touch. It's pretty well bowled. Love this about the Tigers. They'll play their hearts out for the 10 overs and let the chips fall where they may. They fought back well into this contest. It's well bowled as well. Searching for a run, they don't get one. It's good stuff. All right. Sajjad. They're just 2 off the first half of this over. Sometimes I look at half overs. That's a very good half over. Just 2 off it, but you still got the other half to come. Can you do something like that? Can you just avoid getting hit to a boundary and win the over? Okay. Grabs him for room. And this one doesn't get any back. Gets a little bit of, I'm going to say leg. I'm not even going to say pad on Mustafa, but they will get a leg by. Dave's impressed with that catch that even the hat didn't cross the boundary. That's true. Hello to Uzal as well. Hello, Sandori. Oh, this one almost worked back. This has turned into a very good over. And that, yeah, the leg by, then a dot. So I talked about closing out the over. Look, even if you got whacked for a 6 here, it's a good over, but you'd love to kind of counteract that huge over in the second by having one that's pretty much fruitless for Mashta here in the 5th. Last ball of it coming up on the charge. Well, picks out the fielder who fumbles. And now it's heading towards the line. Oh, that was a good effort. I got a feeling he might have slid over though. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, I think they'll have a look at this, but the officials get a good view of this as well. I know he's fine here, but to me, I think before he throws it, he's just over the... Yeah, I think even there, he's over the line. So I don't think there's any doubt that's going to be 4. Good effort, though. I suppose good effort after a fumble, though. Probably should have done better the first time, but it's going to be 74 for 3 after 5 overs. Just a reminder of what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. We have our regular fortnightly tours all around Europe, which consist of an ECS domestic series and then ECIs at the end. Also some bonus T20 international action coming your way as well. Look forward to that as Hawk comes on. Well, the keeper likes it. It seemed to take forever to come through and then took the keeper even longer to get to the stumps. Let's have a look on the replay. I think, oh, can't really tell there. Seems like the bat's back at least. So Jat's probably going to do it, has to do himself a favour and get out of the way of the camera. They want a stumping, to be honest. Did seem to be back, they didn't need Mustafa. Takes this on down the ground. Won't get more than one. Got to say, it's a brilliant comeback at the moment. I think I mentioned that Tigers are kind of relentless with their pressure, regardless of the outcome. This one hangs a long time. Now they're gonna just get one, but have a look at this. I mean, we'll try and show the trajectory. It's coming from a big height. So yeah, I think even though he hits about waist height, there's no issue with the height there. But yeah, I think it's the same. Didn't really run first up, and so had to sprint in the end. This time it's swept and there's no protection over there. That one's out of here. Maximo. It's just slight error in line. And straight over that fielder's head. I mean, certainly got the fielder on the right line there, but needed to have him back. And even then, don't think he would have been able to do too much about that. So Rizvi just kind of getting a bit straight at times. He's still got 6 fielders on the offside, so you want to try and keep it that way, I think. Does a little bit better with that. Goes to one of those 6 fielders, just a single. We can see how this innings has been brought back under some semblance of control now after Hurricane Sherry came and went. And last ball for Hawk coming up. Just one, so I think it goes for more or less an average run rate, Rizvi, though we can't quite find a wicket. But not a bad result for him as he'll finish number 23. And after 6 overs, it's 84 for 3. So already they've got the run rate down to 14. I say down to 14 because they were absolutely flying early. And from here, if you can bring it down, then maybe you can end up chasing kind of 125, 130. Not going to be easy though. Certainly has been a slight change in approach from these two. You're willing to go for the big shots, but only really when the ball dictates. I think some of the other batters, the 3 dismissed batters, are known. For me, they're the regular top 3 that are already out. They will be a bit more proactive. You saw that with the way that Sher Ali was coming down the wicket and upsetting the length of the bowler. Over number 7 now, and they're going to go back to Sajjad Hassan. Bowled a pretty good first one. Coming back and over number 7. He's a long way back, thinking about it. He just felt this one was heading down the leg side, but let's have a closer look at it. Comes back. I think that's a good decision. I think it hits him in line. I mean, he's a long way back. You would say that, but I think with that movement, it's likely to take that ball past the leg stump and benefit it out going to the batter. This one certainly is heading down the leg side. Yeah, Sen's been pretty good. He has a little bit of a whip in his action at the end, which hurries the ball on, kind of lopes in. But Hussain hasn't really launched in this innings like we know he can. Now he tries and he gets knocked over. That one might have kept it a little bit low, but that's just the build-up of pressure. And Hassan has been pretty reliable for the Tigers so far. And Arif just had one of those innings, didn't he? He never looked completely in charge. Loses his shape, loses his leg stump. Trying to be proactive, trying to disrupt the length, but Hassan is the one that's able to win this battle. And so the good comeback continues from the Tigers. Mashta now 85 for 4. Just shows you never give up. Sher Ali absolutely pasted the bowling while he was there. But the plan eventually worked out, and Solari looked good, but then he went to an outstanding piece of fielding. It's a catch I think you only take maybe 2 times out of 10 if you're lucky. And so Tigers very much in this contest now. New batter comes to the crease. It's Fahad Wakas, again very experienced campaigner. Sticking with the plan of loading that leg side. 6 of the 9 available fielders to the left of screen. Wakas. Oh, this could be close, you know. Oh, it's very close. He took up his stance, which was outside off stump. And I got to say, if there's no bat in this, what's it hitting? Oh. I know he's half a step forward, maybe half a step outside the crease, but I think he's pretty lucky to survive there. Now he will get something he can help around the corner and get 4. Yeah, I suppose the umpire had some doubt. Fahad was kind of on the move. He was maybe half a metre outside the crease. Got to say, I didn't see what that was missing. But benefit of the doubt goes to the batter, and Wakas cashes in with the boundary next ball. You kind of take your life in your hands if you're going to bat well outside the off stump. He kind of had his heels on off stump there. Yeah, I think, let's just say, umpire had to give it some serious consideration. Now this one climbs a bit, hits Wakas high. And Hassan, he's been brilliant, to be honest, for the Tigers. Nice ball coming up. What do you think about that one in the chat? The umpires are going to get one look at it. There are a lot of moving parts at LBW as well. He is on the move, he's coming forward, but just have a look at the stance he's taking there. So his toes are a good 2 stumps outside off. This one blasts through everyone, including the keeper. They'll scramble a bye, but Hassan, he's going to finish with figures of 1 for 11. Very good effort from the Tiger. And after 7 overs, the score is 90 for 4. Oh, what a dramatic turnaround this has been as we've gotten through 7 overs now. Have a listen to these over scores. So 12, 29, 13, 13, 7, 10, and just 6 off that last over. So Tigers getting things a lot more under control. Here's Farouk Ahmed, the captain. He's going to come out and bowl over number 8 and hasn't bowled yet. And Wakas continuing to bat outside the off stump. This one is up in the air. It's flying. There's nobody back here. And it doesn't matter anyway because it's over everybody. Maximo! 6 runs there. And look, I think Farouk spots that Wakas is batting well outside the off stump, so he kind of tries to pull it a bit wider. But I suppose he didn't have the deep point. That's a difference in the field to Farouk than we saw from the other bowlers so far. They got 3 fielders on the offside, but they're all kind of deep cover and long off and one in between. He tries to go straighter and Wakas is waiting for it. That's going to be 6 more. Maximo! I don't mind the idea of this, but I don't think he gets the length right. I think that if you can slip in a Yorker on the stumps, you might be able to take care of Wakas, but he gives him some length to work with, and from that angle as well, you're pretty likely to have the ball pitch outside the leg stump, which just means that you can't get an LBW. You can see the counter-attack coming now. It's a bold strategy, isn't it, by Wakas? He really wants to open up that leg side where the gaps are. And that's the kind of ball that, if it's missed, it probably isn't a wide because the fact that he's already batting outside the off stump. So however far his toes are outside the off stump, that's how far you've got to move that line in your head. More orthodox stance from Mustafa. He's been the silent partner for a while. Just get 1 this time. Yeah, so they've got it now to about, is that 136 pace or something like that. We saw a lot of games when the Tigers were playing the other day. A lot of games that kind of 135, 140 kind of region. A lot of scores around there. So we won. And that's all it'll be. Because there is some debate about who should field this ball. So the field they've got at the moment is pretty much what I call the umbrella field. They've got 5 outfielders. They're all pretty straight. There's 5 fielders from deep cover to deep mid-wicket. And that's all there is down the ground. That means you've got no protection square, and that's where this one goes. Mustafa loves the cut shot, and he times this one pretty well. Got to say, if you've got that field with the 5 straight outfielders, I think you've got to pitch up and kind of challenge the batter a little bit straighter and bring them into the game. That was a pretty good shot by Mustafa to close out the 8th. Farouk goes for 19, and the score's 109 for 4. Super interesting strategies we're seeing with fields and bowling lines in this inning so far. Yeah, it's nice to see. Nice to see players thinking about the game. It doesn't always work, but at least if you're thinking about it, it certainly improves your cricket brain. Corsa to bowl over number 9. Just get 1 over in this inning, so just have a look at the options they've still got at their disposal. Hasnate Sabir got whacked for 29, but I wouldn't mind going back to him, to be honest. Wakas gets a low full toss, and it's knocked away for 4. Well, I've got so many fielders there. It's Ashraful Alam that essentially cut off the other fielder to take control of this piece of fielding. But then all he's done is knocked it away from Farouk Ahmed. So too many cooks, unfortunately. That results in a boundary. Wakas to 22. See all of the leg stump and pretty much the middle stump as well. Wakas is facing. And now this is in the air, hanging, and there's plenty of fielders there, and it could be a Bermuda square situation. 4 fielders converged, but it didn't really fall to anyone, obviously, and they'll scramble back for 2. Oh, once again, we see maybe too many fielders. Whoever was going to try and catch that, it was going to be a tough catch. And the sun's a factor over that side of the field. Wakas to 24, survives. Now this is hit in the air. As far as Wakas, if I was bowling, I don't think I would change what I'm doing that much. I think he's kind of spooked a few bowlers so far with this change in stance. But yeah, I'd be thinking full straight. Maybe I'd bring another fielder to the leg side to counter it. Mustafa gets a full toss. hits it across to deep mid-wicket for 1. That's all they'll get. Check out the height here. I don't think there's any problems there. And so, Causa just trying to do a job here. I wonder if I would go back to Farouk or whether I'd go back to the Hasnain Sabi in the last over. This is sliced away, and that's going to be 6. Maximo! Oh, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Wakas is kind of for the most part been outside the off stump, but here he actually skips to leg and opens up that offside. So he's kind of the puppet master at the moment, isn't he? Fahad Wakas. And Causa just gives him a little bit of length. Last ball of the 9th coming up. Time again, kind of backs away to leg as he runs. They'll get 1. And that's all they'll get as we get to the end of the 9th over. Mashed up 124 for 4. So Causa ends up going for 15. Not the worst over. I suppose that the Tigers can be thankful that this is now going to be in what I would call the zone of possibility for them. Because when Charlie was going crazy, they were 54 off the power play. They're on kind of 180 pace, and that's kind of, well, it's too many, isn't it? Well ahead of time as well, about 4 minutes ahead. Good to know. And looks like they're going to go for a new option in the 10th. Yusuf Sazid is going to bowl. So yeah, I would have thought maybe they'd go back and give another over to Sabi, even though he went for 29. But Sazid gets 10th over responsibilities. He's bowled to Wakas, who's cracked 32 off just 13. This is interesting. It will get called. Look, here's the thing. He's probably 2 stumps outside off. And if you move the line 2 stumps, it probably goes straight over that line. So over the line is still a wide. So I think it's a correct call. And I don't think the umpire's seen too much of this, to be honest. It's called a wide again. It's the same ball. So yeah, this is the thing got to remember. That, yes, he's taking up a stance outside off, but it's by, let's say, 2 stump widths. So if you move the line over 2 stump widths, still if the ball goes over that line or catches any piece of it, you've got to call it a wide. So I actually think it is good umpiring. Now it's in the air, and this is going to fall into space, and it's going to run away for 4. So trying yet another bowler. Going to a 7th bowler here in the 10th, and Sazid is just finding it a bit difficult to get it right. So it goes wide, wide 4, so effectively that's 6 off the first ball. It's well bowled. It shows you sometimes you can outsmart the batter by just bowling straight. It's pretty unlucky it hasn't cracked into the leg stump. Yeah, but it shows you how tough the umpires have it. Because it's hard enough kind of judging those when there's a line there that you can see. And then when you're having to judge it against an imaginary line in your head, not easy. And there we go. Mustafa gets castled. Sazid. He's looked good when he's straightened things up a touch. And he gets that one to go through. A little bit lower, I think, than Shahid Mustafa was expecting. Bangs into the top of middle stump. And the Tigers finally get Shahid. He'll go for 18 off 13 deliveries, a 4 and a 6 in there. And he's the 5th wicket to fall. It's 131 for 5. Here's Humayun Jyoti coming to the crease. He's a former Tiger, so he'll know his teammates very well. He said, yeah, there's no issues between him and the Tigers. He just wanted to move on and, I suppose, play with a few other players and try and increase his cricket experience, if you like. Anyway, he's got 3 to come. Gets a bad ball first up. That'll be 4. Knee-high full toss. And Sazid, yeah, again, I don't mind him going full up, but he overdoes it. And the in-drift took it to the pads of Jyoti, who catches him with 4. I'd love to somehow keep him in the 130s here, Tigers, because we know that they are capable of hitting that kind of a score. Won't be easy against Smashton. Of course, they've got some good bowlers, but no, it's a pretty batting-friendly dynamic here at Mashta. Couple to come. Well, Jyoti steps across and he blasts this one over the leg side. Oh, it could be a catching chance. Well, it isn't. Everyone was scrambling over there. What a shot. Maximo. Sazid gets a reality check. And it won't be in the 130s. It'll be in the 140s. So that makes it 141. Jyoti, more keeper than bat, but he's showing he can hold it and hit the ball a long way. Last ball coming up. Gets none of it. And he's gone. Well, he's given out LBW. And Jyoti's probably wondering how this can be out because it hits him high up. But I suppose the issue is... Yeah, the issue is, I suppose, he's crouching so low. My feeling is it might have been missing leg. Let's have a look where it hits him here. Hard to say. I mean, I had my doubts about that one, but it probably evens out the other one, if I'm honest. Probably doesn't matter so much anyway. Cost them a run. But Jyoti LBW after hitting a massive 6. So the final score is going to be 141 for 6. Off the 10 overs, Mashta being inserted by the Tigers. But it was the Tigers that were under attack early, wasn't it? Wakas Haida, though, he ended up being dismissed. Very good catch, that one taken by Azad. But then the Sher Ali show took off, didn't it? That was until he holed out, trying for that vacant leg side. And then Soleri came out and whacked a 6. But then he was out soon after. That was an incredible catch by Azad. Rizvi Hock, he had an okay time, I'd say. A couple got away from him, didn't get hurt too much. That was an avoidable one, wasn't it? That got away from the fielder, and it was 4 in the end as he slid over the line with the ball in hand. Mustafa stuck around for a while, just a 4 and a 6. Couldn't do too much while he was there. Played some nice shots, particularly on the cut. Hussain eventually went after being bogged down for a while. And Farouk Ahmed, yeah, probably not his best over. Couldn't really work out what he was trying to do. This was an unlucky one. So a couple of those ones probably should have gone for 1 that ended up being 4. This was a tough one where there were so many of those turquoise shirts around, but no one could find the drop zone. Mustafa went late in the piece. Then Jyoti smashes a 6, and his LBW off the last ball. With the final score for Mashta, 141 for 6. A good score, but not insurmountable, you'd say. Sher Ali top scoring with 41 off just 11 balls. He was brilliant, but he was undone by some clever captaincy, I think, and some clever bowling by Ashraful Alam. Apart from that, Wakas 37 off 15. He bossed it, didn't he? He's a guy that can certainly bat a bit higher than that. Arif Hussain never really got going, 16 off 13. Mustafa, 18 off 13. They're okay, but I suppose Mashta at one stage were on track for a lot more. Jyoti came out, hit a 4 and a 6 late in the piece. As far as the bowling went, I think Ashraful Alam was pretty good in difficult circumstances. 3 for 24, and he removed some threats. That was the key. Sabi got the treatment. I feel bad for him, although he has had a good series. I'm sure he'll come back strongly. Sajjad Hassan was a brilliant bowler, 1 for 11 off his 2 overs. Sazid got last over responsibilities. He did take 2 wickets, but he also went for 17. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back in a few minutes with the chase. Let's see if the Tigers can deal with the bat. Only 142. Mashta hoping to make it a winning start to their day. As we'll be back very, very shortly. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. We'll see if Mashta can go 2 for 2 after this, or whether the Tigers can tame them. We'll see you after the break for more action from Sweden. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the biggest cricket series in the world. It's the FanCode European Cricket Series. We are hopping all across Europe this year, and we're almost at the midpoint of the year. Hard to believe that, isn't it? But we are in Stockholm, Sweden currently. Beautiful sunny weather, currently 17 degrees with a light breeze, plenty of blue sky, and heading for a maximum temperature of 18 before too long. Right now, you're watching the host Mashta coming out to defend their total of 141, which they scored in the first innings of this. Match number 22, and it's the Stockholm Tigers who are ready to make the chase. So I want to welcome all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from. Great to have your company, as always, on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. Time to get going. It's Ajmal Raza to start us off, and Farouk, the captain of the Tigers, plays that one away for one. Farouk certainly could use a big score. So we have a left-handers battle to start us off, and Farouk Ahmed's out there with Ahmed Kaur. So it's hard to score 140 without someone going large, I think. I know that Mashta kind of put it together despite no one scoring a half century. They had 5 players reach double figures, so it was kind of a team effort. The Tigers, you feel like someone will have to go large. This one's knocked down. It's very well done by Fahad Wakas. Oh, he looked like a rag doll there, didn't he? He's like a crash test dummy the way that he is able to knock this down. But then, brace for impact. It's almost like the Formula One where you need the tyres to slow him down, but does well to make the stop, and they keep it to 1. Farouk Ahmed's a key here. He hasn't clicked in the series so far for the Tigers. He's very capable of pulling out a big innings. A little bit short, and this one's hit very, very well. Maximo! Error in length from Raza, really, who needs to draw Farouk forward. Farouk just kind of stays back and puts that weight on the back foot and gets 6. Good start this now for the Tigers. Very early days, though. Ajmal with a comeback ball. This one doesn't swing, works down the leg side. The power of starts, eh? The power of starts, getting on top in this battle. And Ras is a very good bowler. When he gets it right, he does swing the ball prodigiously. That regulation left armers swing left to right on your screen. Just got to try and get that 14 and over. And if you can, 14 every over or more. Stay ahead in the game. Little bit short. This is also banged away. Doesn't bounce that much, but Farouk makes a good adjustment. It's going to be 4. This went like a laser to the left of screen. And blink and you'll miss it. 4 more. This has turned into a very good first over. The other thing is maybe you can knock Raz around to the attack here. I think the plan would be for him to bowl overs 1 and 3. But he hasn't really got it right. Doesn't seem to be swinging it, but part of that is the length he's bowling. It hasn't been length which has really allowed the ball to swing. Amjad saying that Fahad's the most animated fielder ever. Yeah, I liked it. He was certainly throwing everything into that effort early in the over. Now, Sherry Ali probably comes in to bowl the second over, you'd imagine. I'll be curious to see if he can swing the ball, because he was swinging it both ways earlier. There's a bit of a search going on at the moment, but I got a feeling it's not one we're going to find. Farouk's hit that so hard. And once it gets to the long stuff, yeah, it's not particularly easy. So I think you're going to have to give up the chase. Time for a new ball. I think that might work in Mashta's favour, you know, because I think if you're replaceable in the first over, they normally replace it with a brand new ball. So let's see if Raza can swing this one. Kind of. Jyoti likes it. But I don't think that Farouk is out here. Kind of goading him to throw, I think. And when the throw comes in, yeah, no problems at all. But Yeah, like I said, some balls swing and some don't swing that much, and the vagary of the sport. No two physical objects could be completely the same, I think. Yeah, material world. Last ball of the over coming up from Raza. Oh, there's another one that's asking for it. It's into the gap, and that's 4 more. Well, that ball might have a short shelf life because that's gone with the rest. While you're there, look for the other one. End of the first over. It's 17 without loss, and a good start for the Tigers. This is such a fascinating series because it's very hard to pick. You'd say Mashta, strong favourites for this, especially after putting 140 plus on the board, but we know that at one stage it looked like they'd score more. 67 matches without a golden ball. That would be drama if we saw a golden ball in this game. Every match so crucial. I just don't think you'll find any easy games in this competition. We still haven't seen Seaside, who come from the south of the country. We'll see them a little bit later on today. We're just waiting on Christian start. We'll be here over the weekend. Anyway, Rahman to bowl the second. This one swings and Causa tries to go leg side and misses. Yeah, curious that they haven't gone to Sher Ali in the second over. He's one that I would have bowled just because of the wizardry of the new ball that he showed earlier on today. But Rahman's very capable. Just thought with the ball in fairly new condition, it might be a good opportunity to get Sher in there. Get good swing from Rahman. So he's swinging the ball. It might be a case that Ajmal just didn't get it right in the first over. I suppose what it allows you to do as well by bowling Rahman here is you don't have to bring Ajmal back if it's just not really happening for him. You can bring Sher Ali on into the third over. Then you can probably go to some slower options like Soleri. Calls up, faces up. Again, shapes to the offside as if he wants to clip to leg, but the movement from Rahman doesn't allow him to do that. So he just takes the one. I think it's smart to get Farouk Ahmed on strike at the moment, especially in the power play. They put 2 fielders back on the leg side, covering the pull. He seemed to have found the gap a couple of times. So there he deals with a right-handed Rahman. That's well bowled and draw him forward. I think that's what they needed to do. Now, Ajmal was a bit off in his length in the first over. You see Farouk just practicing that straight drive. Doesn't want to lose his head there. I think he just his head fell off the shot. Sneaking outside his crease as well. Half a step. This one angled into the pads and clipped away for one. Yeah, Farouk's a guy we have seen playing for Sweden. We saw him at the ECC. Didn't feature too prominently for them, but he was good when he was asked to do a job. Now Causa needs to just play the line of the ball a bit more. He seems to want to go across pretty much everything. He needs to open up that offside because that's the way the movement's coming from Rahman. Well, that's one he could go leg side. That's one that doesn't swing from Rahman. That's just a classic case of ball swinging right to left and then get the action slightly wrong, or you get the release slightly wrong, the wrist slightly wrong, and just continues on its line down the leg side. Fascinating contest, this. Goes up and he goes over. Maximo! Well, yes, it's leg side, but it's a bit straighter, I think. And pretty looking swing from Causa sends that out of here. Keeps them up with the rate. Yeah, they want to be 28 after 2 overs. And Rahman, I suppose it's a challenge kind of a ball. It's not the worst ball. Maybe it's slightly over-pitched, unless you're trying to jam into that block hole. But Causa deals with it. We know that he's a very good striker of the ball. There's been a fair bit of looking in the bushes, a bit like there was in the first innings when Sher Ali was going crazy in the power play. Yeah, Rob's asking, where's Sher Ali? I think a few of our viewers was wondering, how come we haven't seen him yet? I have a feeling we might see him in the third over before this ball gets banged up too much. Oh, this one is a really low bounce. It's a brilliant take by Jyoti. It's the difference when you have a good wicketkeeper in your side. I mean, this could easily go for 4. Hits the edge of the pitch, bang, and have a look at the reactions. He stays low, and it allows him to kind of launch at it, gets a glove, and it actually knocks it into his own gloves. And so, saves a boundary there, Jyoti. It's the end of the over. Score has climbed up to 27 without loss after 2. Have a look at the table. The Tigers, like I said, they have to be perfect from here. Going to be a Cinderella story if they could qualify after being 1 and 4. I think they'd have to win all 5 games. If they do that, you imagine their net run rate will improve as well. I think 6 and 4 and a good net run rate might see you through. Sher Ali is going to get over number 3. I'll be curious to see which way he tries to swing the ball. His natural swing, I think, is into the left-hander, but he's also got the one that goes away. The variation. Yeah, this first one swings right on the middle of the bat of Farouk Maximo. As predicted, he does try the ball that straightens down the line stump to stump, but he gets the length wrong. And Farouk, he's got his iron. He's looking dangerous. So Sher certainly dished out a fair bit in the power play. Now he cops one back. Farouk is the wild card. You know, he's going around the wicket. I'm not so sure about this. I think his plan was fine. He just didn't execute it first ball. Farouk creeps out of his crease again. Hey, this is in the air, and a bit of luck for Farouk, who's been fresh out of luck in this series. You can just see, look at Farouk's contact point here. He's a healthy step out of the crease. And it was a bit of a nothing shot. I mentioned Farouk went to a couple of dismissals that he could be considered a little bit unlucky earlier in the series. And that's a bit of luck that goes his way, because that could have easily gone to one of those fielders waiting in the point region. Causa gets a full toss now, and he'll put it away. So Sher dishing up some full bangers, and now Shoob's going to have to chase that one into the long grass. Maximo! I just don't think he's made the adjustment here, Sher Ali. You've got both batters keen to bat to step out of the crease, maybe trying to counter the movement, maybe trying to take the LBW out of the equation. And he does want to get full, because that's how he can get the ball to swing, but he's just overdone it a couple of times. Calls it a 14, the score up to 40. And now more runs. That's a blast over the leg side, and that was no full toss, but it still goes the same way. Maximo turning into a brilliant power play now. Tigers haven't lost a wicket. They're up to 46. This tournament is so unpredictable. If I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. Tigers on fire at the moment. Slower ball, he picks it and he sends it out of here. Maximo! So he's tried a few things, nothing's worked so far. As this over continues to climb. That was the rolling off cutter. And that brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for the Tigers. Sher Ali's gone magical 25 in this third over. Still a ball to go. Can they get one back here? Happy to take the one. Gets through the field. They might get 2. Bank on it. Good fielding out there from Arif Hussain. That'll be the end of the over. Good confident call there from Causa as well. So the end of the power play, and they're going 3 a ball pace at the moment. It's 54 without loss. And believe it or not, the scores at the end of the power play are exactly the same. 54 each. But the difference is, you can see there that Mashta had lost 3 wickets. The Tigers haven't lost any. 27 come off that over from Sher Ali. Now Soleri comes on. This is a new challenge, isn't it? So just the start you want. They've got it down to kind of 12.5 and over required, which is more or less an average run rate on this field anyway. And so, yeah, Soleri, left-hander coming up. Pushes one a bit too wide. It'll be called, even though I think Solari was squarely in the umpire's way. Yeah, this could be the battle that determines how this innings goes. Farouk takes him on and he wins. Goes leg side, goes with the spin and goes out of the ground. Maximo! Well, both these openers neck and neck for the lead at the moment. The Tigers, when you think about where they were at the end of the power play in the first innings, you thought, well, they're just going to get blown away here. But they've worked themselves back into the game. And now they're batting very, very well. So they'll probably try and drag it wider. He does. Farouk doesn't care. He goes and fetches it and he sends another one into the long grass. Maximo! Back to back. This opening assault knows no bounds at the moment. And now the shoes on the other foot. Mashta need to do what the Tigers did in the first innings, just get a wicket to stop the rot. He's still batting to come for the Tigers. Rizvi Hook at 3. They've listed Sazid at 4. We know how good Azad is. He's listed 5. Farouk at the moment, he's finally showing what he can do. Doesn't quite get hold of this. It's that luck factor I said that Farouk was missing out on it. His batting might be kind of 90% skill, 10% luck, but don't even try it without the 10%. And, there's that one earlier, over or two ago, where Farouk kind of popped one up to the offside on another day. Maybe it gets caught, and he survived, and he's looked very, very good out there. Corsa goes back and hits this to the infielder. Just get one. Mashta need to dig deep here and find something. Whereas they might find themselves heading for a 2-2 record and squarely in the middle of the table. Pitched up, and he's gone. Yeah, he felt the cause and knew that one was coming. It just slid into him. He looked at the umpire, and he looked nervous when he did so. So they do get the breakthrough, and it's Corsa the man to go. Check it out in the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Back pad. I don't think that's missing anything. It's a very good decision from the umpire. And Corsa, yeah, just didn't account for the in-drift there. Not a lot of turn. It is a very productive opening partnership. 68 for 1 off 3.5 overs. And one hitter goes. Another comes as Rizvi Hot comes out at number 3. Didn't waste any time, did he, Corsa? 4 Maximos in the 11 balls he faces. Ends up scoring 28. With Rizvi there, another right-hander. Keeps the left-hand, right-hand combination in order. Jyoti, very nicely, providing the materials required to mark the guard. Rizvi Hoke, though, he'll be hoping that he can kind of seamlessly slot in to the middle and keep the runs flowing. Mashta, they'll be hoping that's the turning point. Rizvi goes for it straight away. And sets a bit of a task for the outfielder out there. That's well done by Shahid Mustafa. Make sure it's only one. And it takes us to the end of the over. Successful one for Hamid Solari, but it does cost 15 as well. And up to 4 overs, the Tigers are 69 for 1. Let's have a look at where we're at. And I think they're ahead. Yeah, they're ahead. In fact, they're pretty close to where Mashta were in the first innings. Mashta would actually be contained from that point. Just have a look at the peak of that gold line in the second over when they scored 29 off that one, the hosts. I think we've got a very interesting contest on our hands. I think as long as it's around the 12 and over mark, I think that's the kind of 50-50 score. 12 to 12.5 and over required. At the moment, 12.16. Zahri Bag is going to bowl over number 5. Tall youngster. And Hoke faces up. Not a bad shot. Still sent a long chase for Sherali. He's not going to get there. Cuatro carreras. Yeah, Hoke does kind of often look like he's shaping up to go leg side, but because he gets a little bit opened up, then if he's late on it, he can then still adjust, hit the ball through the covers. And I think that's what happens there. It's not your kind of traditional shape for a cover drive. But it's really a shot where he's trying to go down the ground or leg side, and then he's rushed a bit. And he's rushed by the extra pace of Zari Baig, but a good start to the over nonetheless. Sandori saying the Tigers are roaring. Yeah, you're not wrong there at the moment. This is more of a Rizvi Hoik attempt. No real attempt to hit that through the offside at all. So yeah, let's have a look at this over. So 12 and over is the required rate. They've got 4 off this over. Let's see what they get off this over. These middle overs are going to determine how easy or how difficult it's going to be for the Tigers late in this chase. It does go offside again. It goes pretty well. Maximo! Yeah, Hunt kind of overdid the leg side. Plant the ball before, but this time he keeps his options open. Uses the pace of Baig against him. He gave him a bit of length to work with. That gets him up to 10 off this over. Keep an eye on how they get off this over. Just to see who's winning this cricket match at the moment. Good batting. Hock has joined in seamlessly, hasn't he? Yeah, he misses out again. Jyoti can't deal with it the second bounce, but he does block it. Most of the keepers have had a bit of a tough time dealing with that area in front of the regular kind of keeping position. He's determined just to get something on it. Doesn't want to let the ball get through him for 4. Does concede 1. Sandori's got some advice. Just keep hitting. Well, Farouk Ahmed is back on strike. He's going to face Baig for the first time. He's been starved of the strike a little bit in the last couple of minutes, Farouk Ahmed. Oh, he gets lucky. Little inside edge. Jyoti partially knocks it down, but I still think it's going to go for 4. So there's the luck factor again. We talked about it. Yeah, I think that Jyoti gets a finger on it, but it's not enough to slow it down enough. So yeah, Farouk makes it to 40 in slightly fortunate circumstances. Once again, the extra pace of Baig works against him. It says 14 off this over, so this over goes down as a win for the Tigers. With the ball remaining, Zari really wants to see the back of Farouk. Oh, not the greatest shot, but he'll get away with it as we get to the end of the 5th over. It's 84 for 1 after 5. We've got a contest on here. I need 58 off the second half of this innings. Just a reminder for all of our viewers around the world that we are counting down to the 3rd edition of the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. It's known as the Euros of Cricket, and it'll feature 31 nations, more than any other time we've done it. In fact, it's 10 more than last year. And it will start on the 25th of September. There'll be 6 groups, 3 days each. Each group will have a final, and the winner of that final will go through to Championship Week. Well, they'll meet the Netherlands 11. And, of course, the other group winners in the 7-team Championship Week. Join us for the Euros of Cricket. It's coming before you know it, right here on the European Cricket Network. To check out more, go to europeancricket.com. Here's Soleri. Starts with a wide, and it might be a wicket. Oh, no, big trouble. Oh, that's a mess up on so many different levels. I don't know what Farouk was thinking. Maybe he thought it got away from Jyoti, but it didn't. And he tried to take a run that wasn't there, but Jyoti airmails it over Soleri, and that was a definite chance to get rid of Farouk Ahmed. And Tigers fans can breathe a sigh of relief. Well, Farouk, can't blame that on bad luck. It was just a bad call, and I think Hock was well within his rights to try and send his captain back. Just a misread from Farouk Ahmed, who thought that got away from Jyoti a bit further. Now full toss, but he doesn't get it. It's hanging in the air. It's Zari Baig to his left, and he takes the catch. So it's not the greatest ball, the Solarial ball, but it does the job. Hook's eyes lit up, and he tried to send it out of the ground, but he sent it higher than he did long. It was a rainmaker, and Zari did very well to scamper around to his left, and they make something out of nothing. So they might have got Farouk. They don't get him, but they do get Rizvi Hock, who goes for a pretty useful 11. But that's one he should have put away, and he didn't. Second wicket falls. It's 85 for 2. And so New batter will come to the crease and he'll be on strike, of course. It's the hard-hitting Kaiser Azad coming out at number 4. So I suppose we always knew it wasn't going to be smooth sailing all the way for the Tigers. They've made a very good start in this chase, but yeah, albeit slim hopes of qualifying for the semi-final stage. Hinge on the next 4 and a bit overs. Azad does the right thing, gets 1. With a wicket of hope, kind of ramps up the pressure, doesn't it, on Farouk, who's been lucky to survive on a couple of occasions in this innings. Popped him up to the offside early, a little inside edge. Went past the stumps just a few moments ago and then really should have been run out by Jyoti. Now gets lucky again, French cut, but he will get 1. As long as he's there, Farouk Ahmed, you feel the Tigers have it more or less under control. Azad, I think he can still afford to attack. I don't think he has to be too defensive here because that's not his game. He's an attacking player. They've still got wickets in hand. He'll actually take some pressure off by hitting some boundaries. Instead, he's a little bit careful with this full toss and just strokes it away for 1. It depends what kind of player you are. Another sort of player, I might say, yeah, just push the 1, bring Farouk on strike. But I think that Azad is a good hitter in his own right. A bit like Rizvi Hawk, came out playing shots. He wasn't missing too many, so there was no real risk there of too many dot balls. Farouk goes after this, and it's going to get over Zari Barg. He just misjudged that slightly, had a couple more metres to work with than he realised, but the result is Maximo. Farouk Ahmed gets lucky again. It's a finger tipper, but you can see where he is there. He's got 2 more metres he could have been back, and I think if he was back, I think he has a lot of an easier time catching it, so it will be 6 to finish the over. There's 94 for 2 after 6, Farouk to 47. Got a game on our hands here, don't we? Isn't cricket funny? Isn't cricket a microcosm of life? Sometimes you just seem to have a run where nothing seems to go right for you, and when it does, yeah, everything seems to fall into place. At the moment, this innings from Farouk is like the opposite of an Alanis Morissette song. It's Zari Barg. Well, he's got the responsibility to come back and bowl now. Over number 7. Azad works it away. He's looked pretty accomplished there, just getting bat on ball, and he does seem happy to get to the other end and let Farouk ride his luck. He's within touching distance of a half century now. Farouk's the highest individual scorer in this match. Now, can he pull this off for the Tigers? Still hanging around that 12 and a half and over. Hasn't moved too much, has it? That required run rate. Good game, this. And this is hit pretty well. Fielder does extremely well to cut this off. This was scooting along the turf for Wakas Haida. Gets down, keeps it to 1. Also gets Farouk off strike. What do you think in the chat? Who's ahead in this game? Pretty close, isn't it? A few people have got the golden ball tingle. Dave says, seems like the Tigers have hit a brick wall. We'll have to bust through it. Azad, again, happy just to guide it away, get bat on ball. They get 1. That's all they'll get despite the slight fumble. Yeah. When people asking about my golden ball call, I said I just don't think we'll get to 100. All right, I'm not saying there will be one today. Of course, I'll be pleasantly surprised. But I tell you what, if you want me to call it, I'll call it. Maybe there's a golden ball we're looking at here. Farouk on 48. Short. Probably could have left it alone. Instead, he picks out the fielder. Farouk's annoyed at himself there. Again, I didn't see it from square on, but looks to me probably would have been a wide, you know. If anything, that's one you kind of uppercut and maybe get the boundary that way. But anyway, he survived. That's the main thing. Mashed up. Important game for them as well, early in their series. They already kind of dropped one that they wished they hadn't, where they didn't make enough runs. This time they have made enough runs, you'd imagine. Farouk steps across and It's just a wild and woolly swing. Trying to go for that favourite leg side of his. Bag, who missed I suppose, a fairly difficult chance in the last over. Well, it was difficult because he was just slightly out of position on the boundary. He's followed up with a pretty good over here. Last ball of the 7th coming up. No ball called and 6. And it's not a good result at all as Farouk Ahmed brings up his 50. You have a look at it here. Nothing behind the line. And so Farouk smacks it out of here and he brings up his 50 off just 20 balls. And he's all business. Not too much of a flourish, not too much of a celebration. He's got a free hit to deal with now as well. So 38 off 19, exactly 2 a ball required. The 100 comes up for the Tigers. And here's the last ball of the 7th over. Farouk with the immunity cloak. Well, he gets pretty funkalicious. He gets a fair piece, and it's got all the way. Maximo! Well, he shows him what he's going to do. He shows the ramp. Would have been a wide, but he times it just enough to get it out of here. I don't think he made very clean contact, but it was good enough. Uses the pace of Bag against him. That all went wrong for Mashta towards the end of the 7th. 110 for 2. 3 overs remaining, 32 required. And coming up next, Albi Zalmi, the defending champions. They'll be on deck, taking on Sikif, who had a bit of a rough start to the day against the hosts. News from the toss, Albi Zalmi winning the toss and bowling. So Sikif, we saw Imtiaz batting 3 for them earlier today. Maybe he'll go back to the top of the order. But looking at Albi Zalmi, they listed Kudratullah at 3. Azam Khalil listed to open. Aman Zahid comes into the lineup for them, as does Murtaza Saeed and Mashal Khan, the last ball hero. He's in there. What about Ismail Zia? He's listed down at 7, but don't forget, he's coming off a century, so maybe we'll see him batting a bit higher. Here's Nazmul Hashan trying to get things back under control. Azad has looked very happy just to take singles at the moment. He's facing up now. And this time he wants to go bigger, but he might have found trouble. It's Soleri that comes in and he takes the catch. So Azad runs out of patience for the first time. He really tries an attacking shot and he holds out. Hashan comes up with a wicket. Kind of sets himself, maybe a slightly slower ball from Hashan because it never really arrived as quickly as the batter was thinking. Now Azad's going to have to go. He looks disappointed. You can understand why. Still Tigers in decent shape. 110 for 3. Well bowled by Hashan, though. He breaks through with a wicket first ball. What a game this is. I'm certainly not ruling out the GB. Well, it's going to be Shuba Rakshit who's coming out wearing the 911 shirt. Well, if it's an emergency, I suppose you call Shuba. He's facing up now, and he's going to elevate leg side. First ball disappears. Maximo! Wow, what a start. Yeah, the siren's blaring as Rakshit goes big first ball and a steadier. I suppose just getting a bit leg side wasn't the best delivery to follow up from Hashan, was it? So 26 off 16 required. He called it, didn't we, in the first innings. The Tigers needed to keep it down to something kind of 135 to 145. We know they can score those kind of scores. Right now they're right on target. Hashan with the comeback ball. Goes again, but he should be gone here. It'll be 6 and out. It is. So I suppose it's a productive innings from Rakshit, but it doesn't last too long. He does get him 6 closer, though. There's Hashan. He's had a bit of everything in this over. This is skewed out towards Wakas Haider. He's had the ball slicing towards him. And, yeah, he was the man to do it. And he gives a little bit of a stink eye to Rahman, but I think Rahman did too much wrong. He left him alone. And Haider does the rest. So 116 for 4. Look, 6 and out. Certainly better than, I'd actually argue it might have been a more productive innings than Azad's 4 off 5, even though Azad was there for a while. New batter coming to the crease is Ashraful Alam. Everyone seems pretty sure that there's a golden ball coming today. Right, Ashraful See what his approach is. He goes for it straight away. Hyder's in the game again, and he'll take another catch. So Hashan is on a hat trick. And another ball off the outside half of the bat. Just takes it on. If it's a bit finer, probably gets away from Wakas, but he takes it no problem at all. There's no question about whose catch that was. So Ashraful goes for a golden duck. I suppose he doesn't waste too much time while he's there. Takes it on, loses the battle. And well, that means that the bowler, Nazmul Hashan, is on a hat trick. He's got 3 for 6 now. He's got 3 wickets out of 4 balls. The other ball went for 6. Yeah, you see, the last person to take a hat trick was Murad Ozbek, but also we had Dave Patel take a hat trick in Bulgaria. And of course, we saw Baluch there from Ariana Keefe took a hat trick in the ECL. It's the only Swedish name on that list at the moment. So it's going to be Hasnain Sabir to face the hat trick ball. Oh, and he almost takes it too. So 3 wickets in this over. And now, I mean, I'd go as far to say that Sabir might as well swing at this. I know you don't really want to lose another wicket, but I do think you want Farouk Ahmed on strike at the start of the 9th. Let's see what happens. Depth getting tested of the Tigers. Oh, this one doesn't get up at all. It's called a wide. That's not a bad result. Any run is helpful for the Tigers at the moment. I might probably have a third man in here. I'm trying to think of where I'll hit a 4. That's probably the first one that comes to mind, like a little nick. But Sabir faces up to Hashan with 3 wickets in this over. Last ball of it. Oh, that's a really nice shot from the youngster. The Tiger Cub breaks out with 4 as Hashan overcorrects, gets on the pads and gets 4. That's a great result for the Tigers. As the 8th over comes to a close, it had a 6, a 4 and 3 wickets in it. And the score is 121 for 8. So 21 required off the last 2 overs. And a brilliant, instinctive kind of a flick away, wasn't it, from Hasnain Sabir there. And they're a bit ahead of what they need to be, but they have had a revolving door of batters come and go in the last few minutes. And I say it all happens in the 9th. I'm sure this will be no exception. This is the key battle now. Farouk versus whoever's bowling at him. It's going to be Muhammad Rahman who's going to bowl over number 9. He bowled the second. He's bowling the second last. Farouk gets the ball in the block hole. He turns down the single. So you don't want to be doing that too often, but I can totally understand Farouk wants to kind of control the strike if it possible. Doesn't necessarily want to farm it, but that's one. If he takes one, he's a bit worried about how and if he's going to get back to that striker's end with balls running out. 21 off 11. Full toss, loses his shape, hangs in the air and gone. So just fell off the shot slightly. Rahman gets Farouk with a full toss. Another full toss takes a wicket. And so Stockholm Tigers so close yet so far. Farouk runs out of luck on 60 and he's going to have to go. Again, one hand off the bat. It was uncontrolled. He's probably trying to hit that straight or to the leg side and maybe could have stroked through it. And a nicely taken catch as well. Farouk, he bats very well, gets a pat on the back from Shahid Mustafa. But he's only taken his team to the edge of greatness. Someone else will have to push them over the line. As he goes, 7 Maximos, 3 4s in his innings. 22 balls faced, he goes for 60. And the score is 121 for 6. Got to say as well, it's a pretty good catch taken. I think that's Fahad Wakas who came from behind point to grab that. And this will bring Sazid to the crease. Well, Sazid was prominent late in the first innings as he was asked to bowl the 10th over. Rahman gets a bit lucky there, doesn't he? Full toss, but I often say that no full toss is probably better than missing your Yorker by 1 metre too short, where they can kind of just drive you up and out of the ground. Often full tosses will rush batters. So he's just having his helmet worked out. Jyoti, he's friendlier than your average wicket keeper. He will help you with a few things when you come to the crease. I probably would have said, now I've put it on you, get ready for it to get rattled. Maybe would have whispered that in the batter's ear. Anyway, it's Azid. I feel like they're about 4 boundaries away from winning this game. There's 10 balls left. Where are they going to come from? Digs it out. Dot ball. Rahman right where he needs to be. Yeah, Rahman bowled in the second over. And he went for 10 back then. I haven't gone back to Ajmal Raza. It didn't really surprise me because he didn't seem to be able to get the ball to talk the way he wanted. He's an option to come back if they wanted, though. Bit of width. Not a bad shot. But the fielder perfectly positioned down there. That's Arif Hussain. Keeps it to 1. It shows it's not a bad shot at all. The pressure of these stops, hey? They've got plenty of options. They could bring back Hashan for a second over. Probably what I'd do. He took 3 for 11. You got Sher Ali still to bowl. You got Ajmal Raza still to bowl a second. I think they'll probably go for Hashan. He came good in the 8th. And there's a wicket. Rahman goes straight through the gates a bit. Comes up with a boundary, but no more. And the Tigers just faltering towards the end of this chase. Still 20 to get. Now they've lost a 7th wicket. It's 122 for 7. So Rahman keeps it uncomplicated as he just searches for the stumps and he knocks them over. Disappointment for the Tigers. Like I said, the depth really being tested here. And there's something about the chase as well. There's an extra scoreboard pressure. Both teams having bright starts in this game, but not having so much success in the second half of their innings with the bat. They need a hero here, don't they? 20 required. 7 balls remaining. Full toss. Probably should be hit. It is, but only for 1. This is Alamgir, the keeper. Coming through, they'll just get 1. And that's a brilliant over by Rahman. As he only concedes 2 and he takes 2 wickets. So the last 2 overs have seen 5 wickets fall for just 13 runs. And we know it can happen. We know that 1 wicket can bring more and bring a bit of chaos. And now they're going to need an incredible last over if it's going to be close even. They are going back to Hashan. No surprises there. As he did take 3 wickets in the last over. Did go for a 6 and a 4 though and a wide. So there were 11 off that over. And looks like Jyoti's coming up to the stumps. All right, 19 required. I asked it before, where are the boundaries going to come from here? Oh, wide. Unless that's hit the pad. No, it's a wide. Good keeping by Jyoti. Interesting he's decided to go up to the stumps here. Probably feels he could take a wicket, and a couple of wickets could pretty much end things. If we do get a tie, of course, we'll go to a golden ball. We're a fair way away from that. They'll need 18 off this over to do that. Hashan knocks him over. And Alamgir swings all across it. They put the choke on with Jyoti up to the stumps. And Hashan comes to the party. The hair flowing in the Stockholm breeze. And it does seem like the hosts are going to hold on here. 124 for 8. That's 4 wickets for Hashan. And we got a feel for the Tigers. Middle order hasn't quite been able to keep going at the rate required. Fruit getting out when he did. And now he has 4 wickets, so who knows? He might be adding another name to that. Yasin Khan, youngest player ever to take a fifer. He took 5 for 26 just yesterday. He might not just get 5, he could get 6 here, you know. Won't be able to get 7, which has never been done, because they'll be out of wickets. Anyway, it's Abab, Firoz Abab, it's the new batter, and kind of need a miracle now, don't they? I mean, they're 3 sixes away. As Corey would say, there's probably more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way. It's still, it'll be a story for the ages if Abab can pull it out here. Hasham with his tail up. He's got 4 for 12. I get one. I get some one closer. And I think Sazid is saying, all right, listen, if you're going to push, it's going to have to be me. So we're going to see an attempt at least, because Sazid needs 17 or 4. Well, let's say 16 or 4 to tie. So boundary or bust really for Sazid. He tries. He's not going to beat the fielder, Soleri, who picks up and he's clean as you like. So now we're talking 16 off 3, and now you're out of chances. If this doesn't go to the boundary or above, you can forget it. This is where, I don't know if I'm Jyoti here, I might even stand back. I mean, the only thing like a 5 wides or something can throw you, but he's going to stay up. That's a wide, so that helps. Makes it 15 off 2. Hashan, he bowls well. Might need to work on his eyesight a little bit, because that was clearly a wide. Misses the line. Does have quite kind eyes, and he tried to use those to his advantage, but the umpire wasn't having any of it. 15 off 3 then. Still need that boundary. Oh, there it is. Oh, he just stroked straight through it. Abab. Where did that come from? Maximo. Well, that ball essentially goes for 7. And just when you thought this game was over, it's very much alive. And where did that come from? So 9 off 2. This is where you've got to be smart as well. A 1's no good for you. You at least need to go for a 2 if it doesn't go for 4 or 6. And then you can tie it with a Maximo. Anyway, needing more of that. 2 to come. Oh, and he misses. He misses a full toss. Great take by Jyoti up to the stumps. Again, the power of the keeper. That gets through. That's trouble. It was a full toss, and now just got to bowl straight. They need 8 to tie. 9 to win. And Hashan just searching for the 5-wicket haul. And he bowls a wide. He tried to do something different there and just bowled straight and slower. It was unnatural. So, well, another one of those keeps the game alive. Here we go. Any legal delivery is fine for Mashta. And it is, and they're going to do it, even though it goes for 4. So a brave effort by Abab, but another thrilling game involving the Tigers, but they won't get over the line. It's going to be 3 runs the margin. Mashta hold on. The final score in match 22. Mashta Cricket Club 141. Stockholm Tigers 138. It's a brilliant game, but it kind of sinks the Tigers, doesn't it? Who fall to a 1-5 record. This is what's coming up next. We've got Sikif versus Albi Zalmi. Albi Zalmi winning the toss and sending in Sikif. So we'll have a quick break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, but first, let's have a look at the highlights. And you can see Ajmal Raza didn't really click for him, didn't really swing the ball in the fashion that we're used to. And Farouk, well, it was his time to shine, wasn't it? Had that bit of luck there, and he certainly was able to cash in on that as he'd strike 60. Meanwhile, Corsa, he was looking dangerous while he was there as well. Real attacking intent. Farouk, he likes that leg side in particular. As far as Corsa, he ended up swinging across a pretty straight one, getting caught plump. LBW for 28, but did strike 4 Maximos, and he got them ahead of where they needed to be. As we saw Mashta just scrambling for that wicket. They should have run Farouk Ahmed out here, but Jyoti cooked it. He sent it straight over the bowler's head. And Soleri, he was frustrated then, but he had a wicket soon after as Rizvi Hoke holed out to Baig. But then this one probably should have been caught, or at least should have had Baig on the boundary. It went through his hands for 6. Then we had a no ball 6, and then 6 off the ramp on the free hit. Azad, he wasn't quite himself. He was happy to give the strike off the first time he tried an attacking stroke. He holed out to Soleri. And then Wakasada with a couple of important catches. In fact, 2 catches in consecutive balls, and the Tigers hit the skids. They lost 5 for 13 in that 2-over period in overs 8 and 9, and it left them plenty to do, didn't it? And then when Farouk got out, that was big trouble, wasn't it? He went for 60, left it to the middle, to the lower order. And it was just a bridge too far despite some late heroics. We saw them get close, but not close enough. As Hashan, the star, ended up with figures of 4 for 26. And they hold on by the skin of their teeth, Mashta, after a good start to the game and a good finish to the game. They'll get the 2 points. 138, just 3 runs short of the Mashta total. 60 from Farouk Ahmed. Oh, it was good, but unfortunately not quite good enough to get them the win. Corsa with 28. Made a bright start. Hock with 11. Kind of fell away in the middle order. Abab was a real surprise packet at the end as he hit the 6 and a 4 in the closing stages, but it wasn't quite enough to get the Tigers over the line. Another heartbreaker for the Tigers. 4 for 26, Hashan was a star when it counted. And even though he went for a few in the last, he just got home by the barest of margins. Apart from that, 2 wickets for Solari, 2 wickets for Rahman. I think Rahman bowled especially well for Mashta, particularly when he got brought back for his second over. It didn't really click for Raza or Sher Ali, who was swinging around corners in the first game, but not so much in this one. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 or 12 minutes, take you into the third game of the day. And Albi Zalmi, the hosts, not the hosts anymore, pardon me, the defending champions, they will be on strike and they will take on Sikif. So we'll towel yourself down and compose yourself, and I'll see you in a little while. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your Friday. We're having a great time here. Plenty more action still to come. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Stockholm edition of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandu with you on Peacock Friday. Hopefully you're having a great day. We know that we are here. What a finish to that last match. That was absolutely sensational stuff. Now it's time for match number 23. It's going to be Sikif who are taking on Albi Zalmi. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago. Tyrone Peters had the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
I need to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's a hit.
Head. You're gonna bat first.
So the news from the toss there, Albi Zalmi winning the toss and electing to bat first. Well, I think that's a sensible decision. I think that they certainly have the firepower and they are undefeated so far. They're the only team that have played that are undefeated in this series. They're 3-0. And you can bet that they're planning to go large from the get-go. Ismail Zia out there to open the batting. He's coming off 100. He was listed at 7, I think, on the list. But you know, I think very sensibly they're going to put him up the top of the order. Haven't seen them for a few days. Yeah, looking forward to this contest. Sikif, kind of the Jekyll and Hyde team of this competition, aren't they? Looks like they're going for a spin first. I don't mind this. We haven't seen this too often. Maybe because the ball has been swinging around. But, yeah, we're going to see some spin. It looks like it's going to be the left arm wrist spinner, Malik Zafar, who's going to open up. So, yeah, welcoming back all of our viewers. No matter where you're watching from around the world, great to have your company once again on what will be a sensational afternoon of cricket, I'm sure. It's about lunchtime here in Sweden at the moment. So, shake, rattle, and... well, we can't roll yet because I need to wait for the clock to tick over. One of those things about cricket. I reckon we've got about 12 seconds. And the countdown is on. And we are pretty close to the start. Anyway, drop us a line, ECN European Cricket Network. And after all that, I think that's we've got a slight delay as the ball went on the field. Here we go, though. Match number 23. Well bowled, good start. Zare kind of gets locked up there. Yeah, it's always interesting to see what tactics are employed. I think tactically it was a pretty interesting game last game as well, to be honest. This time he gets a good swing on it, gets into the gap. Zare off the mark with 4. And what a knock the other day. The only century of this series so far. Young player that just keeps getting better and better. Oh well, a few gremlins in the system, that'll happen. Anyway, this is in the air and this is out of here. That's maximised. Here goes back-to-back boundaries. 4 and 6, pick up 6 and picking up the pace. So Zafar with an early victory. Since then, it's been tough going. Next one's worked away just for 1. So, oh, how about this for a start? 0, 4, 6, 1. They think about another one. They're going to get it. Oh, it's very cheeky running. Ismail Z is out there with Mashal Khan. Okay, it's great to see Mashal Khan getting an opportunity at the top of the order. He was the man that came out number 9 the other day and hit a 6 off the last ball. So, next one's called wide. Goes straight now, and this is going to pitch just inside. It's going to be 4 runs. And so, yeah, nice looking shot there straight through the line. And, well, that one ended up with me in the cube. So, yeah, the camera might be a little bit off next time you see me. But right now, Zia off to the races, 16 off 5. Last ball of the over. It's a low full toss. He'll grab one and he'll grab the strike into the over. Albi Zalmi, 18 without loss. And just a reminder, Albi Zalmi, they're the team, of course, that represented Sweden as their champion club in ECS L22. Made it all the way to the championship week in the top 5 clubs in Europe. And they're considered 30-run favourites over Sikif. 127 to 97 the expected. Nobby's Army. This goes back to their entire T10 career. 144 is very, very healthy runs for as the first ball, second over, played away. See Mashal Khan out there. Big promotion in the order for him. Nobby's Army certainly have a big focus on developing their young players as well while maintaining a high standard of performance. Nami Pangal, the bowler here in over number 2. The guy you would expect often to open the bowling, but I don't mind that they try something at least. A little bit short, it hit pretty well. That's out of here. Maximo! See him making the most of this power play. He's strong off the front foot, strong off the back foot, isn't he? Does love that leg side if you get short to him. And Pangal pays the penalty that time. This is the one that knocked into the commentary camera. Anyway, all seems good now. Short, this one has to go and it will. Hazia gets a gift and he's pretty quick to unwrap it. Maximo moves to 35 off just 10. And this is what's possible when you have one batter on strike a lot of the time in the power play. He's just on a boundary hitting bonanza. And so, yeah, well, he's almost made our systems go haywire. The third time you've seen the intro music. Anyway, 35. Now goes up to something that would have been a wide. He's not satisfied with that at the moment. He'll get a run. And so, I mean, for the first time, we'll get to have a look at Mashal Khan. Back and punches off the back foot, he'll get a single. Just think about why scores have been higher here. One thing is to do with the fact that the outfield's a lot quicker. So what it means is if you're scoring 4s and obviously 6s, that the same batter's on strike rather than the ones turning the strike over. This is in the air. This could be a chance. It's taken. So Zia lightning fast 30, but he's going to go now. Pangal gets the last laugh here at the second over, as he'll take the wickets. Nice catch down there by Zahin Rashid as well. But I suppose he can't always get 100, and that's a very productive innings at the top of the order for the youngster. But he will depart for 30 of just 11 balls. Scores 32 for 1. It's risk, I suppose, when you're hyper-attacking. You miss-hit one ball, and you give a chance. That chance is taken. Still, nice ball striking from Ismail. And this will bring the captain, Hassan Khalil, to the crease. Gives us a chance also to look at the table. And yeah, Seaside, nice to see some of the guys here already. They'll feature in the next game. And they are certainly primed and ready to go. Stockholm Tigers 1 and 5. Going to be pretty much impossible for them to qualify now, you'd imagine. Sikif had a bit of a mixed bag. His first ball from Zafar to Mashal has him swinging across it. And I like the idea to just kind of take the pace off a bit. Nice over the power play coming up. Sikif has some very good players, including Imtiaz behind the stumps. He saw he's very clean there. Dave thinks perhaps someone's rebooted the supercomputer. Not so sure about that. Mashal, 17 years of age. He's after this leg side, tests the fielder. But Adnan Nasir, good to see him back in the lineup as well for Sikif. He's a very good fielder. Makes sure that it's just the single. Goes after this slightly inside out, and I think that's gone all the way. Maximo Khalil off the mark, and he does hit really well through this cover region. Just has the legs to get over the line. The fielder comes around and And in the end, Ramit can't do anything about it. That troubles the Seaside guys that are warming up in the nets at the moment. Now I think just a slight delay. Umpire's having a word to the matter. Not quite sure what that's about. So they've persisted with so far. I suppose with Ismail Zia out, they kind of stick to the plan to bowl spin in the power play. Azam Khalil gets off the mark with a lusty blow. And this one is into the gap as well. That's 4 more. That's all about the placement there. So Khalil, he's off to the races. He's a guy, I quite like him opening, to be honest, but he does tend to kind of hover in that 3 spot, maybe the 4 spot. Not only for Albie Zalmi, but a lot of cricket for Sweden as well. And now just works away on 1. So Khalil, he's already faced as many balls as Mashal Khan has, and he's only just arrived. Wow, Mashal opens up and he sends this one miles out of the ground. Maximo! Oh, brilliant batting in Zafar. It was a promising start, but didn't get much better after that. This is Khalil who takes him through cover for 4. Then Mashal smacks him away over the leg side. Bit of an exhibition, and that's the 50 as well. And it comes off the last ball of the power play. It's 50 for 1 after 3. Three pretty good overs, and Zafar ends up going 36. At least he's consistent, you could say that. 18 and 18 off his overs. It's going to be Assad now to bowl. So they're searching for some slower options. Seems to be a real tactic to force Albie Zalmi to make the pace. Wow, this is a bit of a half volley, and Azam deals with it. Maximo! Not really an anything ball at that pace. Azam has a good look, and with good technique, he hits straight and he hits true. So Assad, it's a bit of a rough start. They do have the protection of 5 outfielders. They weren't much use that time. Pulls the length back a bit. Azam very quick to send his partner back, and we're going to have a run out here. And so, yeah, Mashal very keen to get going. He backed up and he went. And Azam wasn't never that interested. Let's have a look on the replay. Azam calls and takes 2 steps and says no. But, yeah, Mashal tries to argue the toss, then realises who he's arguing with and then turns around. So, yeah, you can see that. Azam, to be honest, it was not an immediate no. He does take 2 or 3 steps and realises it's straight at the fielder. But then the fielder actually doesn't field it cleanly. He kind of bangs it away. So he says yes and then quickly stops. Mashal saying, hey, but you said yes. And then he realises Azam isn't going to lose that discussion. And good fielding in the end to come back to the action. Azam, that's his one nip back towards him and almost chops it on. New batter out there is Zabiul Niazi for Albie Zalmi. So a couple of things going right for Sikif. Oh, little nick, just away from the keeper. He might have even got a little bit of a glove on that. You can't really put down that as a chance with the keeper up to the stump because he doesn't even touch it, I don't think, in the end. But if he was back, it might have been an opportunity. But that's the deal you make with the devil when you're going to keep up to the stumps. Be a wide. So intense start to this game, really. I'm enjoying it. This one is hit well by Niazi, who gets into his work quickly. First legal ball he faces disappears. Maximo! Assad, probably at that pace, there's little or no margin for error. Gets smacked away. And even though they'll lose wickets, they'll keep playing their shots, won't they, Albies Army? Probably played more of this form of the game than any team at this competition. Now he gets another ball, which he haunts. Is it staying in? I don't think so. Going, gone. Maximo. Back-to-back for Niatsi as Assad's over goes magical, and it takes us to the end of the fourth over. It's 70 for 2. And yeah, pretty rough going so far. Sakif have had some good moments, and they pushed some good teams in this tournament, but I think maybe a bit of the fatigue factor. Just telling it, it's not just physical fatigue, it's mental fatigue, I think, as well. Constantly trying to get yourself up for these contests. And so, we'll have a new bowler. Opened the bowling earlier, but he's a bowler I like because he brings something different to the table. Raja Selvaraj to bowl over number 5. First ball, called a wide. You might say, okay, he stepped over there, but I think at the moment the ball's bowled. He's in a fairly orthodox position. That means the line stays where the line is. Not a bad spot to miss, though, for Selvaraj, as I'm probably looking at that cover region. This time he goes after it anyway, and he's going to get, well, at least one. It's partly knocked down by Irfan Nazir. I'll get 2 in the end. This ball that would have been a wide, actually. His arm throws the hands at it, and gets 2 in the end. I suppose at least he gets something on it, Irfan, otherwise that was going for 4 as well. The greatest LBW appeal. We'll get a single there. It'll be a leg by, I think. As soon as the ball pitches to the right of the stumps, then it can't be at LBW. Well, this is up and it's out of here. Maximo Niatsi with a shot that might bring rain on a sunny day. And he slams this one out of the ground. And it's that open kind of approach where if you're late on it, you can still hit it on the offside. I think originally he's kind of shaping up to play that leg side, but he gives it the full face. And Selvaraj misses by a bit, but he goes a long way. One sneaks down to fine leg, there's nobody home. I think that's going to run away for 4 as well. Certainly not quite where Niatsi wanted it either, but doesn't matter. The boundaries keep on coming. Actually goes through the legs, I think. It's the old-fashioned draw shot. And the result, 4 runs. 180 pace at the moment for the defending champions. Selvaraj finally gets one going his way for a dot. Don't forget that if you make the final in this tournament, you get 2 of the 4, one of the 2 tickets of the 4 available here in Sweden for potential ECL qualification. Once again, he goes high, and I think with the wind, this is blowing out of the ground, or is it? Well, it is anyway, because he stepped out of bounds, and Maximo, 6 runs to Niatsi, who just uses the Earth's natural curvature to his advantage here. It's a perfectly well judged lob wedge, isn't it? You can see, fielder doesn't really know where he is. You can't really blame him. You can't feel for the rope. And so let's have a look as we get to the halfway point. 92 after 5. What's coming up? And you can see that our next stop on the ECS tour will be Romania. And yes, you'll get to see Pavel Florin. He's playing for his new club, UNEFS, UNEFS, which is basically the university, club based at the university there in Romania. He's developing a lot of youngsters there, he's telling me. We'll also get to see plenty of the Romanian national side that we saw in the ECI not too long ago. From the Moral Vasir cricket ground and plenty of other locations there. So Azam Khalil gets back on strike now and he'll get 1. So yeah, going for Slow bowling option again. This is hanging in the air and it's dropped. And it's going to be 4. Salt into the wound. Zahin Rashid has come on. Look, okay, probably not the best ball. A little bit short, but Niazi hasn't timed it. It's amazing how quick he's scoring for a guy that hasn't timed too many out of the middle. Well, he's 28 off 6 now. Make that 32 off 7. It's just fearless batting, isn't it, from Albie? Once again, doesn't quite time this, but he's got that attacking approach. Hand comes off the bat. Yeah, Sundari thinks that Rico's battery would be flat from saying bale, bale, bale if he was here. Yeah, Maximo right through the roof here, isn't it? Cut away into the gap. That'll probably run away for 4 as well. And no end in sight at the moment as that stroke brings up the 100 for Albie Zalmi in just the 6th over. Yeah, looking at the Maximo rate. Probably not quite up to date, but it was around about 9.6. So, I mean, knocking on the door of 10 Maximos per innings. That's basically 1 6 and over on average. Powerful drive, orthodox shot from Azam Khalil. Get 1 there. And so there'll be plenty of batting still to come as well. Short, tries it out, and well, I wonder if this has got a little bit of a something here. In the end, it is going to go to the boundary. Wait for the signal. Yeah, it's off the glove, I think, of Niazi. He's finding a way to score in unusual areas. Let's have a look on the replay. I don't think the keeper was probably going to get this anyway. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Might have been off the arm, actually, rather than the glove, but he's credited with the runs. And so, credit to Rashid for trying something different, but he goes for 15 and 6 overs in. It's 105 for 2. Ismail Zia, 30 early on. Khalil, 26 off 12, but Niazi stolen the show, hasn't he? Can't criticise the bowling too much from Sikif. I mean, they've only bowled 3 wides in the 6 overs. Just not quite able to deal with the stroke makers of Albie Zalmi, looking to put on a big score. Still 4 overs remaining. Saad is coming back in. He went for 20 the first time around. Low full toss. Sam Khalil helps it round the corner. And he gets 4. Again, this outfield's so fast, isn't it? Not really slammed by Azam Khalil, but again, he places it well, lets the field do the work. Looking tough, to say the least. Yeah, Kroom thought the supercomputer prediction was looking about right, but the pace they're going, it's looking like it might be a bit light on once again. A bad ball, probably still goes for 4. Yeah, it does. It's just so hard to bowl to this guy. He goes leg side first. Okay, maybe a bit of width. He stays leg side of the ball. Azam Khalil likes to kind of go through that offside region and doesn't get a long way across when he bats. And ends up going for 4. And whatever hair Assad's got left, I think he's pulling it out at the moment. Khalil to 34 off just 14 balls. Pitched up and he goes straight and he goes well. Bangs that one into the side screen. Maximo! Khalil to 40 off just 15. He plays this on length more than anything. You could pretty much hit that anywhere from straight to point. So he could have gone left to screen, instead he decided to go straight. Plays it on length, hits it very well. Assad, again, don't mind him bowling in that zone. Trying to work out what his best case scenario is here. Hoping for a miss hit. Having a bit of a chat to the keeper, saying, yeah, you watching what I'm watching? Oh, this is a bit of a risky shot, because I think if he misses that, he's plumb LBW or bowled. Khalil does hit it. He moves to 41. He's overtaken Sabuliniazzi now. And both these players out there at the moment featured prominently for Albie Zalmi during their European Cricket League run of 2022. Niazi has about enough of this, and he launches this miles out of here. Maximo! Assad went for 20 the first time around. He's gone for 21 this time around. It's been hard graft. And he still has one ball to go. This over's gone magical, obviously, as well. And 184 pace at the moment. Crazy run rate. Last ball of the over. And this one will be 6 more as it just hangs on the leg stump. And at that pace, Niazi has plenty of time to have a look. He moves to 49, and it's the end of the 7th over. It's 132 for 2. The defending champions putting down a marker. Sakif, they look a little bit like they've been beaten up for the last couple of days. That's the way it's been. They have had some bright moments in the series as well. But yeah, right now, not really in the same echelon as Albi Zalmi. Yeah, Sakif, don't forget, they had 2 good wins. They were able to beat Hammarby in a bit of a boil over, to be honest, in match 14. And then they smacked the Tigers in match 15. That was their bright spots. No ball called. And this is going to be Bilal coming on, but he oversteps first ball. Let's check out the foot here. Front foot needs to have something come down behind the line. Yeah, I think doesn't look like there is. So free hit coming up. Okay, on the positive, he does beat Azam Khalil for bounce. Let's see if Azam tries something fancy here, whether he just stands and delivers. 2 feet in the crease. Walks. Yeah, he can't be stumped. So it's going to be a wide, and he'll get another delivery. Smart play, actually, by Imtiaz. He knows can't be stumped, so he just throws the ball back. Another free hit. Oh, another swing and a miss. Hasn't caught a no ball for height. Yeah, let's have a look at it. It's an interesting one. Yeah, I think that is waist high. He's not a tall man, Azam Khalil. Good keeping, by the way. Anyway, another free hit. Take 3. And Azam can't put this one away either. He does come up with a single. For all of that, the first ball goes for 4. So it's actually not as disastrous as it feels. Niazi, he's been on though, hasn't he, so far? Short, and this might be gone. It's a very, very good catch from Imtiaz behind the stump. As Bilal induces a little bottom edge, and Imtiaz does so well to hold on to this. You can see he's got the stumps as a factor there. He's got the batter's body as a factor, but that is top-class wicket keeping. He's been incredible back there for Sakif in this series. Just stays low, stays really low. He's in discomfort as he takes that, but he takes it nonetheless. So it's the end of Niazi, who won't get to his half century in the end. He is caught behind for 49, and the score is 136 for 3. Top-class wicket keeping. As a keeper myself, I appreciate that. And to be fair to Niazi, and he walks straight away, doesn't wait for the umpire's decision. And Samad Imtiaz impresses us once again. Now, has to do a bit more work, as this is called wide. And really, Sami Khalil coming to the crease means that you're not going to have a great time, because he's been whacking the ball over the place. This one's a proper shin buster. Bilal runs after it anyway. He just tries to pretend it doesn't hurt. That must have hurt. Sami Khalil, he's been batting very well in this series as well. He's another player that gets better every time I see him. This is a nice shot from Azam Khalil up and over the point region. Maximo! This is probably one of the best passes to play so far for Sakif, but then Azam brings him back to earth with a thud. Goes up and over point. Moves to 48. A lot of people appreciating the wicket keeping of Samad Imtiaz. Now he goes up and he goes into the gap and he gets 6 more. Maximo as Azam Khalil brings up his 50. And he brings it up off 21 balls. He's batted well. And you can see he's a hero to these Albies Army youngsters in particular. And he brings up yet another half century. You can see that he's looking like the job's not done either. Nice little acknowledgement towards the crowd. You just see the kind of golfing experience, I think, pound for pound at the moment. 150 up as well for Albies Army. Last ball of the over for Bilal. Oh, it's not Azam's finest effort, but he will keep the strike and he'll move to 55. Bilal avoids going magical, but only just. As we get to the end of the 8th, it's 151 for 3. Vinay's got a question about, has any team scored 200 in a T10 match before? Well, I can probably tell you. The answer is definitely. We've had 5 scores of 200 or more. The top score 229 from Badland Shaheen in a match that saw 403 runs. That was absolutely nuts. ECL final in 2019 was an interesting one because VOC Rotterdam struck 222. That was without losing a wicket. Catalunya CC struck 219 last year. In ECS cricket, though, that 229 is the best. Also saw an international one featuring there. Anyway, start of a new over, but there's no stop to the carnage at the moment. Selvaraj comes on and, again, not a bad ball, but I think Khalil quite enjoys this angle. A lot of batters wouldn't, but I think he does enjoy going offside. Yeah, a couple of magical overs. Could nudge the 200 here. Albies Army would love to be on that list, I'm sure. Oh, this is hit so hard. That's 4. And somebody better go find that, because that's deep in the bushes as well. To be honest, you know, Khalil, like I said, he's one player that will enjoy the kind of immunity from LBW, for example. He's never cramped for room, I think, with Selvaraj bowling from around the wicket. He's looking very comfortable on the drive, isn't he? Now he gets one that's at his body and he sends it out of here. Maximo! Khalil to 69 with an over and a half remaining. Knee-high full toss. The youngsters loving that. Azam Khalil's a real statesman of the game here as well. Does a lot behind the scenes. A mentor to so many young Swedish cricketers as well. Never forget Albies Army through their run through the Group D finals day in 2022 in the ECL. The footage of the youngsters jumping on tables, getting so excited, following their team. It's a better ball. Not a great result, though, as Khalil just knocks it through the offside. Steve Waugh style, circa 1989. That was powerful as he swings himself into the 70s. And this over spelt trouble. 4-4, 6-4. And Khalil to 73. He couldn't, could he? He's left his run pretty late. That's a rare miss hit. As he gets full toss, edges onto his pad. I think with that, the 200 is off the table. I won't make any promises. Vinay's asking why doesn't Selvaraj bowl over the wicket. It'd be interesting if he did. I will say that much. He's driven down a long off. Should just be 1. Khalil controlling the strike. Azam Khalil, that is. Sami finding it hard to get a goal at the moment, I suppose. Sion already is ruling out there, as it's 170 for 3 off 9 overs. Yeah, I'd like to see what would happen if Selvaraj did bowl over the wicket, because he would essentially have that Malinga angle of coming from right out of the umpire's hat, essentially. Of course, we have seen some pretty big scores in this series, haven't we? We have only seen 180 breached once so far. 181, the top score. It was Mashed Up that did that back in match number 8. We've also seen a 179. We've seen a 175 as well. GNSCC Stockholm in match 3. But we'll have to see what Sami Khalil can do about it. Bilal coming back for a second over. Full toss. That's been the virus, hasn't it? Tempted Yorker gone wrong, and there's 4. Sami Khalil saying, well, now it's my time to shine. And he just stands and delivers here. Cracks that with good batting shape. That's one thing I will say about the majority of these Albies Army top 6 is they play technically pretty well, and they can hit those drives through the offside with power. So it all just comes down to your toolbox as a batter. What have you got to work with? Plenty in the case of Sami Khalil. Now this is hit straight, and this will be a tough stop for the field. He's not going to quite get there. Straight as the day is long, and they had pushed it a bit straighter, but not quite straight enough. Sami gets 4. Once again, full toss. Not hitting their spots at the moment, Sikif, and those little errors are having big consequences. There's Khalil. Smacks back-to-back boundaries. 179 now. Surely we'll see the highest score in this competition so far. Now he picks this off a length and he sends it out of here. Maximo! 185, and that is the highest score of the series now. Albies Army winning the toss and batting, and essentially batting Sikif out of the contest. They might not get the 200, but they might go close the way things are going. There's one way to avoid getting hit to the boundary, I think. Still, as a neutral, you've got to enjoy the stroke making from Albies Army. If you want a close contest, though, I think you might need to wait for another opportunity. No ball called. Can't be stumped anyway because it's no ball. And a free hit coming up. Don't think he lifts his foot. Yeah, it might have been out, actually, if it wasn't a no ball. It's late getting it back, but Bilal, repeat offence. If that had gone for 6, then the 200 might have been on. But as it is, the best they can do is 198 unless we see another extra. Sami. Can't be out. No ball called again. Oh, boy. So another one. Now you could get the 200, you know, because that'll be 1 and a no ball. Yeah. Just overstriding. Like I said, little mistakes having big consequences. Well, Azam, he gets another free hit. And this one will be sent out of the ground. And, well, the 200 might be back from the dead because that's 194. And there's still a ball remaining. Albies Army, could they join that exclusive list? Azam takes the 194. And if they could hit this for a 6, Albies Army will have a place on the Hall of Fame in the 200 club. It's a very exclusive club. I don't see anything Swedish on there at the moment. But well, to do that, he'd have to hit this for 6. And Bilal, well, it's probably a good idea that he keeps his foot behind the line. All right. So, can they get there? Big smile on Azam Khalil's face. He's on 81. 6 for the 200. Oh, no. No. What's going on here? Well, that'll be a no ball plus 1. And it means that Sami Khalil will need 4 to get to 200. Now they might not just make the list. They might not be on the bottom of it. So, well, I'll try something. It goes very wrong. Here we go. Boundary for the 200 then. Any boundary. And they'll get there. So they'll finish exactly 200. And Bilal is going to go for plenty again. This is highish, you know. Let's just have a quick check. He's on the charge, isn't he? Oh, yeah, he's probably just okay because they've had his crease. And so 200 for 3, Albies Army. They do join that exclusive 200 club. And for Sikif, well, don't know what to say exactly as far as they're concerned. Hey, it's a mixture of slightly off bowling, but also you got to hand it to Albies Army. They battered the house down, didn't they, in the first half of match 23. And we only seen it a handful of times. We have another member of the 200 club, and it is one of the people's team, Albies Army, that are able to do it as we roll into the highlights. And if you're a fan of big hitting, I think you'll enjoy this next couple of minutes because they were in form, weren't they? With Ismail Zia starting us off with 30 off just 11. Got us off to a very good start. And then it was Marshall Khan who got the opportunity to open the batting. In the end, he only faced 4 balls. And one of them was a good one as he smacked that one away for 6. Unfortunately for him, there'd be a run out that would end his involvement. Azam Khalil, 82 off 31. He just had a nice free and easy approach, didn't he? He's very hard to bowl to. Doesn't have too many obvious weaknesses. Kroom, I noticed that he's gifted a membership maybe for the 200. That was Marshall, unfortunately run out after a miscommunication with his captain, Niazi. He was lightning, wasn't he? 49 off just 12 balls. Didn't make his half century, but didn't matter. Almost brought rain on a sunny day, didn't he? Judged this one. Got just over the line. Fielder was out of bounds as it was. As Niazi struck 6 sixes and 3 fours, considering he got out off 1 ball. And he only faced 12. Shows you that plenty were disappearing. Azam Khalil wasn't finished yet either. And he would smack that away over the leg side for 6. And even though Niazi went to a very good catch by Samad Imtiaz, that was one of the few highlights for Sakif in this innings. As Albies Army would continue the march. Sami Khalil came to the crease, couldn't really pinch the strike too much because Azam was putting on a show at the other end. Sakif tried a few things, Selvaraj, didn't get it right too often, did he? And Sami Khalil joined the party in what turned out to be a very long last over. I think it was probably 9 balls long with 3 front foot, or 2 front foot no balls, and that took it to 196. And then needing 4 for the 200, Sami Khalil came up with the goods down the ground. So 200 for 3. And well, you want to talk about impossible chases. We saw Sweden involved in one a couple of years ago. I think this is literally about as impossible as it gets. They do hit the 200 in the end because they come home with a wet sail. They score 90 off the first half. They score 110 off the second half. Azam Khalil, 82 off 31. Stole the show with 7 4s, 7 6s. But apart from that, he had a couple of likely heroes at his side. Ismail Zia opened up with 30 off 11. The RC 49 in very quick time, and Sami Khalil finishing things off. 11 extras, but there's those no balls really hurting Sakif towards the end of the innings. That last over went supersonic. 30 came off it. Look away now if you don't like violence, because those figures aren't what Sakif fans will want to see, although Pangal bowled 1 over for 14. That actually looks good in the context of what went on after that. He took 1 wicket. Bilal did take a wicket, but he went for 49, including 30 in that last over. He just couldn't keep the foot behind the line. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with the second half in a few minutes, and we'll see what Sakif can put together. Albies Army, they'll be keen to make it a big win. So Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We'll be back shortly to see what happens in the Jays. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the scene of the destruction. It's the Mashta Cricket Ground here in Stockholm, where we're watching the defending champions, Albi Zalmi, taking on newcomers Sikif, and it wasn't a very good 10 overs for Sikif, to say the least, as Albi Zalmi, they crashed 200 off their 10 overs. Now Sikif have to come and bat. But Sikif, I suppose, have to try and put that out of their mind and put together as many as possible. And I guess we'll see what kind of a chase they can put together. But, yeah, I just want to welcome everyone back to European Cricket Network and our coverage of this European Cricket Series. The biggest European, or the biggest series in the world. And as far as the games played. And so it's great that we can bring you the action. And yeah, every so often you see history, don't you? I noticed that Kroom, he gifted a membership. It does seem pretty random how the memberships get dished out. But yeah, Kirani, congratulations. It looks like you got the lucky membership. Some bits of technology I don't particularly understand still. But Rashid, he's going to get us going. Nazir, and Nazir, the opening partnership for Sikif. Rashid, previously for Linköping. Well, he's going to concede a boundary first ball. Yeah, probably not the greatest bit of fielding by Murtaza, who's into the side. Okay, gets a bit of a Tortuga, to be fair, but it disappears, and I guess that's a good start. Have a look at that. Albi Zalmi find themselves as members of the 200 club now, after cracking that score, and it's a big moment. Anytime a team gets 200, a lot has to go right in your innings for that to happen. Well, now we're going to see 4 buys as Ismail Zia can't deal with the second bounce. And he couldn't have done much about that. Would have lost his front teeth, I think. Probably too far back. Admittedly, it keeps down, but it's so far short of him. He's got next to no chance to react. And so, Harvey's army. Yeah, this can happen sometimes when you put a mountain of runs on the board. You can kind of, I suppose, lose your edge in the field. Oh, well, nothing that Rashid's lost in that delivery. In fact, it's Nazir that's going to lose his wicket. Adnan Nazir hits across one that keeps a little bit low. And that's going to be the first wicket of this response. 8 for 1 now. And yeah, we've seen it a few times, haven't we? These balls staying bale high or below, despite being banged in a little bit. And it results in the first wicket of this innings. Adnan going for 4. Zain Rashid is going to come out in the number 3 spot. And just a little bit of movement back off the pitch as well. As far as Rashid goes, we've seen him playing previously for Linköping in the European Cricket Series. He's got interesting action, doesn't he, Cameron? The way that he hops off the same foot twice. So he bowls off the wrong foot, is the way we normally refer to that. Normally you'll see left, right, alternating, but you'll notice how he does kind of hop off that right foot twice. See? Right, left. I suppose nothing wrong with that. I've known some pretty good bowlers that do that. I suppose the main thing is it's comfortable for him, and at the moment of delivery he's balanced and he's able to replicate that. Short in the air and gone. So Nazir's going to go very first ball. That's Irfan Nazir. And Rashid gets the second wicket in the over. Well, it didn't start too well for Albi's Army with a couple of boundaries off the first 2 balls. No real timing there. Aman Zahid takes the catch. And Zakif, I have the feeling this is going to be a bit of a rough one. If this is anything to go by, Irfan goes very first ball. And the score is 9 for 2. Yeah, I can't criticise the shot too much. It's a wall of infielders waiting for it, though. I suppose that's the thing. This will bring the captain to the crease, Amit Pangal. Super interesting. We haven't seen Samad Imtiaz yet. Maybe they're just saying he's got plenty more to do in this series, and he's got a bit of a workload. So maybe in this situation we'll send out some other guys to have a hit. Ismail, he's got to step up a bit here, otherwise his face isn't going to look that pretty for too long. Liking the kind of Breaking Bad style moustache as well that he's sporting. Anyway, it's the end of the first over. Yeah, what do you think? It's 9 for 2 after 1. It's a bit of Chris Lakov from Bulgaria about that moustache. Those of you that follow ECN. 68 matches since the golden ball. You might as well tick that one over. 200 on the board. Sikif, I suppose, just playing for percentage points, really. It's a great opportunity for Albi's Army as well, maybe to throw the ball around and try a few other options. I think Albi's Army, from memory, they did once bowl 10 different bowlers in one game. Azam Khalil's going to bowl over number 2 here. It's a classic hiding to nothing, to be honest. Anyway, keep us company in the chat. It's a good time for you to get interactive. Hello to Steve McVeigh. To see that you're going well. Reaches for this one and gets 4. Pretty good shot from Rashid. He's a live wire with the bat, isn't he? Has to go and fetch this one, doesn't he? Slide away, drift. Azam Khalil's got this very interesting ball. Kind of comes out of the front of the hand. And it drifts away. A little outswing. He's got some interesting subtle variations. This is cracked away and well handled. Albi's Army do pride themselves on their fielding. We saw that the other day. They've impressed so far, 3-0. I'll make it 4-0 after this. This is up, it's in the air. This is going to be at least 4. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo. As Rashid gets into double figures. And so, Takif trying their best to be competitive here. Azam probably won't be too impressed with that. Maybe I'd like to see. Well, I suppose I was criticising Azam for being a bit too straight, a bit too at the pads the other day. He's gone a little bit too far the other way now. Midon goes back. They've got a kind of a deep backward point now as well. He decides to go straight up. This one sneaks past the bat, grabs a bit of pad, I think. Azam Khalil though. Blast him with the bat, didn't he, in the first innings. And this one's up in the air, and Mashal's got some work to do, and he spills it at the last minute. Mashal just been brought up into the circle. A minute ago, he was back on the boundary. This one with the wind kind of blows towards him. It's right off the bottom of the bat. He comes a long way in. To be honest, Mashal will be disappointed he doesn't hold on to that. Yeah, pretty nice looking drive. Gets through Kudrat. Kudratilla Mirafsal does recover. It's only a single. As we get to the end of the second over, it's 22 for 2. Does have that feel of not really being under pressure, the bowling side at the moment, Albi's Army cricket friending. But anyway, they can probably afford that after they've joined the 200 club. Let's have a look at the table. So 3-0 will become 4-0 here, and we'll see Albi's Army to the top of the table. Stockholm CC, well, funnily enough, they're top of the table with a negative net run rate of 1.5. That's because they won a couple of tight ones yesterday. Got Hudinger there as well. I'm looking at the loss column though. I think once you have 5 losses, you're pretty much out of the running for the finals. I think you can probably sneak in 6 and 4 with a good net run rate. Even that sometimes isn't enough. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on the loss column just because you've got teams that have played an uneven amount of games. And Seaside, they're going to be here for the last couple of games tonight. They should be some good games. Sikif taking off on Seaside, and then Albi's Army taking on Seaside to finish up the day's play. Cameron Rashid comes in to bowl over number 3. And he gets another wicket. This ball keeps down a bit, and Rashid's luck runs out. One Rashid gets another, really. And Cameron Rashid now with 3 for 5. Dangerous to hit across balls on the stumps. See, that back foot doesn't really get across in a position to play that pull shot. Might have been in trouble with the LBW even if he had gotten across a little bit more, but we'll never know. And his pitch gets another victim. So does Cameron Rashid. Score now 22 for 3. Steve saying that he's halfway through putting a new roof up on his house. What are you using in the meantime? So he said, of course, it started lashing down here. Of course, you're in the Algarve, aren't you? On the Iberian Peninsula in Portugal. And so Assad, he'll feel he'd like to get a few lusty blows back. Went for a few when he bowled, Assad. And I like to see it up to the stumps. Certainly an aspect of his keeping which has improved a lot as far as I'm concerned over the past couple of seasons. especially on a pitch where a lot of keeping low. At least you know it'll carry to you if you're keeping up, or it should. And then you just have to deal with one that takes off like that one, and he does pretty well. Cameron Rashid's probably not thrilled about having the keeper up to the stumps because he'll feel that he's a fast bowler, but anyway, he'll deal with it. This is angled away. Some thought of a single, but it won't quite get there. And so Rashid is maybe hunting for a sneaky five-foot. It's played away by Assad. Should get off the mark this time, and he will. And that five is looking a bit less likely now for Rashid. 2 balls remaining. Maybe let us know what you think about this tournament so far. Who do you think has impressed the most? Rami Zalmi have to be up in that conversation. 2-time ECS champions. Rashid gets a thumb on this, but Hazem Khalil will clean up. It'll just be a single. So just 1 ball to go in this power play. Beautiful weather as well. 18 degrees, we've hit our expected maximum. That's a quicker one, I think, from Rashid. Sneaks it through, and Assad finding it hard to get going. He's 1 off 4, and at the end of the power play, Sikif are 24 for 3. Well, it gives me an opportunity to try and remember what SIKIF stands for, S-I-K-I-F. I think it's the Stockholm's International Kultur och Idrottsträning, which basically means the Stockholm International Culture and Sports Association. Well, have a look at that first innings. 90 in the first half, 110 in the second, including 30 off the last over. It'll make your eyes water, won't it? But yeah, Albi Zalmi, only the 6th team in ECN history to hit 200. If only that last one had gone for 6, they would have had clear, I'm going to say, show me that graph again. Is it 3rd or 4th place? Goes 229, 222, 219. Yeah, they would have been clear 4th. I think on a count back, it's how many the other team score, and I don't think they're going to hold the other team to 6 like Super Kings did. Anyway, in the air and gone. Another wicket falls. This time it's the captain, Amit Pangal, who's going to go. It's Jamid Dawodzai. He's been in the wickets this series, hasn't he? First ball just shapes out. Just have a look at the footwork there of Pangal. He opens up that left leg, and it's a long way outside leg stump. Makes it hard to get in the middle of the bat on this. So he just holds out to Kudratullah, and another wicket falls. The score now is 24 for 4. Steve telling me that he's using a tarp. Well, that makes sense while you're working on your roof. So yeah, don't get too much rain in that area, especially this time of the year, right? Raheem asking, can he play ECN cricket? Of course you can. If you're in Europe, join a club, get involved, and I've literally seen hundreds of clubs now in European Cricket Network. Dave asking how the membership gets allocated, that Kroom gifted. The truth is, we don't know. Razak, the new batter, just defends this one out. It's a bit early for random questions, but if you want to throw a random question in, now's not a bad time. Because I feel like Sikif will be lucky to score 100, to be honest, the way things have started. Never mind 200. High score of the year, Albi Zalmi. With that 200 as well, of course. David gets whipped away. This is into the gap. That'll be 4. Nice shot by Razak. Just kind of takes this off a length. I think Dawodzai does a lot wrong there. It's kind of a challenge length, I suppose. Maybe gets a bit straight, but I suppose straight balls can hit the wickets as well. It's just good placement by Razak, by luck or design. Ends up over the boundary. Oh, this is a good shot as well. As it's going, and gone. Maximo! Razak. Yeah, it's a nice free and easy swing again. It's that length. It's about a metre in front of the front pad, and that's the length I've been saying that the batters can step and hit. If they get the middle on it, it disappears, especially with this wind, which is pretty friendly towards the batter. Vinay saying they should at least play the natural game and score 100. Well, I'll be hoping so to save face a little bit. That's a good shot. That wind is fairly whistling through. For the most part, it's straight behind the batter, so the bowler's running straight into it. A good adjustment by Java, just a bit quicker and a bit shorter. Doesn't want him getting on that front foot. And so, yeah, I think we'll see Albi Zalmi throwing the ball around to a few different options. I do think they once did bowl all 10 players. It was back at Norrisport, the previous series. All 10 players available, of course, except for the keeper. No full toss, just knocked down too long off. Hassan Khalil's a very good fielder. He'll jump all over that as we get to the end of the 4th over. Dawood does get a wicket, and at the end of 4, it's 35 for 4. Just have a look at the scenery here at Mashta. Yeah, so just if you want to know where we are, we're around about 40 kilometres north of the centre of Stockholm. But actually, it doesn't take too long to get there. There's an express train that goes from Mashta station. It takes 19 minutes to get you into the city centre, where I might actually make a journey, because Andrew Ryan said that he'll be in there tonight. Maybe a couple of the crew will go in and have a nice evening Friday night in Stockholm. Plan is that I'll be at work tomorrow, but yeah, might be a nice opportunity to catch up with the crew, although some long hours at the moment, so won't be out too late. Let's have a new over. Murtaza Saeed, oh, it's very close to taking a wicket first ball. Well, that angles in and shaves the leg stump. Gets away from Ismail Zia. So it'll be a bye. Just have a look at this come in. Oh, wow. Missed by half a ball, if that. And Murtaza comes into the lineup, gets his opportunity. And the second time he doesn't miss out. Saeed Murtaza goes bang, and over goes the castle. Oh, the first one was close. The second one was more than close. And Sikif loses the 5th wicket. It's 36 for 5. Again, batter Assad trying to go across that ball, doesn't really get up. Not the first time we've seen that, not the last time. Always nice to see players come in and do well. Murtaza comes up with the wicket. And I think Albi Zalmi, they're pretty clear in their objectives to not just have success, but also to grow their club and to give opportunities to youngsters. Got a good junior structure coming through as well, we know that. Got women's team as well. And you can't really blame Saad for going after this. That's not the result he wanted. He maybe kept a touch low, only a touch. And you could tell that Saeed was happy about that. New batter is Raja Selvaraj. He gets another inducker. And Selvaraj is basically facing the opposite of himself, because Selvaraj comes round the wicket and he goes really, really kind of angular, whereas Saeed is the kind of bowler that he'll angle the ball in, and he almost comes over his ear the way that he bowls. Natural in-swing action. Reaches for that, hangs in the air, not quite off the middle, but I think it'll get away to the fence. 4 runs. And Raja Selvaraj gets off the mark. You haven't seen too much of his batting in the series so far. Just reaches for that. Might have even been a wide, you know. Didn't really come in as much as the rest of the deliveries. Dave was hoping for a 200-run golden ball. Well, I think that might be a fantasy. Dave, got to be careful about sharing your fantasies in the chat. This is up, and it's out of here. Maximo! Selvaraj makes the most of the angle this time. So, yeah, nice blow there. Sikif getting something going now. Up to 46. It's just a pick-up length, isn't it? needs to find the happy medium between those last two deliveries. Murtaza Saeed. It's a pretty good shot as well. Cracked through the offside. So Selvaraj showing he can handle the bat as he bangs that one through the point region for a boundary. They do take something away from this over, Sikif. At the end of 5. Brings up the 50 as well. It's 50 for 5. One thing I'm really looking forward to this year, of course, is the European Cricket Championship. And Sweden have been drawn in a very interesting group with Denmark and Italy. I know that Sweden and Denmark, they do play fairly often in T20 international cricket. You've got Italy in there as well. They have qualified for the championship week the last 2 years. Sweden haven't been far away, to be honest. You've got Estonia in there, and they're brand new to T10 international cricket. We'll see them play their first game ever during the ECI at the end of this series. And then another team still to be decided. We'll let you know as soon as we have that team confirmed. But a 3-day group stage. It's play well or go home, basically. ECC coming September 25. Right now, here's Aman Zahid, who's coming on and gets whacked away first ball. No run. Yeah, Aman, great to see him out there. He's always helping us out when Albizami are hosting the tournament. Got his left arm is there. Also a pretty handy bat when required. This one gets away from everybody. No ball call. It's a tough one for Ismail Zia. At least he does have the protection of the helmet. Aman just bustling in. You can see misses the surface completely here. Ismail couldn't get there in time, so it means the free hit is in play. Selvaraj about to try and cash it in. He won't, gets cramped for room. It's more what he was trying to do. The one thing about Selvaraj, he does seem to kind of back away slightly or stay leg side of the ball, so I think this angle is possible for it to cramp him a touch. This one gets through. Ismail Zia. I ain't going to run, though, because Fiona backs it up. Try and work out where he goes wrong here. Just a little bit slow moving to his left. In the end, it doesn't cost him anything because they have the very fine leg. They're tracking the line of the ball. Keeping your eyes in line with the ball. That's the key to those as well. Don't be distracted by the stumps of the batter. It's more in position that time. They take on the arm and they win. Here we saw Imtiaz keeping for Sikif take a very good catch in the first innings where he just judged the line of the ball very well, but also stayed down as long as possible. That's the challenge for Zia because he is so tall, but he's also got pretty long arms. He should keep those hands as low as long as possible. Another one that kind of cramps the batter. Worked away for one. Aman, lovely guy as well. Still searching for a wicket though. 3 off this over. And it's a strike at the end. It goes from 55 for 5 off 5.5 to 55 for 5 off 6. And Zahid has an over that doesn't go for too many there. I suppose he went for 5 total if you include the bye and the leg bye. And so I suppose this one is beyond question, but yeah, Seaside coming up. Watch out for them. They're certainly a team that I'm looking forward to seeing hit the park for the first time. As Kudratullah Mir Afzal is going to bowl over number 7. A short run. This one's in the air. It's not going to carry down to the fielder. It's Saad Nawaz. Hasn't had to do too much so far in this game. Yeah, Seaside are a team. They were runners-up back in the 2020 series. They lost the final to Jönköping down in that series at Göteborg, Gothenburg, as you might know it. We last saw them, it was in that Landskrona last year. This one slightly tight. They might get an overthrow, they won't. It'll just be a single. Yeah, last year they're a little bit disappointing, I suppose, in the Landskrona series. Had a 3-5 record. for heading out in the quarterfinals. So yeah, Seaside, they've got a point to prove. They're looking magnificent in their new purple kits. I've never seen this bright purple. Yeah, so I remember all the way back in 2020. They were involved actually in Golden Ball number 2. Not bad from Zia. Just kind of hopes for the best. Throws himself down the leg side. It will be a wide though. See, they're definitely using a whole bunch of different bowlers. Just Rashid's been bowled out, so you might see as many as 9 bowlers used in this innings, you know. This one's carved away, and this will be 4. So Selvaraj continues his mini cameo. Just trying to score a few credibility points. Yeah, thinking all the way back to 14th of July 2020. It was a very different world. It actually was just after this series here at Mashta, which was in June. Yeah, ECS Gothenburg, or Göteborg, as they say here in Sweden. Seaside taking on Jönköping. Seaside winning the Golden Ball. It's a slower ball. It'll get past everybody. This will be a bye. Again, this is, just look at his, what does he do wrong here? Oh, he gets his head in the right spot. Just kind of yorks him, doesn't it? Goes straight through his legs. Bit of a frustrating one for Ismail. There's that quick leg spinning slower ball from Kudratullah. And I'll tell you what I remember about that Golden Ball back in July 2020 is it was the last ball of the game and the scores were tied, and it was a bit slippery. The batter actually swung and threw his bat before the ball arrived. As we see another ball which is going to be hit down the field for a single. It takes us to the end of the 7th over. It's 65 for 5. Yeah, so he was LBW and he didn't have his bat by the time the ball arrived because he swung and the bat ended up at around square leg. Anyway, speaking of Seaside, that's their lineup for match 24, their first match of the competition, and then taking on a Sikif side that's playing their 7th match. And to be honest, they look like they've gone 12 rounds with Mike Tyson. So Seaside, they're chomping at the bit to get out there. Watch out for Shafat Ali Saeed. He's a very, very good player to have at their disposal. We'll have Karanga behind the stumps. We'll out for Uma Chowdhury and Shiva Ganganava listed to open the batting. And for Sikif, well, they just need to try and pull something out of the fire, out of their day. Hasn't gone well. This will be gone. And so this partnership is broken eventually. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, it does well. Stays behind the stumps. And yeah, he's gone by some distance, isn't he? So Selvaraj, yeah, shows some resistance, doesn't he? 21, he scores. But it's Saad Nawaz that comes up with a wicket off his very first delivery. And Sikif now 65 for 6. And news from the toss, by the way, in match 24, you probably saw it there, is that Seaside have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. So a good confident move from them. Yeah, but to have so many players that are experience in the format, I think makes such a big difference. To have Shafat Ali Saeed there leading the side, I mean, he's a guy we've seen playing for Spain. You've seen him play a lot of cricket. Even I've seen him play for Paco Cant in the ECL. I think that he's a player that can make a huge difference. He's super excited to get out there. Saad with his off spin. That's well bowled. Quick work from Zia as well. Got a bit more time to have a look at the spin offerings of Saad Nawaz. Don't think the foot ever goes anywhere. Zafar, left-hander, coming out, yet to score. This one doesn't get up too much, really taking the air out of the ball. Let me try and work out who hasn't bowled yet. We haven't seen Sami Khalil bowl yet. Wonder if he'll get a bowl. Zabulon Niazi, don't see him bowling that often. Yeah, well bowled again. He's on a maiden here, Nawaz, isn't he? He's Just liking this matchup against the left-hander, I think. It's gone wicket, dot, dot, dot. Here in over number 8. Whipped away to the leg side. Yeah, well fielded. That's good work by Aman out there. Make sure there's no run. He's showing the reflexes of a young man out there. Had to come down a bit further than he thought. Keeps his sunglasses on as well. And a wicket for Nawaz. Well, he doesn't get a maiden, but he does get a second victim. And that'll be the end of the 8th over as well. Razak gets castled for 14 and the score 66 for 7. It's turning into the biggest win of the series. Albi Salmi making a statement. Albi Salmi, we will see them later on against Seaside as well. I just mentioned Seaside have a few players to watch. And nice effort by Razak, but he's going to have to go for 14. It's Sad Nawaz. He's getting the pitch to help him a little bit. Pushes it through and just loses his shape, tries to pull across that. If you don't get the timing right, it's not going to go too well. 66 for 7 after 8. Nawaz is probably banging down the door for a second over now, but I don't know if he'll get one because they do seem to be throwing the ball around. I'd consider it. There's still 3 wickets left to take. 2 overs left to go. Javed Dawood ball over number 9. So far, cracks him down to Nawaz. And they'll just get a single. Let me see who the options are. I mean, you've got so many options who you can bowl. I'd say Nawaz taking 2 for 1. He might have the chance to take a 3 or 4 for, which he wouldn't get the chance to do very often. But then again, he's had his go. This is just leaned on for a single. Stings out of this game a little bit, as you'd imagine. Who else will we get? Will we get maybe Sami Khalil to get an over? Maybe could go back to the youngster, Murtaza Saeed, who's featuring. So as long as he's in the side, you might as well use him. In the air, fielder comes in, Nawaz. He takes a brilliant catch. He ran it and met that at pace, didn't he? It was like 2 forces coming together. So Dawood takes another wicket. Nawaz does brilliantly well to hold his composure. He was scared it wasn't going to carry. It probably wasn't, to be fair. Clutches that ball coming in and slightly to his right. And that's the end of Malik Zafar. He had a bit of a game to forget, to be honest, didn't he? But that's the way it goes in this format. It'll happen. And so, yeah, liking the headband and glasses combo on Sad Nawaz as well. Bilal Ahmed comes out to bat at 10. And poor Sakif, like I said, they've been knocked around a bit, haven't they? And they're going to run into Seaside, who are absolutely chomping at the bit to get out there. Match 24. That for Sakif will be their 7th match. Well bowled. Sneaks it past the outside edge of Bilal's bat. Albi Salmi. I'll have the next game to stop and gather their thoughts before we see them last game of the day. Not a bad looking shot from Bilal. He'll get off the mark with a single. So right now we're looking at kind of 120 plus victory margin. A few spectators coming down as the working week coming to a close. How are they going with 4-day working weeks up here? There's some talk about that. Aman's got some more work. And he'll handle it as we get to the end of the 9th over. Good shift by Dawood. He ends up with 2 for 15 and with an over remaining, 70 for 8. Last over coming up. And let's see who gets it. Looks like Mashal is going to get a second over. Yeah, it's good to see they're on good terms after the run out. Azam Khalil and Mashal just had a little bit of a mix-up was funny at the time. Marshall looked like he wanted to press his case in the middle of the pitch, but then he looked up and saw who he was batting with, and he just decided to turn around and try and get to the other end as soon as possible. That's not an argument you're going to win. Anyway, Marshall, he was the hero the other day. What a moment for him when he hit his only delivery for 6. Last ball 6 to win the game. Right now, he gets an over. Not a bad ball at all, although it's nudged away, and it's going to be 4 as Dawidzite tries to chase it down. That ball just kept gaining on him. So, yeah, nice little push. MTR's coming out super low. I just think, he obviously said, look, you guys have hit this time because I've had plenty of opportunities. Don't waste me at the moment. Nice shot. Cracks it away. That's 4 more. He's a guy, I mean, you can tell his class. I'd like to see him go back to the top of the order, to be honest. I know he's coming out here at 9, and yes, it's the kind of innings where it might be the time to give a few other guys a go, but I think he's too good. Even for number 3, I think he's good enough to handle what bowlers bowl at the start. You shouldn't have to wait for a wicket to get him out there. Maybe we'll see him, I'm sure we'll see him a bit higher in the next game against Seaside. Just how high is the question? Now, knocks this away for 1, and so Marshall will get a crack at the left-hander. Samad Imtiaz, though, his keeping's been first rate. Took a brilliant catch off an under edge. Even some of the keeping off the free hits when Khalil was on strike, Azam Khalil was on strike, was pretty fun stuff to watch. Full toss, and Bilal cracks him through the offside for 4. I think, yeah, maybe Marshall driving for pace, just losing a bit of accuracy and particularly losing his length in the process. So they do get past 80. I wouldn't call this the Grady 80s. When you can have so many matches occasionally, you can have one that loses its bite. I think this is one of them. Couple to come. Yeah, well bowled. That one's fine. And so 1 ball remaining, and yeah, let's not forget, Albies Army, they've joined that exclusive 200 club. They can be very proud of their efforts, and I think they'll slot on account back into probably 5th spot. All-time highest totals. Last ball of the game coming up. And that's how we'll finish it, as Marshall ends up going for 13. And Sakif, well, not surprisingly, couldn't get too much going in response, losing wickets at regular intervals. Albi also gives the opportunity to quite a few different bowlers. The margin of victory in the end will be 117 runs. This is what's coming up next, Sakif. They need to pick themselves up. They need to dust themselves off. They do have about half an hour to recover. MTR's listed at the top. I'd like to see him bat up there. I just think they need to have a crack, don't they? But first, we'll see Seaside batting. Shafat Ali Saeed, of course, the Spanish national team player. He is captaining Seaside. That's the big news. And we'll see them batting after winning the toss. As that game, like I said, 30 minutes from the first ball. Match 24 on the way. Still 2 matches to come from Stockholm. Let's go back to the highlights. Rashid had a bit of a field day early on, didn't he? Just kept zeroing in on those stumps. That was a nice catch taken by Ahmad Zahid at cover point. His occasional flourish wasn't there, but they were few and far between. Azam Khalil probably should have had a wicket here, but Marshall Khan not able to grasp it. Rashid, like I said, he was pretty accurate, wasn't he? Not too many boundaries in there. Saw 9 4s, just a 3 maximos, probably clear sign of the difference between the two teams. The battle of the sixes was won comfortably by Albies Army. This was a nice moment, wasn't it, for Murtaza, as he went through the gate and knocked over Saad Assad. He was pretty happy with that. Why wouldn't he be? Pretty close a couple more times. That one was out of the screws. Saad Nawaz, a bit of a star as well with the ball, and we saw him. Took 2 wickets and only conceded 1 in his over. This was the second one. There's a bit of a theme to a lot of these dismissals. Just trying to heave balls to leg side without covering your stumps. Staying leg side of the ball. This is a great catch as well from Nawaz late in the piece, as he was able to grab that one going forward. But predictably, Sakif well behind in this cricket match. And Albies Army end up winning it by a long, long way. 283 the final. 21 for Selvaraj. Bit of a cameo from him. Scoring of just 11 balls. Apart from that, we saw Rashid with 12 early in the piece. We saw Razak with a run of all 14. Imtiaz down at 9. Kind of takes a breather, that game, doesn't he? But I think he's too important to leave too low. I'd like to see him up at the top of the order in the next game. We'll see if that transpires. I will be chasing against Seaside. 3 for 7, Rashid steals the figures. Apart from that, we saw 2 for Dawood Zai and Nawaz, who took 2 for 1. Murtaza Saeed with the other wicket. He took 1 for 14, but a lot of good performance. In fact, like I said, they used the opportunity to bowl 8 different bowlers. And in the end, it was all academic, wasn't it? So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 25 minutes. Still 2 matches to go, and they both feature Seaside, which are the 10th team in this competition. That just leaves Christian Stunt, who will join us pretty shortly as well over the next couple of days. For now, we saw history in the making. We'll see more after the break. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, and I'll see you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Mashta Cricket Ground here in Stockholm, Sweden. Great to have your company on a beautiful sunny Friday afternoon. Many sound to hear Mr. Maximo for ECN as we head into the final two games of the day, and both of these games will feature a team we haven't seen so far this year, at least in the ECS, and that is Seaside. They've come a long way to be here. It's going to be Sikif taking on Seaside in match 24. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters, the tournament referee, had two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Seaside to goal. Heads. Heads is the goal.
So the news from the toss is that Seaside win the toss and they have elected to bat first. So, no surprises there. I think they fancy themselves in this competition. I can see why. So they're one of two teams that have come a long way to be here, Seaside. That's why we haven't seen them so far in the competition. Shafat Ali Saeed is their captain, and he's a guy that's played T10 international cricket recently for Spain and been very good with the bat and the ball. He's a very brisk left armer and a hard-hitting batter. They've got Chaudhry and Ganganava listed at the top of the order. And as far as Sikh have gone, well, they've come a long way from Monday. It's amazing what a difference 4 days can make. They did have 2 wins in the middle of their campaign so far, but had a really rough day, to say the least. We saw them earlier on in the day in match 21. They were only able to gather 79 runs against Mashta, who knocked it off within 5 overs. And then in the last game, Albizami joined the 200 club against them, clubbing 200, and then Sikif only managing 83. So I said it's a bit like a team that's gone 10 rounds with Mike Tyson against somebody that's just raring to go, hearing the opening bell, isn't it? Here's Chaudhry out there, and Shafat Ali Saeed is actually opening the batting. He's at the other end as we almost are ready to go. And it's going to be Abra Ahmed who's going to bowl, and it's a bit too early to start. So that's why he won't bowl just yet. Yeah, Abra given the new ball responsibilities. But, yeah, Sikif just need to try and find a gear, don't they? We didn't see Abra bowling in the last game either. So, clock's ticked over. We're ready to go. Time to see some Seaside. It starts with 4 runs. Chaudhry goes bang, and he wastes no time at all. Yeah, I mentioned that Seaside just raring to get going here against a team playing their 7th match of the tournament, their 3rd match of the day. And Abra is giving a bit of width, and Chaudhry didn't miss out, did he? Shafat Ali Saeed, looks like that's a Spanish national team helmet at the other end, just saying. Now he walks at it and he's going to get 6 more. Maximo! Pretty good shot this one as he just moseys down the wicket and elevates it over the offside. 4 and 6, and Seaside have arrived. I'll say quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia for the first time today. Of course, there's the World Test Championship on at the moment as well. Yeah, Kroom made a comment about the 4-day working week. I know it's something that was being trialled in Scandinavia. I do think there's some efficiencies in doing that. Make longer days, but 4 days on, 3 days off. I think most people would enjoy that. Good comeback from Abra. Worked away for a single. This means we'll get to see Shafat Ali Saeed on strike. And Shafat ready to go. And yeah, left-hander just provides another complication for the fielding side. He really had a coming of age in this form of the game in the ECS in Barcelona last year with his club. Here at CC Sabadell ended up kind of struggling with a bit of an injury towards the end of that group stage, but he impressed the Spanish national coach and ECN personality. Corey Ruckers impressed him enough to get selection in the Spanish national team. And he starts by pulling one out to deep square leg for 1, so he's off the mark. to be watching closely, I'm sure, as he always is, with his eagle eye. And James asking to let Rhino into the wild for the day. Yep, there's a wild rhino on the loose in Stockholm. Just keep your eyes peeled. Gonna try and hunt him down a little bit later on. Chaudhary's back, and it shows he's also willing to show some respect if the ball's there. Sekif, when you're chasing 200, it's not going to be a great timing, pretty much right off their batting innings, really. I would like to see Imtiaz, who's keeping. I'd like to see him up the top of the order in the second half of this game, or at least top 3. Lifts this one up and over, and that one is out of here. Maximo turns into a pretty good first over for Seaside. Not wasting any time. Said Ali Shafat goes bang. And at the end of the first over, the score is 19 without loss. And so it's been a tough old day, hasn't it? Especially when you have the odd moral victory, but then there's plenty of punches you're copping at the same time. Yeah, it's tough just to keep the feeling up in the side. Anyway, here's Malik Zafar. We saw him bowling in the power play earlier on. I didn't mind it. Started well. Went a bit off the rails after that. I don't think he bowled that badly, actually. He's not that quick through the air. And I think also provides an interesting proposition to the left-hander batter. Hello to Andy House. Hopefully you're well. Dave is asking how come he gets the membership. I think he's asked that a few times. The truth is, nobody knows. Only the YouTube gods know. When someone gives the membership, it just falls to anyone. Bit like catching the bouquet at the wedding, Dave. I don't know if you've ever caught one of those. There's a hint of randomness to it. Anyway, so far so good. Andy, how are you? When will we see you again on the European Cricket Tour? I think I might have just missed you in Bulgaria. So I was on vacation. So far, gets it right again. This will just be a single. Good over so far. Especially after that rollicking start, which provided 19 runs. Just a bit more reasonable this over. Yeah, Kirani was the beneficiary of that gifted membership. Kirani, hope you're enjoying it. Well, this one turns into a full toss, and your margin for error is slim out here. Maximo! Shafat Ali Saeed goes bang, and there's 6 more to the total. Can't get it wrong, even a little bit at this pace. Shafat Ali Saeed, though in the previous T10 International Series, a 7-match series between Spain and Isle of Man, he was thrown up the order a couple of times, did some very good things in addition to taking wickets for fun. That's pretty well bowled as well. Doesn't really matter because Shafat goes bang and whacks him down the ground, teasing the fielders at the moment. There's 4 more. Seaside are very keen to make an impression. I will say, so far, they have. Poor Sikif, when they started so brightly, probably should have won their first game against CC Stockholm, but fell 3 runs short. Their first ever ECN match, but now you feel they're the warm-up act for Seaside. We'll take on Elby later. No disrespect to them, of course. And Shafat Ali Saeed goes bang over the leg side again. Maximo picks this up, and an over that started so well goes off the rails for Zafar, who concedes 17 in the second, and it's 36 without loss after 2. Cracking pace so far. What do you think of Seaside? So far they're not mucking around. It's their first game. They're on the bottom of the table only by alphabetical order. Have all 10 games in hand. I'm looking at the loss column. I think once you get to 4 losses, it's pretty tough to qualify. You might be able to do that with a good net run rate, but you don't want to lose a 5th game. If you do, I think you can kiss your finals aspirations goodbye. Oh, Andy said it'll be in Prague. Well, Andy, I'm looking forward to that. I've got some hot tips in that city as well. Spent some time at a beer festival there a few days ago, from what I recall. Caught up with Danny Hudacek while I was there. Saad Assad is the new bowler. He was the unfortunate owner of 2 magical overs last time we saw him at the bowling crease against Dalby Zalmi, but we'll be hoping for a slightly better turnout this time. He is bowling a power play over, so yeah, once again we're seeing the tactics of slowing things down in the power play. And it doesn't really work. Just drives through the line and gets 6. Maximo for Shafat. Just waits for this, doesn't want to leave the crease. Just trusts his swing, trusts his shape. And that's 6 to the total. His opening partnership spiralling out of control at the moment. Assad, does he have some sort of variation? Yeah, kind of pushed it through a bit. Doesn't matter though, as he generates so much pace there. And Nish is gone as well. Maximo. Well, I thought he was going to be late on this, Shafat, but he has such quick hands. He still gets through the ball and treats himself to 6 more. 34 off 8. Trouble at the old mill for Sikif at the moment. I don't think I've ever seen a team that looks so beat up against a team that's so fresh-faced, if I'm completely honest. Trying to keep the spirits up. This pitch is outside the leg stump. I mean, apart from that, it's absolutely salmon. But have a look where it bounces, just to the left of the stumps. And that's why it can't be out. I think even the fielding side kind of knew that, which is rare. Miss hit from Shafat Ali Saeed. He just loses his shape on that occasion. 50 comes up in pretty quick time. There's nothing pedestrian about Seaside. It's a bit more brisk than a long walk on the beach at the moment, isn't it? 50 in the power play. Assad, he'll just be praying this doesn't go for 6 and he has to cop another 20 run over. And really, I'm hoping for him. Well, no good. It's a good effort from Adnan. He gets a fingertip on that, I think, but he couldn't have done any more. Maximo. And, well, Assad might be setting a record for most consecutive maximum overs or magical overs at the moment, as it's 56 without loss after 3. He's generated the pace and got plenty on it. Chaudhry 21 off 8. Shafat Ali Saeed 35 off 10. And high scoring. That's how I'd put it so far. 19, 17 and 20. I don't want to speak out of turn or speak too early, but we did see a 200 earlier. And Sikif were on the wrong side of that. Dalby Zalmi in their power play. They were able to score 50 and they still ended up with 200. Right now, Seaside are on 56 at the same point. Rashid's going to have a go. Well, good luck. Down the leg side, he goes after it anyway. He could have had a wide or more wides. Instead, he gets 6 runs. Maximo. Shafat Ali Saeed. Like I said, you felt that Seaside resembled caged lions when they were in the nets practicing. They've been waiting days and days and days. I'm sure they've been following the action on the TV. And he just rode that one all the way. Wind kind of blowing around at the moment, all different directions. Now he generates even more pace as he goes to 47. Maximo and Rashid has delivered 2 balls. They've both disappeared for 6. Oh, mercy. What are we looking at here? Where's the wicket got to come from? Sikif, you got to feel for them. They're a team kind of won the hearts, to be honest, earlier in the week with some of their performances. They were catapulted into this series at late notice as well. Got within 3 runs of Genesee Stockholm. And we saw them pull some wins against Hammarby and also over the Tigers, but since then they've lost 4 in a row, and it ain't looking good in the 5th. Over the wicket now. This one actually straightens towards him, and was going down the leg side, but at the moment, it's one of the highlights of the innings, to be honest, for Sekif. Stockholm's International Kultur och Idrottsförening, Stockholm International Culture and Sports Association. Chowdhury hasn't had too much to do, but what he has had to do, he's done well. He's on 21. Driven down the ground. And it's just the one. Again, it feels like a win. .70 already on 191 pace. Oh, Shaffat's lucky to survive this one though. He ends up going for a bye. Imtiaz can't believe that hasn't bowled him. To be honest, I understand. Probably the keeper, you still have to try and cover that line. I just think he got done by the movement, to be honest. Imtiaz, as did the batter. So Shaffat Ali Saeed gets a bit of luck. Last ball of the over. Driven not quite out of the screws, but it means that Chowdhury will retain the strike, and we get to the end of 4 overs. I guess that goes down as a pretty good over for Rashid, especially when he got banged for 2 sixes first up, because just 2 runs come off the rest of the over, plus that bye. So the score now is 72 without loss after 4. Stabilised at that 180 pace. Albi Zalmi didn't seem like they were going to get close to 200, but they had a few gifts at the end. As Bilal overstepped a couple of times, allowed them to get that milestone. Seaside, I mean, let's be honest, only seen their top 2 bats yet, but so far, you like what you're seeing. If you're a Seaside supporter, looking brilliant in their bright purple kits as well. I do think the kits have had a bit of an upgrade since we were first playing ECS cricket in Sweden in 2020. They're going to go to Malik Zafar, and he's going to go for a boundary. So, not much going right. Zafar, we tried him out in over number 2, went for 17. Got some good deliveries. I suppose he's not that quick through the air, so if he gives you a bit of length, you've got time to spot it. As far as Zafar's concerned, thinks he's trying to spin it, but this one's going to be out of the screws. Maximal, this is 6 more. Chowdhury might have visions of reaching the half century before Shaffat Ali Saeed, the way things are going. These 2 teams, like I said, could have had a different introduction, more different introduction to this series, or this game. Seaside pretty experienced as well. I haven't played a couple of European cricket series before over the last couple of years. Time goes with the spin, and he gets 4 more. Chowdhury's on a rampage now. Zafar. Oh, after he started pretty well, Malik Zafar, with just 3 singles for his first 3 balls, he's now gone for 6 consecutive boundaries. He's sticking to his guns, but his score is out of control. Have another go. Oh, I think he's bowled him. He has. He's chopped on. So well done to Zafar. It takes a lot to keep tossing it up. And that time, Chowdhury just loses his shape. Thick inside edge onto the base of the stumps. And so finally, we got a wicket. And you can see there, just drags it back on. Still, it's a very good start. Very good partnership for Seaside. It's broken with the wicket of Umed Chowdhury. It's 88 for 1. And Malik, I suppose you just got to grasp at the positives in this situation, and he genuinely kept challenging the batters. Wasn't going too fast. He was willing to try and spin the ball. Probably needs a wrong, and not easier said than done, I know, but I think left arm wrist spins. If they've got the wrong one that goes the other way, just put something else in the batter's mind. New batter comes out, Harinder Karanga. He'll do the keeping, and he's going to start with 4. He just pushes it away. And, yeah, kind of got cramped, but he still was able to manufacture some pace on that one. Gets him up into the 90s, 92 for 1. And so they do have a wicket, but he's not getting too much easier. 18 off this over. And a dot to finish. I wasn't expecting that. It's the end of the 5th over, and the score is 92 for 1. Just a reminder, we have so much cricket coming your way during this ECN season. It's our biggest and I'm sure our best ever as well, improving all the time. We've also got a regular ECS and ECI cricket in Sweden at the moment, and then Romania, Hungary, Czech Republic, then Switzerland after that, and then we'll spend 4 weeks in Germany. But we also got some bonus content with the ECN Bulgaria T20 International Series for 3 days towards the end of June. 10th of July, that's a big week. We've got T20 International women's and men's cricket in addition to our regular ECS, which will be in Hungary at that stage. So stay tuned. Selvaraj gets a bowl, and this first one off the end of the bat is going to be 1, but it will bring up a 50. And Shafat Ali Saeed has batted very well here for Seaside in their first game. And he's brought up his 50 off 15 balls. And it's happened so quick, I don't think anyone's noticed. Shafat Ali Saeed, he's been a bit of a force majeure so far. And then Karanga sneaks a dot past. Selvaraj sneaks a dot past Karanga. But yeah, Shafat Ali Saeed, 50 off 15. I don't want to put the jinx on him, but halfway through his innings and he's already 50. Selvaraj, very optimistic appeal. Ball pitches miles outside leg stump, but what it is a dot. Keeps Karanga on strike. Yeah, I think that as a bedtime story, Selvaraj might want the laws of cricket read to him. Just for some bedtime reading. Oh, law 36, that'll put you to sleep, trust me. It's got plenty of elements to it, the LBW law. 4 things have to be right for an LBW. 4 elements, which all have to be satisfied. I'll run you through that in a second, quickly and as unboringly as possible. Saeed just kind of lost his mojo a bit here. It's a thick inside edge. Now he gets a clap for his 51. That's because everyone missed the 50. And yeah, Saeed. This is what happens when you miss the 50. Luckily, he gets at least 1 more run in this innings, and he gets the applause of the crowd. And he deserves it. 51 off 16 now. Karanga to face last ball of the over. Hit back past Selvaraj. Bit of work to do with the fielder down there. Rashid has been pretty reliable for Sakif as we get to the end of the 6th over. The score is 96 for 1. So they've gone from that kind of 190s pace back to 160 pace now. Yeah, so LBW elements, there's four boxes you have to check. And firstly, it can't pitch outside leg stump. The second thing is that it has to hit the batter in line with the stumps, so long as they're playing a shot. And then the other thing is the ball has to be actually hitting the stumps. And then the little furphy in there is that it needs to hit the batter's pad or body first. It cannot hit the bat first. So yeah, pitching in line with the stumps, doesn't hit the bat first, hits in line and hitting. They're the 4 elements of an LBW. If you can tick all those boxes, then you should have a dismissal. And the problem with Selvaraj's bowling is most balls are pitching outside leg stump. So it's a big cross from the get-go. Just a bit of a technical difficulty. It's going to hold us up for a second. I've got to say, I want to say a warm welcome to all of our viewers that might be watching from the south of Sweden, that might be following Seaside. Of course, Christian Stad, I'm sure they're watching as well. They're a side that we'll see take part for the first time. It's actually only Monday night. We'll see them for the first time. Christian start. They'll have a big program. They play one match Monday night, then they play 3 on Tuesday, 3 on Wednesday, 3 on Thursday. So really kind of back-ending their fixtures because of the travel. Seaside's schedule, they play 2 games tonight. They play 3 tomorrow, 2 Sunday, and 3 Monday. So essentially, Seaside, even though they're kind of slow to get going, because they're only seeing the first time in match 24, they'll catch up pretty quickly because Seaside will play all the games Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Again, that's just to use the weekend and to allow them to, I suppose, integrate this with their normal lives. Because, yeah, it's quite a distance. It's kind of 400, 500 kilometres that we're talking. Probably to drive slightly more than that as well. So talking a 500, 600 kilometre drive. So that's why I think the Seaside players, it's fairly likely that they're camping here for a few days while they play their matches. Yeah, 2 tonight, 3 Saturday, 2 Sunday, and 3 Monday. And then potentially, of course, they'll be back on Friday should they make the semi-finals. And don't forget that 4 teams will make the semi-finals. The 2 finalists in this series will have the opportunity to qualify for the ECL. They will be 2 of the 4 sides. They'll be joined by the Swedish Cup finalists, the Swedish Cup T10, that will essentially play 2 semi-finals and a final to see who qualifies for ECL 24. It won't be too far away. I'd imagine that would probably be towards the end of July. I don't have an exact date, but I know the plan is that will be broadcast live on Swedish television. So, making strides here. As Abra comes back, he's whipped away. Handled out there by Raja Selvaraj. Wind's really picked up in the last couple of minutes. Right behind the batter, Shafan Ali Saeed. So yeah, I'll see him be trying to hit straight wherever possible. Abra's going to come around the wicket to him. He gets good Yorker. That's not a bad place to bowl. I think a few bowlers have tried that, but not too many have been too successful getting it right. Now backs away, carves it, and this one blasts past Raja on the boundary. Selvaraj couldn't do too much about that. Gives himself some room, opens up the offside, showing he's not a one-trick pony, isn't he? Shafat Ali Saeed gets another 4. It's good bowling from Abra. Dug out though for 1. I know Corey Rux is watching. And Corey, I hope you're enjoying it. Oh, worked away nicely. Yeah, it's beautiful timing from Karanga. Hasn't really hit his straps yet. Now, this is the beauty of the left-hand, right-hand combination as well, the constant readjusting of the line. Karanga goes bang, sends that miles over the banner, 6 runs. So Abra has gone for 31, last ball, the 7th over coming on. Round the corner. Hasn't had too much of the strike. Shafat in the last couple of overs, has he? I think that century might be dead. But anyway, this innings is very much alive. 7 overs down. Score is 109 for 1. Look, credit to Sikif. Raja Selvaraj came up with a good over in the 6th. Didn't go for a boundary in that over. It's the only over that hasn't gone for a boundary so far. And we're at 4 and a 6 in that over. just once again to show you what's coming up. And if you're unsure of the structure, the ECS/ECI, that's because that each of these 2-week periods they'll have 12 days of ECS cricket, which is domestic cricket, and then 2 international days. So this series in Sweden will finish with a 3-team ECI. It'll finish with ECS Finals Day on Friday in exactly a week's time, and then we'll have Germany and Estonia touring. Looking forward to that immensely. That's well bowled. In fact, he's gone. Little edge. Brilliant keeping by Imtiaz. He's held some very good ones up to the stumps today. So they finally get rid of Shafat Ali Saeed. He kind of went off the boil. He was starved of the strike a little bit. Selvaraj gets good reward. Just a little edge. His technique is so solid. Imtiaz. See how those knees stay bent and just allows him to stay lower longer. Fantastic bit of wicket keeping. So Saeed Ali Shafat has to go. And the score 110 for 2. I'm just trying to think, is there a window back into this game for Sakif? Don't forget, we have seen them put some big runs on the board before. For example, they scored 152 against Stockholm Tigers in match 15. And they chased down a target of 137 in a pretty thrilling game against Hammarby in match number 14. That was their successful day. Wednesday wasn't their hump day. That was their peak day. Oh, and 2 in a row. As Selvaraj goes straight through Zawar Hussain, and he knocks over his off stump. And so, yeah, maybe they can turn this around, Sikif. Like I said, they've had to pick themselves up off the floor. But Selvaraj, he's something a bit different. And I thought, against good teams, he's the one bowler I think can reverse the narrative. Zawar just gets one that's spot on. And he's got Golden Derek chasing him as he goes. And the score 110 for 3. This will bring Sachin Karunakar out to the crease. And we have not had a Swedish hat-trick so far this season, unless you count Nasir Buluc in the ECL. He was able to secure a hat-trick right at the start of that game against Punjab Lions Nicosia. Pretty rare that you see that. Anyway, right now, it's a hat-trick ball. Karunakar on strike. Oh, and he absolutely boils it, doesn't he? How often do you get on a hat-trick? You see a wide. That's a Danny Hudacek special. One of our commentators that we'll see in the Czech Republic a little bit later on. For some reason, when Danny's around, there's always a wide on a hat-trick ball. Anyway. This is in the air. That could be out. It is. Well, they've really turned this around. So Karunakar's going to go for a golden duck as well. He sees a wide, and then we got a wicket. And Sikif has sprung to life here. And so Selvaraj grabs a 3rd wicket. What an over this is. Oh, it's just what they needed. Really, the coaches were going for the smelling salts, I think, for Sikif, looking for any signs of life. The only problem is Selvaraj, he's only got 2 balls to go, and then he's done. But yeah, nice catch. And you can see, so nice to see some enthusiasm there. Quite the opposite for Karunakar. And technically, he does go first ball because he sees a wide. So it doesn't count as a ball faced. It's not a hat-trick because you can't have wides or no balls in a hat-trick. But what he does do is he takes through 3 wickets off 3 consecutive legal deliveries. Ganganava comes out and he's called a wide. I mean, I actually think it's a 50-50 call, but I think if you ask Selvaraj, he'd rather that be a wide and give him another crack. He feels like he can take a wicket at will at the moment. Two to come still. Well, that's definitely a wide. And also change the strike, bring Karanga back on strike, the established bat now who's 15 off 10. Yes, this is what we're talking about, ECN cricket. You never know what's around the corner. And Selvaraj has provided something very, very different in his 8th. I think this is more or less leading edge. Can't be LBW anyway, even if it was off the pad. Run given. So, Silverage 3 for 10. The value of being unorthodox. I think there was a kind of generation where it was coached out of a lot of players. I think there's value in it. Again, this one I think probably hits me outside the line of leg and takes us to the end of the 8th over. Great spell though from Silverage. And the score at the end of 8, 115 for 4. So his 2 overs went for 4 and 6. And picking up 3 wickets in that 8th over. So, hey look, suddenly, if you can go 10 and 10, keep your opposition to 10 and 10 that is, and you're chasing a score that we've seen chased before. In fact, Sikif themselves, they chased down 137, like I said, against Hammarby, who are a very good side in match 14. They'll be desperate to take something out of today when they've copped 2 pastings. Seaside, suddenly not looking so invincible. What a turnaround. They were 92 at the halfway point. The 3 overs since then have just gone for 23. It's going to be Irfan Nazir to bowl over number 9. Dave just querying the duck. I'll give you the info in a sec. They're looking for 2 here. They might take it on. It took an age to get to the fielder. They will get there. 2 runs to Karanga. He's asking, was that last one a normal duck or a golden duck? Well, it is actually technically a golden duck because a wide doesn't count as a ball face to the batter. Although a no ball does, because you could potentially score off a no ball. But the batter has no chance to score off a wide by definition. So that's why wides don't count as deliveries faced. No balls do. Anyway, this one isn't a wide or a no ball. It's 6. And Ganganava goes massive. Maximo stands, waits, delivers. Powerful striker. Seaside trying to take the baton back. Still, he just needs to shake that off. Wonder what they'll go with the batting order as well. I'd love to see Imtiaz up the top. I've said that a few times today. Nice shot as well. Gets a bit of width and pounds it over point. Maximo back to back. Well side from Silverage. Everyone else has been having a real rough one for Sikif. That's a good ball retrieval. I suppose that's one of the positive aspects of this innings. There haven't been too many. Dave, hopefully you got the answer to the question. For Nazir. Oh, full toss and just slapped away. That's going to be 4 more. So he's gone 6, 6, 4. And normal service has resumed. This over's gone for 17 already. For some reason the score's stuck. I might have broken it. It's yep, there we go. It's caught up now. 132. Next one worked away. Yeah, go for 2. There's no way they should get 2 here, and he's going to be out. So yeah, Karanga getting greedy. I don't know if he has to do that, to be honest, because he could have. Well, tell me what you think, I suppose. Karanga went for the second, trying to keep the strike back after he smacked the 6, the 6, and the 4. I should just correct myself as well that it was Karanga that was doing the damage, because they did get back for 2 on the first ball of the over. Then Karanga went 6, 6, 4. Then gets run out going for a second that wasn't really there, so it was 133 for 5. Last ball of the over. Pangal, good throw there. And this is going to be 4. So he's not getting too much better, as that's Niranjan Wijasinghe. That smacks that last ball to the boundary of the 9th. It's 137 for 5. So I suppose they end up conceding 23, pardon me, in that over. It goes magical in the end, despite having the run out in it. I was talking about just conceding 20 off the last 2. Well, they concede more than that off the 9th. 3 for 10. Selvaraj stands out amongst his peers, doesn't he? Next best economy rate, 14 from Zahin Rashid. And they're going to go back to Bilal Ahmed. Now, he had a horrendous time bowling the 10th last time. Mainly self-inflicted because he bowled 2 front foot no balls. As we start the over with ball that skews up in the air. And we'll come back for 2. It's good running. Let's have a look. Yeah, slightly inside out. Doesn't really time it. We'll get a couple. Look like it might be around about high 140s, maybe 150. I feel like it could have been worse though for Sakif at one point. Short, hit pretty well, but is it well enough? Oh, it's pretty good fielding. And they'll only get 1 there. Adnan just gets whatever he can behind it. Don't think you're too worried about the catch at this stage. Don't think it was really catchable, to be honest, anyway. Decided to go more sideways than in. I think that's smart. Just all about protecting runs at this stage. Well bowled. That's what Bilal's there to do. Yeah, he's always playing havoc with that front line, isn't he? Hakanava gets to play the role of striker now. It's good keeping, but I don't think the foot ever moved. Hopping around a little bit, but no chance of being stumped that time. Couple to come. Oh. Ah, it might be out, you know. It's almost bowled him. It's great take by Imtiaz. For a ball, it just misses the leg stump. This is great keeping. I've got a feeling he's gone just on the reaction. Yep. Oh, boy. I'm going to say not out. It's super close. I feel like I want to give it out just because it was great work. But I think that the bat is down at the critical moment. So I don't think that's out. But great work by MTS nonetheless. And Shiva does a good job to get the bat down. It's pretty much a tie. All right, so here's the last ball, and it's a sky ball. Well, who wants it? MTS has come as far as he could possibly come. And now it goes for 2, and there's nobody at either stumps. So he decides to hold on to it. Good idea. Oh, well, Imtiaz. Imtiaz has got about as far as you possibly could. And I like that he takes responsibility for this, but the wind is so strong, blowing the ball away from him, that he just can't get there. Look how far he's come from the stumps. He's gone 20, 25 yards. And then the bowler, Bilal, goes to throw. And he sees there's no... He's meant to be on one stumps, and Imtiaz is meant to be on the other. And they're both chasing the ball. So Seaside are going to finish 143 for 5 in their first innings of the tournament. And so, well, let's roll into the highlights. They were pretty in purple, weren't they, early? And yeah, we're loving our time here. That's Arthur's up in the tower for this game. Doing a very good job, I've got to say, as well. So with the openers, as Shafat Ali Saeed and Umar Chowdhury made the heavy lifting in this first innings for Seaside in the tournament. 92 off the first half, 51 off the second, although 23 of those came in the 9th over. They certainly slowed things down. They had to take some wickets, and eventually they did. That was after some carnage from the openers. Chowdhury getting bowled. And then fantastic wicket keeping from Samad Imtiaz. It got Shafat Ali Saeed, but not before. A brilliant half century from the Spanish all-rounder. And then it was time for Selvaraj to do his thing. He came up with 3 wickets in 3 consecutive deliveries, just spoiled it with a wide. That was the 3rd one. And suddenly this game took on a different complexion, didn't it? Malik Zafar with the catch. And then we saw some good hitting from Karanga before he ran himself out. Last ball got away from the keeper. And Bilal sensibly, which you don't, it's a word you don't hear very often sometimes in the European Cricket Series. He holds on to it. And Seaside, 143. Well, we have seen chases like that. You'd have to bat very, very well, but you never know. Top three doing most of the damage. In fact, they were able to score 127 runs out of the 137 off the bat. Couple of golden ducks for good measure in there in the middle order, but when it's all said and done, pretty useful innings for Seaside. Sikif chasing their tail a little bit, but having said that, I think they need to push their cards onto the table and just do what they can to make a chase of this. 144 required for victory. As far as the bowling went, Raja Selvaraj, hey, reversed the narrative, didn't he, with 3 for 10. Stands out head and shoulders above the rest. Bilal, pretty good last over as well, didn't let them get away. The other wicket went to Malik Zafar. And a few bowlers getting the treatment. It's been that kind of a day. It's been full of surprises, and maybe Sikif can continue to surprise us in the second half of this game. 144 they'll need to win here in match 24. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, joining you after the break for more ECN action from Stockholm. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Stockholm as it's time for the second innings to begin. And it's going to be Seaside coming out to defend their total. 144 they scored in the first innings of this game. First innings of their tournament as well. Many sound to here, Mr. Maximo, with you for the European Cricket Network. We're rolling into the second half of this, the fourth match of the day. First chance to see Seaside in the field. Let's see what they deliver. Nazir opening up with Nazir. It's going to be Adnan to face Irfan at the other end. It's going to be Abdul Haq to get us going. First one worked around the corner. Yeah, so Sahib Zad Abdul Haq opening with left arm, but they've got some good left arm options, including Sahib that you see right here. Shafat Ali Saeed, I'm pretty sure we'll see him in the second over. Spanish national all-rounder. Of course, pretty exciting time for Spanish cricket. Bit of a tumultuous time at the same time. Drives this one, doesn't beat the fielder. Cover. So it doesn't really come back, does it? It's, you'd expect most of the time Sahib Zad Abdul Haq will straighten that ball down the line. Typical left armour time of movement. Driven away, they decide to go on contact and he's gone. And would you believe it? It's a diamond duck. And so it is going to be a horror start for Adnan Nazir and Sikif, and what a piece of fielding that is. See here, I mean, it has to be a perfect piece of fielding to get you. And so, yeah, it's not a diamond, in fact, because don't forget he got a leg by. That's why he was at that end. But yeah, what is right is the direct hit. And it's Karunakar that's going to run out Adnan. He only faced the one ball. And Sikif kind of fought their way back into that contest, didn't they? But that's a shocking start. Brilliant fielding, though. Take nothing away from Karunakar. Sachin hitting one stump. Fantastic work. Oh, this is well off. This is off the pitch. This will be a no ball, I think. And it's gone all the way. Now, yeah, I think that's got to be a no ball. Pretty sure anyway. Difference is that'd be a free hit if they were gonna call that a no ball versus a wide. I think they're gonna stick with it as a wide, or I hope this isn't a wicket. Yes, it is. They can scramble and run, and having to work very hard for their runs at the moment. What a piece of fielding, though. We've talked a lot about how important fielding is, haven't we? So, yeah, still not spotting Samad Imtiaz. We saw him batting down at 9 in the previous innings. And Sikif were batting, chasing 201. Okay. This one, it's gettable. You have to bat really well, but it is gettable. Charges and essentially Yorks himself. Irfan Nazir, he thought he was off the mark, but somehow lost his opening partner. Left armers, hey. Normally a handful. I wonder if they'll go twin left arm attack with Saeed at the other end, figuratively speaking. Tries to drive this down the ground and does to an extent. And it'll take us to the end of the first over. The score is 8 for 1. Real timing from Mirafan, but he will retain the strike. So, second over about to commence. Gives us a chance to check out the golden ball counter. 69 matches without a golden ball. I think we worked out today that if we get to the end of the round robin stage here without a golden ball, we'll hit 100. I'm going to do everything in my power, which isn't much, to make sure that doesn't happen. We would love to see a golden ball at some point. I think it's inevitable with some of the even talent we've got here. I mean, you already, I think a good barometer is the amount of close games you've had in the series, and we've had plenty of close ones so far this week in Sweden. It's Ashik Hussain who's going to get the second over. Muscles this one past the outside edge. It's called a wide. Can't say I'm sold on this one. Try and snapshot this when it passes the line. Well, maybe. Umpire's call, we'll give him that. The ball's not completely inside the tram line. When it passes the popping crease, it'll be called a wide. This one isn't a wide, but what it will be is a boundary. That's flown all the way. Maximo! Hasn't had an easy time of it so far, Irfan Nazir. And that one he does get away, and he gets 6. Yeah, Nazir was a golden duck maker in the last game. Yes, he was well caught in the circle, but he's off to the races this time. He's on 7. 29 per 2 overs. That's the pace that Sikif need to be on. Might as well go for it. Nothing to lose. That's exactly what he does, but this one shoots through a bit lower than he was expecting. Can they make a fist of this? Edged and gone. It's caught behind. Harinder Karanga does the rest. And it's a wicket for Ashik Hussain in his very first over of the tournament. Unfortunately, Irfan Nazir's dismal day continues. It's clever bowling though. Just angles in. And maybe just leaves the batter slightly. He's playing down the wrong line. Thick edge and well handled. I like the positioning here of Karanga because he's not too far back, but it does mean that he has to react pretty quickly with that significant deflection. But he does very, very well. And that's the second wicket down for Zakir. The score is 15 for 2. It just kind of goes from bad to worse, doesn't it? New batter, Abra Ahmed, comes to the crease at number 4. Nice executed dismissal. He slips in a full delivery, which Ahmed just kind of plays onto his own foot. Shakif, 130 off 50 required. Not impossible, but you need someone to have a big innings. That's why I'm still pretty surprised. No MTS, maybe he's carrying a slight injury, but he's one player you feel could play that big innings to get them significantly closer to the target. Rashid, though, he's fought hard today. Great chance to see Seaside, though. I've been looking forward to seeing them again in the European Cricket Series. Play this one pretty late. Making a run here. End of the over. So Sakif, not the start they planned, as they've lost both openers in the first 2 overs at 16 for 2. Yeah, so Seaside, they're at the bottom, but it's not really their fault because it's their first game. I mentioned that they're squeezing all of their games into the next 4 days. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and they're done. So they have to win kind of minimum 6 out of these 10 games they're going to play. They'll play all their other opponents over the next 4 days. In the air. Wonder if this will go or not. It's going to be a tight one. Ball wins the race as it normally does. Not really well timed by Abraham, but it's good enough to go slightly inside out. Do bring back Sahibzad Abdul Haq in over number 3, and he disappears to the boundary. Good start to the over for Sakif. Comeback ball. Not a bad ball. Driven down the ground. Just be a single. And Sakif kind of gone off the rails a bit. I kind of mentioned that. But I had a couple of wins in there. Also 5 losses. This one sneaks past the inside edge and just misses the stumps as well. Rashid struggling to get going. Abdul Haq trying to close out his spell. Would love a wicket. Slower ball. It's the cut up. It's picked, and it wasn't really that well directed from Sahib. Gets swung away leg side for 4. Good shot. Really not the right ball though. Gave the batter every opportunity to get across and smack it. That backward square leg boundary. Dave might have had the trivia question. Was the trivia question whether it was a golden duck or not? The answer is yes, it was a golden duck in the first innings because there was a wide and then he was out. So a wide doesn't count as a ball faced to the batter, but a no ball does. In the air and dropped. It was an absolute sitter. An absolute sitter. I think probably it was too easy. He's got the teapot going on, as you'd expect. Might want to have a look at this on the replay. In, out. If you're going to do that in the game where you're well ahead, I suppose. In the air. Oh, another interesting one. I think it's going to go for 4. It does. He tried to get a bit creative there, Umar Chowdhury, about how he's going to keep that in play. And I think he pretty much did everything right except slap it back in. So he didn't get enough purchase on it to reverse the momentum significantly enough to keep it inside the field of play, and it will take us to the end of the over. It's 30 for 2 after 3. So 10 and over pace. Not a bad over there. Have a look at that first innings. Looked to be a lot more. 144 coming. If you look at the first half. Some good overs in the second half brought it back to something realistic. Down the leg side. So we called a wide. It's Shafat Ali Said getting a bowl here in over number 4. Good keeping by Karanga. Looks solid in that position, doesn't he? So the trivia question was, does anyone know why we call it bowling and why the hat is called a bowler hat? I don't know, Dave. I don't know that. Maybe ball and bowl sound similar, I suppose. I suppose you could call it a bowler. That has a different meaning in the modern day. Pitched up. They go on the hit. This would have been gone with a direct hit. Throws a bit ill-directed, a bit high. It'll just be a single in the end. Might as well take it on at this stage. Yeah, but let us know if you do know in the chat. Oh, he digs it in. This is one that doesn't bounce at all. The bowler probably likes seeing that, but as a batter, he wouldn't like seeing it. Shafat Ali Saeed, so he probably has mixed feelings about that. But if it was on target, I can tell you one thing, it was going to knock over the batter, Abrar Ahmed. Now he goes Fuller, and he's going to have a wicket. So it's nicely taken by Sahibzad Abdul Haq. He just had to move a couple of metres to his left. It was dug out. It was a low full toss. And at pace, that low full toss isn't as easy to put away as you might think. It does rush you. And you could see Then Abra wasn't really in control of that stroke. Laid on it. And Sahib Zad does the rest. So Seaside making a big statement early on in their campaign. And the score is 32 for 3. It brings the captain, Amit Pangal, to the crease. Shafat Ali Saeed having a good game, isn't he? Half century with the bat. And now he chips in with a wicket. And Dave's asking, is it called bowler because we bow? Yeah, I suppose that's kind of written the same. I don't know. Maybe someone can tell us the etymology of that. Shafat hasn't quite got his range yet. Wide down the leg side. Could see players like Shafat getting some international experience as well on the back of some good ECN performances. I mentioned he played very well for Hira Sabadell with the bat and the ball in the ECS in late 22 in Barcelona. I could see we'll be back in Barcelona this year as well. Stretches this too far outside the off stump. Yeah, announcement on ECN last week as well that ECN Cricket will be returning to Barcelona with a 4-week European Cricket Series in late November and the first half of December. So yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to spending some time there in Barcelona. Thankfully the World Cup's not on, so hopefully I'll be in bed a bit earlier this time around. It was a great time that we had there, and we always do. The cutter this time from Shafat is driven down for 1. There's a chance for me to work on my Spanish as well. My Swedish, I can't say it's very good. Taxamite is probably the limit of it at the moment. Thank you very much. It's okay. Shafat probably needs to do a bit more to get out the umpire's way, but that one was full and it stayed inside the tram line for sure. And already you can see that run rate required's crept out from 14.5 and it's headed towards that imaginary point that I call the point of no return when it gets 18 and over or more. Last ball of the over. Oh, it's a good one from Shafat Ali Saeed, and he castles Rashid full straight and hitting the target. So 2 for 5 in Shafat's first over of the series. Zahin Rashid, he's tried his heart out today for Sikif, to be honest, but that one just went through him like a hot knife through butter, and that's the end of the 4th over. And the score is 35 for 4. The Seaside want to hit the ground running today because, okay, they've got this game. They've got Albies Almi in the last game of the day. That'll be a really good test. 2 high-quality teams. There's a bit of a north-south rivalry as well here in Sweden that's a bit hard to ignore. It's not the worst start ever for Sikif, but I wouldn't say it's a particularly good one either. The question is, where will the runs come from? And still, we're not seeing Samad Imtiaz batting in the top 6. There must be a reason for that. I just can't imagine what it could be. I thought last time maybe it was just to keep him fresh for another game. I suppose you can make that argument again, but probably the workload of the keeping. You know, it's quite an intense form of the game. People say, oh, but it's only 10 overs a side. It's not that long at all, is it? Oh, that's littered him. I'm just so thankful that Razak's wearing the helmet. I think it kind of creeps up off the arm or the top edge. Let's have a look. Yeah, like glove to helmet. You could hear the sound. He's okay. That grill has saved him a trip to the hospital. And now he gets one that keeps down. Well, I don't know. You get the same. I won't say it's the same length, but he gets one that comes up and hits him in the face, and then the next one shoots through shin high and knocks him over. Well, reminds me of day 5 at Rawalpindi, to be honest, sometimes when you look at this pitch, but I suppose as a bowler, you have to be good enough to get something out of it. And so the old 2-card trick, and Razak has a pretty miserable time. That last 2 balls kind of encapsulates the mood in the Sikif dressing room at the moment, I think, as they've lost their 5th wicket. It's 36 for 5. And yeah, one upstairs, one downstairs, really. Yeah, I mean, those last two deliveries reacted very, very differently. Oh, this goes very wrong, and not even Karanga can do anything about that. Well, we're probably 6 months away from Christmas, but now's the time for giving, according to Zawa Hussain, who's really given us a bit of everything. He's gone upstairs, downstairs, and he's put that one out the back, hasn't he? And that'll be 5 wides. This one. Oh, well, this would have been out as well. Karanga, there's a little back flick. And yeah, wants up to aim. It wasn't far away either, was it? That's Harlem Globetrotters type stuff. Better not quite ready. Yeah, hello to Kyle. Kyle Gravenstein. Nice to have you in the chat. How can we start a South African T10 competition and get you guys to run it as well? Well, I'll come back to that right now. Hussain, he's been a little bit everywhere. But when he's been on target, he's been effective. And now he's knocked over Amit Pangal. It's 42 for 6. And yeah, the Vultures are circling really. Sikif, you mentioned they looked like they've gone 12 rounds with Mike Tyson. They've come out against a fresh-faced contender here in match 24. So he started playing their first game. It's a pretty good ball, actually. Comes in and just straightens down the line. So, yeah, Kyle, just to answer your question. Number one, where are you watching from in South Africa? I've played a bit in South Africa, and I do love that country. It's a beautiful country, especially good eating there, by the way. Some wildlife, that's pretty unique as well, of course. Let us know where you're watching from. I think the day will come when ECN will branch outside Europe. It's inevitable. I was going to say last ball the over, but it's not. Selvaraj is coming out at 8, but he actually was one of the better performers with the bat. In fact, I think he top scored in the last game. Scoring 21 off 11, batting at 8. So yeah, they're sticking to this. Oh, batting 7, pardon me, last time. This time he's 8. And doesn't have to do too much. Hussain, what an over. I hope he's all right. He just completely lost his balance. That's all it is, I think. It looks like he's just scored a goal at Wembley the way that he went lurching forward then. I hope he's all right. I think he's all right. I didn't see him to twist anything. Just kept overbalancing forward and could never stop it. It was only terra firma that would stop him. Marnus, nice to see you in the chat. How are you, Marnus? Saying poor Razak. Talk about a terrible innings. Can't get much worse than that. Yeah, Razak. Well, he'll come back strongly, I'm sure. Oh, there's the hat trick. It's Hussain. Can't really find the handle and can't get out of this over at the moment. Yeah, so Kyle, I suppose at the moment is the European Cricket Network. But yeah, ECN abroad. We've been talking about it a while. Just give us a city. See what we can do as we get to the end of the 5th over. Finally. Zawa Hussain goes 2 for 10 in the 5th, and the score is 45 for 6. Cricket's a cruel mistress sometimes. That's what we used to say. And yeah, sometimes you wonder why you took it up in the first place. Hello to Kroom. Well, he's ticked off Minimo in that over because there was the 5 wides. Kyle watching from Cape Town. Beautiful place, Cape Town. I played the Indoor Masters there in 2019, actually. Played for Australia, and then I played Pretoria a little bit. Played Johannesburg a little bit as well. Mushtaba Hakim is the new bowler, and he's going to go to the boundary straight away. Nice angled away by Assad. And the result's going to be 4 runs. And Dave's come back with a trivia answer saying the bowler's hat comes from the name of the hat makers Thomas and William Bowler. Okay. But the actual verb to bowl comes from Danish. Or perhaps German, maybe through German. Interesting. Leg side, it's probably a wide, doesn't catch anything on the way through. Seaside have been impressive here, but Sikif have been through the ringer, to be fair. It'll be really interesting to see when Seaside and Albi Zalmi clash in the last game of the day. Because Albi Zalmi, you wouldn't say that they're tired at this stage. They've played 4 games. Just one today. Short again, in the air, and caught. Well, I think he's caught it. Yeah, he has. And well, that was the zone where we saw one go down before. It was an absolute Barry Crocker, but that time there's no mistake made. This game's on borrowed time, I think. They lost 6 wickets in the first half. And now they've lost a 7th. It's the end of Sard. And the score is 50 for 7. What's it give? A burst of energy, weren't they, on Monday night when they almost knocked over Genesee Stockholm. But that feels about 4 years ago, not 4 days ago now. Do have a couple of wins in the series. It's going to be Malik Zafar to bat once again. Samad Imtiaz not batting in the top 9. He's got to have some sort of injury that makes it difficult to bat, although his keeping has been fine, and not just fine, it's been brilliant. He's probably saying, look, I can't deal with this. You guys go. Oh, there you go. Gets a fair piece of it, and he almost gets caught, though. There's quite the shot from Zafar first up, and it does carry. I think it's got to go down as a chance. Made a good sound off the bat. Just didn't go all the way. Yes, Sakif, we will see them again. Got 2 games to go after this. We'll see them on Tuesday to finish their campaign. In matches 43 and 44, they'll take on Kristianstad and they'll take on Stockholm CC. Only two teams that haven't played yet. So they'll get 3 days off, and they could probably use them, I think, at the moment. Thick inside edge, and well chased down. Kyle has a question which I cannot answer. Who do I think will win? Seaside and Albi. Oof. Let me come back to you on that one. Last ball of the over. Big swing and a miss from Zafar. Into 6. It's 52 for 7. Well, Kyle, I like your question, but I'm going to flip it on you. Who do you think will win between Seaside and Albi? It'll be a pretty good game. I don't know. I'm going to wait for the supercomputer. It's hard to tip against a team that have won the last 2 series. Having said that, Seaside normally take part in the other European cricket series when we normally have 2 here. So we have 2 different regions, and Seaside are from the other region. They were finalists back in 2020 and dominated that series really, but then went down in the final. Pretty entertaining series that one was. I think it was in early July 2020. Getting me all nostalgic now. But yeah, that was back when they lost to Jönköping and lost 98 to 66 in the final. Shafat coming back, and a full ball. It's dug out by Raja Selvaraj. Albi Zalmi may be the benefit of having played a bit more at this ground this week, so that's in their favour. Do you think Albi Zalmi? I don't see any Zia Alizai in their lineup today, although to be fair, I haven't seen the lineups yet. We'll probably see them pretty shortly. See if there's any significant ins for Albi compared to that previous game. This is up, and it's gone. So it's another one. So Shafat Ali Saeed takes 3 wickets now. Fairly simple catch taken by Mushtaba Hakim. Muji holds on. It's a pretty difficult one to drop. And Sakif falling by the wayside. Malik Zafar had the right idea. It'll become the 8th wicket to fall. It's 53 for 8. Just can't look at that front foot, how far outside the leg stump it gets. So it makes it hard to then kind of create any power to the leg side when you're reaching that far. Bilal Ahmed's coming out at 10, and that'll make Imtiaz the best number 11, I think, in ECN history. Because, you know, I don't know whether maybe he won't bat at all if he's carrying some sort of injury. Well, Shafat pushes this one down the leg side. Minimo time. Someone off your bingo card. Bilal was handing out a few extras earlier. I think he's searching for the dream Yorker then to knock Bilal over. Instead, he gives away 5 wides. Yamana says he's going okay. He's enjoying Australia's performance against India. I didn't realise India were 5 for 151. 151 for 5, as they say in this part of the world. Yeah, I haven't caught too much of the cricket today in the World Test Championship. Must admit, I could glance at it a bit more when I had Rhino next to me covering me. But I'll definitely be catching up on the highlights tonight. Australia's certainly in a good position. Now this is in the air. We're hanging a long time. Fielder comes in. He doesn't get there. The ball will rebound all the way across the pitch. Zoa Hussain, he spent more time on the ground than you'd expect so far in this innings. He hits that pace and just bounces off him back to the centre of the Mashta cricket ground. No harm, no foul. Shafat. It's a crack at Selvaraj, 2 off 5. There's a big swing at this and misses. So yeah, Kyle, great that you're watching us. And I've got a lot of my friends in South Africa that I've played with and against that tune into ECN. What's the weather like in Cape Town at the moment? I imagine, isn't it more of a dry season this time of year? Because I'm totally crazy. In the air, all right, have another go. Oh, he looks around it. He hopes it's not his. I don't know if in reality that's anyone else's catch, but Zawaz here, he just freezes at the last moment. He heard footsteps coming. He's pretty happy to absolve his responsibilities. Anyway, takes us to the end of the over, 60 for 8. This is what's coming up, Albi Zalmi versus Seaside. Okay, let's have a look at the lineups. Lemar Moman comes in for Albi Zalmi. And they've listed Ahmad Zahid opening the batting. Sami Khalil listed 10, Zabiul Niazi 11. Don't think that can be the case. I still think they've got a pretty flexible batting order. Anyway, looking forward to that. Ismail Zia can list at 7. I don't think he'll bat down there. It's likely to open. I think that Albi Zalmi, it's a pretty important game for them as well to put even more space between them and the rest. Albi Zalmi could go 5-0. And he's bowled. It's a full toss from Zoa Hussain. He somehow has hit the wickets 3 times, despite being all over the place. And it's high-ish, but I don't think it's too high. And yeah, we'll just check it out here, but I don't think it's too high. Nah, it's well below, isn't it? Goes bat down, maybe a bit of pad on the way to the stumps, so 61 for 9. Well, this brings the best number 11 in the competition to the crease. Mr. Samad Imtiaz, who was behind the stumps, doing a great job. And he'll play a very number 11 type shot, pushes away for 1. Yeah. Trying to pinpoint why he hasn't batted more today. I suppose it's just to give some opportunities to some other people. But yeah, he's got Selvaraj out there with him at the moment. Feel like this innings may not go the journey. Nick Carl saying Seaside have a good bowling lineup as well. Going to be a cracker. Yeah, agree. Good batting by Selvaraj. Jumps out the way and gets a wide. Yeah. Certainly is one you don't want to miss tonight. the block hole. I'll just trot for one. There's no obvious injury concerns for Imtiaz. And so, Zahane, is that what Hussein? 3 for 14 with the ball to go. Drive for one. They'll get away with it. And maybe this game will go the distance with these two. We'll have to find out. Right now, it's the end of the 8th over. Good shift from Zawar, though he's a bit all over the place. But he did pick up 3 wickets for 15 and 65 for 9 after 8. Having a look at that. These two lines are pretty safe from each other, aren't they? Sikif, like I said, they'll get 3 days off. I think they can use the break. And they can come back and really try and push the envelope in the last 2 games. They'll take on Stockholm CC and they'll also take on Kristianstad. In the air, it could have been the end of the game. It isn't. And yeah, I suppose if you are going to drop a catch now, one of the better times to do that. A couple have gone down that area. Interesting seeing ground here because it's bright. It's almost too bright. It's a bit glary. Hakeem coming back. Gets this one past Selvaraj. So I think, like I said, Sikif can treat those last 2 games as kind of their pseudo finals because you know they won't make it to the top 4. Cracking shot, isn't it, from Selvaraj? And he'll get 4. Standard deliver job. It's a rare boundary. I haven't seen too many of them in this innings. It's just the 5th 4. We've only had the one Maximo in this innings. Oh, it's been tough going. Backs away. Can't reach this one. Selvaraj. Sikif, hopefully they can find some positives out of this week. I know it's all gone wrong today, but they have put in some good performances. I'm sure they've learned a lot about their games as well, watching themselves on ECN. This one jumps from Hakeem. Missed by Raja Selvaraj. Yeah, I think just speaking to Arby's Army and their skipper, Azam Khalil before, he was saying, you know, we learnt so much from playing on TV. Seeing how we bat, what we're doing and what we can improve. And it's the end of the game. Hakeem will get a 2nd wicket. And Selvaraj, well, he was brave in the first innings in particular as he tried to pull the game back from the beyond with his 3 wickets and he's the 10th wicket to fall here. And 9 overs are required to bowl out Sikif. Seaside run out. Big winners here in match 24. It's Seaside 144, Sikif 70. And a very good start. Confident start for Seaside here as they open their tournament with a win. Let's roll into the highlights then. And it was an imposing figure, wasn't it? As Seaside had set 145 for victory. It's a brilliant piece of fielding that started it off. 1 stump to aim at. And Sachin Karanaka, he was able to hit the target and it didn't get much better. After Karunaka's direct hit, we saw the court behind and we saw that one shelled, which was probably the easiest catch all day, but I suppose they could afford it, couldn't they? Shafat Ali Saeed came on and he was able to get amongst the wickets pretty early. He had a pretty good game, didn't he? And like I said, Sikif seemed a bit punch drunk after having 7 bouts, now 8, with some very good cricket teams here at Seaside, just kind of chomping at the bit to get out there. And I think it showed up. Even though Sikif, you know, they were certainly trying to find something, weren't they? Malik Zafar, he threw the bat. Not much went right in the end. I think only one player reached double figures. And Zal Hussain, he was providing some trouble, upstairs, downstairs kind of stuff. And in the end, all 10 wickets lost for 70 with 6 balls left on the table. 10 for Abra Ahmed, the top score. That's never a great sign, is it? As he was able to strike 2 boundaries, but no one else could get close to that. Selvaraj scored 9, but took 15 balls doing so. Probably the one thing I would say is that Extras 25, by far the highest scorer. I think that Seaside can't afford to do that against Albi's Army tonight. But there were some good performances. 3 for Shafat Ali Saeed and Zawar Hussain, both conceding in the mid-teens. 2 for Hakeem late in the piece, and Hussain just got the one over. Didn't get a chance to come back because they were out of batters. He took 1 for 8. I think Sahibzad Abdul Haq can look dangerous at times. I think the consistency was the key. They didn't really have it for a lot of that innings. Like I said, 24 wides is way too many. But just a reminder, we'll be back in around about 20 minutes to take you into the last game of the day. Albi Zalmi versus Seaside. This should be an absolute banger of a game. Albi Zalmi 4-0, Seaside 1-0. 2 teams yet to taste a loss in this European Cricket Series. Albi Zalmi winning the toss, electing to bat. So can Seaside's bowling click? They're going to have a sterner test there, I think, against a Zalmi side chock full of confidence, having come off a 200 innings earlier in the day. So that one is coming up. Like I said, 25 minutes to the first ball. We'll be back in about 20. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your Friday. Don't go anywhere. There's a great contest around the corner here from Stockholm, Sweden. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to Sweden. Beautiful weather here and a beautiful proposition of a contest ahead because we've got two teams undefeated so far in the competition. We have Albi's Army taking on Seaside. Well, this one is a Class A humdinger. I can't wait for it to start, but first, let's see what happened at the toss a little bit earlier. And we had a special guest tosser. Watch out for him as well here at the start of match 25.
Albi to go. Tails is the goal. Tail.
You're gonna bat first.
It's great to see the youngsters getting involved. There's so many of them down here right now, ready to watch this one. And I think it's the game of the day. I think it has to be between Albi's Army and Seaside. Albi's Army, they cracked the magical 200 earlier today. Only the sixth team to ever do that. And was Porsche to give on the receiving end of that hiding. Seaside, well, they just played their first game just then against Sikif. They also won fairly comfortably. These two teams coming together. Yeah, it's not an easy one to call at all. Albi's Army winning the toss, selecting to bat. You saw that at the toss. I think it's a good toss to win. Seaside made some good runs batting first in the last game, but this time they will be on the chase. Maybe a bit more pressure. Albi's Army or Seaside, probably both of them, they haven't seen their fielding and bowling really put under pressure because of those big runs on the board that they were able to provide in their previous games. So, looks like it's going to be Ashik Hussain who's actually going to get us going here. And we know that in the last game, Sahibzad Abdul Haq was opening the bowling, but this time they're deciding to go for the right arm. There's Ismail Zia, century maker this week. First time he's actually hit 40 in a game. He turned out to hit 102 off just 34 balls. Smacked the ball all over the place. Sad Nawaz is his opening partner. So, you know, they'll mix and match their order to an extent. Ismail Zia seems to have sewn up that opening spot, especially in a big game like this. Here we go. Game of the day, match 25. Ismail Zia charges the first ball. Doesn't get it out of the infield, though. And that will be a single. Umar Chowdhury does the fielding. He's likely to open for Seaside in the second half of this game. Seaside, because of the travel, and we're talking kind of 500 kilometres that they have to travel to be here, they have all their games in the next 4 days. So they play 2 today, 3 tomorrow, 2 the next day, 3 the next day. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and they are done. And so that's why they can't spend too much time getting going. Of course, if they do crack the top 4, they probably have a bit of a nervous wait while they watch some of the other teams and their performance, depending on how well they go, of course, to see if they make the semi-finals. So Nawaz grabbed a couple of wickets earlier. Now we'll see him with the bat. First ball, and he's gone. Little edge on this. It's a little touch, and Hussain does get the early wicket. The switch does the trick for Seaside. And Albi's Army lose the first wicket. Just playing away from his body there, Saad. It probably wasn't the best ball. It was all right. Bit of extra bounce. It was his undoing. Simple chance for Harinda Karanga behind the stumps. And so Albi's Army won't have it all their own way early in this one. Disappointment for Sad Nawaz, who got an opportunity. And it's a golden derrick. It has to be brought out of the enclosure early in this one. 1 for 1. But Azam Khalil comes to the crease, and wasn't he dynamic earlier in the day? Struck 82 off 31 balls. He was at the crease when Albi's Army brought up the magical 200. So a good test for Ashik Hussain. Goes after this, and he could be gone first ball. He is gone first ball. So high drama here in match 25. And Seaside, they've come a long way to be here. And you can tell what it means to them as Azam Khalil takes on the drive first ball. It was low down on the bat. The catch was taken. And yeah, just didn't clear the infield. That's the way it goes, I suppose, sometimes. Live by the sword, die by the sword. It's moved away slightly from Azam Khalil. And he is gone. And so Albi's Army, they're 1 for 2. And there's another golden Derek. He's got a friend now, unfortunately for Azam. That's the way it goes. You can see he's just pointing where it hit on the bat. It was low down, just below the middle. Nice catch as well. That was taken by Manus Jadfest. As we have a look at that, the hat tricks from this year. I mentioned that Bellucci's on there from Ariana Keefe in the ECL. Group F, that was against the Cyprus side, Jablines Nicosia. Yeah, Jadvest takes the catch and he's into the side. So he's right into the action. He was 12th man in the last game. Zabiul and Niatsi batted well for 49 earlier on. Let's see what his approach is. Hat-trick ball for Hussein. Oh, wow. Oh, my word. How is that not a hat-trick? Almost grabs an inside edge, almost grabs the stumps on the way through. Niatsi lucky to survive. Bites back prodigiously off the pitch. And Seaside, they're all over Albi like a rash early in this one. This is why you don't want to miss the start. I told you, it's match of the day live from the Mashta Cricket Ground. Niatsi only knows one way and he'll get a boundary here. A bit late on this, but he bludgeons it. It's not really timed, but it's blunt force trauma that gets it to the boundary. Albi finally have their first boundary. One thing you would say, okay, Nawaz and Khalil going for ducks, but they're first ball ducks, so they haven't really wasted any time at all. Plenty of time to turn this around, and it's exactly what Niatsi's trying to do. Still got batting to come. Sami Khalil got Ahmed Saheed as well. There's a bit of bat in this. As we get to the end of the first, so a memorable one for Seaside, in particular Ashik Hussain. And it's the end of the first. The score's 5 for 2. Just a reminder, Albi Zalmi, they've now nestled into the leaderboard. That's the highest chasers. We'll have to see how many they set in this game. Right. Yeah, there we go. Albi's Army, they have nestled into 5th spot on a count back. So they have 200, same as Malta Super Kings and Netherlands 11. But you look at the opposition scores, that's how we split them on the leaderboard. They're still one of only 6 teams to crack the 200. So the way it's going here, I don't think they'll be getting the 200 on this occasion. Still need to get a competitive score. This is in the air, and it's just out of the grasp of the fielder. That is Sahib Abdul Haq, who comes into the attack for the first time. Low full toss. Malzia throws the hands at it, gets 4. It's just out of the grasp of the fielder, though. That's Jadvest again. As you see that red Stockholm bus going into the background. Cutter, and oh, great effort. It's going to be 4, though. Oh, Seaside is so full of beans. They're jumping out of the can at the moment, aren't they? But Zia gets 4 more. Have a look at that for an acrobatic effort. Excellent effort from the fielder. But can't quite make the stop. That'll be another boundary. Counter-attacks on. Albi Zalmi, I mentioned earlier, they've probably played more of this form of the game than anybody in Sweden. Because of that ECL experience, it was an extended ECL group week back then, 5 days, and they also played in the championship week. Ismail Zia featured prominently there as well. He's very key on that Group D finals afternoon just over a year ago. Now he slices this one in the air and he's going to get away with it. It's going to be another boundary. Well, it's not particularly convincing, but it's effective at the moment from Ismail. Tries to disrupt the length and gets enough bat in it to get it over the infield. 4 more to the total. Poor Sahib Zad Abdul Haq will be tearing what hair he's got out. The way things are going at the moment. Now whipped away, won't carry. Fielder right back there. Preventing the boundary. It will be a single. So Albies Almi, like I said, those early wickets, they won't love it, but I don't think it'll knock them off their game plan, which is to be attacking. I think we saw earlier some teams kind of changing their game plan with those early wickets. And that has disappeared. Niazi's such a good hitter. He sends that one over the imaginary tent where Albies Almi is sitting and sends it out of the ground. Maximo! What a shot. And he knew straight away that he got it. And poor Sahib Abdul Haq, he's wondering exactly what happened here. Still a ball to go in this over. It's gone for 19. I just feel like these two complement each other nicely as well at the crease. This one clamps in for him. He helps it around the corner. Probably a leg by. I think maybe it was off the glove. So be making sure. Yeah, it is off the glove. The umpire wasn't going to try and signal leg by because he wants the run. And he's going to get it. It's the end of the second over. It's 25 for 2. As the second goes magical. Well, what do you think of this contest so far? It's a very interesting contest. And you can see Seaside, well, they've got a very healthy net run rate after smashing Sikif. Sikif have played 7 of their 10 games now. We will see them a little bit later in the competition. They have a bit of a break now. I think they can probably use the break. Sikif. They're just waiting till the field's right. Oh, well, this is a slight miss hit, and it's an opportunity, and it's dropped. Oh, well, Niazi presented a fairly rudimentary chance to Umar Chowdhury down there. He's got a good pair of hands, made perfect position. I think the moment might have just got the better of him there and just spilled it. Remember that. Niazi dropped on 11. Big moment in this game. Niazi coming off 49 earlier today. Zia's turn, and he's going to slam a 6. So changes the strike. New batter would have been on strike if that catch had been taken. Zia, this time he doesn't charge. He stays in his crease, uses the length, and he smacks that out of here. Hussain having to deal with the rear guard action now of Ismail Zia, who's 20 off just 6. A magical start for him. Well, their fielding has been outstanding so far, Seaside. You would say that. You're not going to take everything. But that certainly has cost them straight away. Now he charges. He fouls it onto his foot. Blind throw. They will get one. Albies Army also, they run very well. Sometimes they probably overdo the aggression with the running, but they've played enough cricket to know it's worth taking some chances. They'll take on overthrows when other teams won't. Still trying to come to terms with that missed opportunity earlier in the over. Niazi was on 11. And he was spilled by Chowdhury down the ground. Now, this is off the glove as well. They'll take off. They'll have a pop at him. Oh, I think this might have been really close. As Harinder Karanga, he's pounced on that, picked it up one-handed and hurled it at the bowler's end. Probably a bit too short as far as the throw went. Allowed Niazi to get home. He's beaten for pace there. Doesn't really get up. Ismail Zia. Pretty slow to respond to Niazi, who thought there was a run there, and there probably was. Zia was just a little bit in shock as that kept low, and he knew he might have been a little bit lucky to get away with it. Things have certainly gone up a notch. 2 real contenders going toe-to-toe here. Hussain's been good, 2 early wickets. Would love to make it 3, though. It's a big price tag on Ismail Zia. It's just a wild throw. And it will, a wild shot, slightly wild throw as we get to the end of the over. And the score will be 34 for 2 at the end of the power play. I think, all things considered, Seaside probably get the better of that power play, albeit Albies Army not too far behind. I think they're probably 40s yet your power play, half a dozen behind that. Hussein finishes 2 for 14. That dramatic first over that saw Saad Nawaz and Azam Khalil going consecutive deliveries. Magical second from Sahib Zad Abdul Haq. Right from that, 5 off the first, 9 off the third. And now we're going to see the Spanish national left arm, Shafat Ali Saeed, coming in to bowl over number 4. Coming off 3 for 13 in the previous game. Looking at this field now, he has the protection of 5 outfielders, so a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and deep cover. Slightly erroneous as far as the line, but doesn't get hurt. This one actually comes off the body, and it'll just be one leg by. Isn't it interesting, the more T10 cricket that we've played, how teams, particularly with the batting, they adapt to this format. And you see the 2 wickets haven't really thrown Albies at all as far as how much they're attacking. Now he steps across and he smashes this one over the leg side. Maximo! Zia has just seen them so well in this series. He's proactive, isn't he? Sometimes he'll charge at the bowler. Sometimes he'll use the crease laterally, like on that occasion. He changes the line. Just basically plays it on length. And, yeah, it's probably a risk. He thinks it's a risk worth taking, and it pays off for him. Ismail Zia, 27 off 10. Ali Saeed has something to think about. Ismail Zia's an interesting one to bowl to. Is that you're just hoping that he gets himself out at some point? Now, this one is going, and it's gone. Maximo, back-to-back for Ismail. Like I said, he's a tough guy to bowl to. You're almost waiting for a miss hit, and this wasn't quite as well struck as some of the other deliveries that we've seen Ismail hit, but still gets enough to get it over the deep mid-wicket, gets it for 6. Run rate up over to a ball now. Now, thick edge, and it's going to get around the fielder. That'll run away for 4. Look, it's never easy to deal with these. The ball had never bounced from the moment it left the bowler's hand. Kazia charges, turns into a full toss. And it's hard to know exactly what this will do. You would expect it would kind of spin back towards the fielder. If anything, it went the other way. Yeah, that's what he's saying there. I expect it to spin back towards me, but the first bounce is unpredictable, especially when it hasn't bounced on the pitch yet. 50's up for Albies Almi in just 22 balls, and suddenly this inning's right back on track. This one played down to long on for 1. Zia at a 38 off 13. What a series he's having. He's just gained in confidence. I think that when I first saw Ismail, there's a bit more of the bravado about him, the bravado of youth, but I think maybe deep down in his mind he didn't have that belief that he has now, that he can dominate bowling attacks. He's certainly grown into his own skin. I don't think so. I think this is probably pitched outside the leg stump. Now is he making a case for an inside edge? I'm not so sure about that. Maybe, but it's all academic because pitches outside leg stump in the first place. As we get to the end of the 4th over, the score is 53 for 2. Shafat Ali Saeed, 17 off that over. Bit of a reality check for him. And yeah, nice to see him again. Of course, we saw him previously playing in Barcelona and also for the Spanish national team. 2 wickets in the first over. That wasn't in the plans for Albies Almi, but since then, been a good recovery. 5 for 2 it was after the first over. And these 2 actually came together with the score at 1. So they brought up the 50 partnership now. They brought up the 50 partnership in just 3 overs or so. Going to go back to Sahib Zad Abdul Haq. I think it's all about him wanting to bowl with a slightly newer ball. So he did go for 20 in his first over, and he's dealing with the same guys. That's the thing. Difference is, I suppose, 5 outfielders as opposed to 2. And to be honest, I don't think he bowled that badly. He's had some bad results. Oh, this is absolutely crunched by Niazi, who had a life on 11, and now he's making the most of it. And this is no slog. This is straight through the line. Even the way he snaps the wrist through the ball, gets it even a bit higher, a bit longer. And things not getting too much better for Abdul Haq. 6 to start the 5th. Wasn't a bad ball, really. I suppose you can criticise the fact there's a bit of length on it, but yeah, I mean, just a brilliant cricket shot from Niazi. Got to say, love those shots straight through the line. Now whips it away, gets it through the fielder, and well, has he kept that in? I think he has, you know. Yeah, he's just kept that inside with the boot. I know we missed it, but the outfielder had plenty of work to do. Did manage to make the stop in the end. Now another ball that's going to go high into the sky. Niazi gets 6 more. Maximo. And Zabihullah Niazi, player we've seen a fair bit of on the European Cricket Network. He's certainly playing with not a care in the world. This is the canvas by which he can express himself. Poor Sahib. Like I said, I don't think he's bowled that badly, especially early in the spell. Went for 3 consecutive 4s. Nothing was that middled in those shots from Ismail Zia, but the Artsy wants a piece of him. I'll tell you who's not enjoying this is Umar Chowdhury. Put him down on 11 now. Thick inside edge. And oh no, it's gone all wrong. Kind of led with the feet, threw the body at the ball, and just managed to put that one in the back of his own net. Zawar Hussain. Oh, poor Sahib. He's come a long way, and this isn't gone to plan. It's gone 1 foot, then the trailing foot has booted it over. Albi Zalmi, they're enjoying the sunshine. Their tent blew away earlier in the day. Sun shining on this innings now, the partnership up to 70. Now thick edge, but third man's back, and I don't even know if we're able to stop it. He will in the end. Able to keep it to a single. What an interesting clash this is. Really showcasing the best bits of the format as well. Slow ball. Well, Abdul Haq's imploring the umpire, hey, give us a break, give us something. Rohit. This cannot be out. Pitch is miles outside leg stump. Look at that. You can see the leg stump, in fact. Well, there's been a few contenders for worst LBW appeal of the day. Man, that's got to be top 3. But as far as style points, I'll give it to him. You got to feel for Abdul Haq there. He bowled better than none for 39. Well, that's the score at the end of 5 overs. It's 72 for 2. Mohamed Shanto saying great show of football skill. I think he's talking about Zawar Hussain earlier in the over. You can still pull it back from here. It's got to keep you cool. Zawar comes in now. Now this one is an interesting one. It's going right back to the line, but it's out of here. Maximo Niazi is seeding the clouds. What little there are. And he's seeding them with grizzly bear cricket balls. He just seems to have the dimension of this field down, doesn't he? Goes again. Oh, I actually think this might be one, because I think it bounces out of his hands before his foot lands. I've got this as no boundary because, yeah, he actually bounces off his feet. And yeah, I don't think it's a 6 because it bounces off his hands before his foot lands. And so, yeah, I've got this as no 6. I've got this as 1 run. Yeah, bounces off his hands. And I think that's just a single. Yeah. I know you can't really see this here, but it bounces off his hands, then his foot lands. So, yeah, I think that is just 1, and that's a good decision from the umpires. As this is up and it's over, and this one will be a boundary, so change of strike, but no change of luck for Hussein. As Zia moves into the 40s. So in a way, I know we're already past this, but in a way, it's lucky that Manoj drops that, because if he caught that, it would have been 6. But because he dropped it, it's only 1, because his foot went over the line. So Manoj is a genius, and he doesn't even realise it because he saved 5 runs for his team there. Oh, it's just struck so well. That's going to be 4. Zia showing he doesn't always have to do it in the air. And yeah, banged down the ground. Classical stuff. Slightly overpitched, you could argue, from Zawa Hussein. 46 off 16 for Zia. Knocking on the door of another half century. He's got to keep you cool here. I mean, Seaside are very capable of doing something similar to Albi Zalmi. You've got to remember that. So these all count. It's just hard when you feel the game getting away from you. And now, false shot, and this should be gone. He's dropped it. Well, that's 2 catches and then almost a run out. Zia really should have been gone there. Zawa Hussein had a return chance off his own bowling. He moved to his left. I think Ismail thinks he's a goner here. He's late on the pull. Gets there fairly comfortably. Crashes into the turf. Comes up empty-handed. And even that would have been out, in fact, if it was a direct hit on Niasi. No, that's a couple of key misses now. Zia dropped on 46. A slightly slower bouncer. Zawa will finish his over. He goes for 16. High drama here at the Mashta Cricket Ground as we get to the end of 6. 88 for 2, but top quality entertainment right before your very eyes. And Albi Zalmi in a position to pounce this partnership. 87, the score 88. Don't forget they lost Nawaz for a golden duck in the first over. They lost Azam Khalil, the skipper, very next ball. And now Niasi's come out, changed the game. Still batting to come, that's the thing. Sami Khalil listed at 11. I don't think that's where he'll bat. I actually think we might see him next. So, time for over number 7. 4 overs to go. So, I mean, at this rate, they're looking at 147. Seaside will feel like they can break this partnership. Maybe they can do something about that. I think they have 5 in the circle at the moment, so they can push one back, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, it's going to be Anil Gadaria. He's going to start pretty full. He does charge, though. That's the thing. Although I will say it wasn't really dipping that much. Let's have a look. Makes it big movement out. Yeah. It's a tough one to call, isn't it? Yeah, probably I feel it'll be okay because he's charged so much there. As a batter, you kind of lose your benefit of the doubt on those ones. I think when you move out your crease that much. Gadaria forces a dot the next ball on Niasi. Yeah, so look, if you're Seaside here, you're thinking, look, let's break this partnership, keep it at 10 and over or so, chase 130. If we bat well, we've got the batting to do that. But the first thing's the most important. Got to break this partnership. Slides into the pad. Just beats Niazi for pace that time. Oh, that could be gone, you know. It's very lazy running. Yeah, let's have a look. Niazi, he's got the look of it. A dead man walking, doesn't he, here? Niazi. And then, yeah, he's been a bit lazy there. A couple of times. Let's have a look. He is gone. Yeah, and he knows it as well, doesn't he? Niazi's made a boo-boo, and he's going to have to go. So, after he had all that luck getting dropped on 11, he's hit some cracking shots, but yeah, I suppose it's his own fault, isn't it? And Albie would have much preferred for him to stick around and bat a bit longer. We'll see how much it ends up hurting him. Great fielding, by the way. He's picked up and thrown and hit the middle stump. So Niazi's going to go for 39 off 18, and the score is 89 for 3. Very good. Good fielding. And that's Karunaka with his second direct hit of the day. He's hit both ends now, hasn't he? Brilliant fielding, but lazy running, you have to say, from Zabula Niazi. It is Sami Khalil coming out at 5. He starts with a high ball. He's going to send out of the ground. And, yeah, once again, this is interesting for height, isn't it? Because this time he isn't his crease. Let's have a look at it here. Oh, yeah, now we're talking. That could be called, you know. He's slightly bent. 50-50, yeah, it has been called. Got away with the first one. That's going to be a no ball +6. And what's Ismail Zia, pardon me? It's not Sami Khalil, because the run out was a non-striker's end. So Zia gets 6. And now he's going to get a free hit. Back to live action. Oh, gets another one. This is definitely going to be too high. It's even higher than the last one. And it's going to be 4. So we've gone 7 and 5, and it's not even a ball. And just when Seaside did something which turned the game their way, they've shot himself in both feet here. Searching for the Yorker there, Gadaria, and I think he is now in his last warning. That's the second and final warning. Free hit again. And this time it'll just be 1, unless they want to take a second, which they won't. They've been a bit all over the shop here of late, but now he gets a chance to bowl at the new batter, Sami Khalil. Crack through the cover region. It's fairly vacant, just 4 men on the offside. And Sami starts with 4. So they did lose Niazi to a self-inflicted dismissal, but I suppose with someone like Sami Khalil to come in, it shouldn't hurt them too much. That partnership between Ismail Zia and Zabula Niazi changing the game. It was worth 88 in the end. So yeah, Gadaria just getting a little bit, well, not just a little bit full, very full. Like I said, he's on his last warning now. If he bowls another high ball, waist or higher, he'll be removed from the attack. Interesting game, isn't it? Last game of the day as well. Random questions. Feel free to throw a few through to us on the live chat. It's well bowled. Sneaks this one past Sami. As we get to the end of 7, the score is 106 for 3. Let's have a look at what's happening tomorrow. Well, the weekend rolls around, but we ain't going anywhere. Got some Stockholm derbies on the way as well, with Stockholm CC taking on Gin Up in the first match of the day. Seaside have a big day. They'll play 3 times in the 2nd, 3rd and 5th matches. We'll see Stockholm CC, like I said, as their first opponent. Then Seaside will play Gin Up, and they'll play Huddinge in the last game of the day as well. Huddinge with a couple of matches in there as well. Rhino will be back as long as he didn't get lost in Stockholm today. He'll be with me for day 6. Join us 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 p.m. in India. Here's Shafat Ali Saeed, the captain, to come back. And he gets launched away. I don't know if this is going to carry. It's going, and it's gone. It just does. And it's perfectly judged by Ismail Zia. By the way, he's passed 50 in all the commotion during the last over. And now he's up to 65 before you even blink. Yeah, it's a bit unlucky, I suppose, for the fielding side. Just 2 metres too far to make a play on it. Now Ismail steps back and he's found the fielder this time and it's caught. Well, it's dropped then caught really, as Umer Chaudhry does take the catch and Zia goes for 65. These are all handy wickets, you know, with under 3 overs remaining. Just turn the batting order over. It's another full toss, about knee high. Yeah, that's the one he hits pretty well that way, but I suppose I'd be tempted to try and hit that over cover. It's a little bit more margin for error, but still, that's a great innings from Ismail Zia. And gets good ovation from his teammates, the Ismail Zia. He's having a very good series. New batter, though, is Kudratullah Mir Afzal. He's the T20 captain now for Albi Zalmi. Got different captains in different formats, just trying to share the leadership responsibilities. Shafa does get the wicket. Not the way he planned, but will take it nonetheless. Can they finish well, Seaside? Not a very good ball. And then Garanga throws it to the side of the pitch. I really like this running because I think that if you make up your mind, if you're backing up and you make up your mind that you're going on any fumble that gets it, say, a metre or more away from the keeper, then I think you'll survive most times. So even if that had hit, he was safely home. So 2 more runs to the total. Brings Sammy on strike. Doesn't really time this. Goes leg side. It's a single. This clash has lived up to the billing so far, hasn't it? Last quarter of the innings. Who'll win it? Here's the cutter. Shafin Ali Saeed jumps on it. Doesn't allow a run. Kudratullah. He's probably had better weeks than he's had this week so far, but he's a player I rate very highly. He's always around the mark. Can contribute with the ball, the bat. Also a pretty good fielder. Shafin Ali Saeed, though, he wants to see the back of him pretty quickly. There's a full toss. There's been too many of these. And that one is going miles. It's going to rattle the officials' table. Maximal as Kudratullah gets off the mark first ball. They may be ruthless, but this score will go through the roof. They keep dishing up those full tosses. I just think their attempted York has gone wrong. Margin of error not particularly high. Kudrat is away with 6. Last ball of the 8th over. It's this one more, right? That's when he rolls his fingers on, I think. They get 1, probably get 2 if they go straight away. This is the understanding I'm talking about Albi Zalmi. They'll take on these overthrows and there's no hesitation. With no infielder on that side of the field, it wasn't particularly fast throw. They end up getting 2 quite easily. As we get to the end of the 8th over, the score is 123 for 4. Key partnership for the 3rd wicket. After the first 2 wickets fell with just 1 on the board. Nianzi and Ismail Zia put on 88. And you can see that the run rate's kind of held firm despite the loss of those 2 batters. But anyway, it's the start of a new over, and it's going to start well for Gadaria. As Anil just maybe takes a little bit of pace off this one. He maybe he's trying too hard to bowl fast in that first over. Sami Khalil swings all around it, and the 9th starts with a wicket. Yeah, Sami just tries to drag that to leg side. We've seen that motor dismissal again and again here, haven't we, at the Master Cricket Ground this week. Sami's the 5th wicket to fall. It's 123 for 5. Gadaria, who's had problems with with keeping the ball down, didn't he? He was a bit high, and that's why he's on his last warning. Albi's Army just need to find another 20 runs here, don't they? And they're going to have to do it. The batter's fairly new to the crease. Got Kudrat at the other end. He's already hit a 6. Here's Javid Dawadzai. That's a pretty good looking shot for one first ball. Really a tough gig. You've got no time to settle at all. Yeah, sometimes I feel for these lower order batters a bit. And the top order batters, you know, they I suppose get to play themselves in, and to an extent at least. This one just missed the stumps. Cattery has come back pretty well for a wayward first over. Hello once again to James watching from Estonia. To John Gray, hopefully you're well. Hopefully you're enjoying this contest. I know that I am. And Hill picks it up in the follow through. Just allows one. That's fine. Do you feel that with a really good finish here, Seaside could be chasing something in the 130s, and I feel that 125 or so is about par, so 130s isn't too much more than that. In the air, Manoj running around the boundary, and it's going to be 4. Yeah, he's jumped from outside the boundary, and yeah, we'll probably see this on the replay, that his last step is from outside the boundary. Yeah, you see there, the last step's from outside the boundary. Probably doesn't realise it. But that's going to be 4. And so, in the end, they're going to get a 4 here. Well, now the next one's going to be 4. So, well, I didn't spot that one, the previous ball, but then the next one does go for 4. And it'll take us to the end of the over. And the score is 130 for 5. So yeah, I think they might have missed one there. As we get to the last over, Albi's Army hoping for 140 plus from here. Start of the last over. They'll probably take an extra one here. They do go on any keeper fumble, don't they, pretty much, Albi's Army. Club down the ground. This time they will handle it, just a single. Next one, just the one. And so, yeah, look, I suppose any time that you lose 2 wickets with just 1 run on the board, to get to this kind of position is a bit of a luxury. 134 with 4 to come. That's what I was saying. A rough time in the first over that he bowled. He missed an opportunity for a return catch. Still, looks like they might kind of fight their way to 140. Yeah, put some pressure on the Seaside batting lineup, but also the LB bowling lineup. Dragged away. They'll just get 1. So, Kudratullah has a couple to go. Well, James says that his son Jacob is liking the purple strip, the colour of victory. Well, I know it's quite a popular looking colour. Popular colour here as well. We're liking the strips. Kudratullah gets 1. It's turned out to be a pretty good last over from Zawar. Okay, yeah, did start with the 2 wides, but everything since then is just ones. And this will be probably 2 leg byes. Oh, there goes 1 glove, there goes 2. Who wants to be a wicket keeper? I think they pretty much give up the fact it'll be 2 leg byes signalled. So the final score will be 139 for 5. Seaside requiring 140 for victory. And I think it sets up a mouth-watering conclusion to day 5. Albi Zalmi had to fight their way out of a tight corner, but In the end, they do, and they do it pretty well. Seaside, ball's in their court now. Let's have a look early. Sadnawaz sent to the top of the order. He went first ball. Well, no dramas, you thought. Azam Khalil's coming off some big runs, but then he went first ball. Pair of golden ducks in the first over. Then Seaside, they were running around like chickens with no heads, weren't they? But there was a partnership developing. Ismail Zia, along with Zabulul Niazi. But there were opportunities to get rid of them. That was the thing. There were a couple of opportunities missed. There were a couple of boundaries fumbled. That was probably one of the all-time great appeals in one way. It was also a bad appeal in another way. Niazi, well, he got stuck on the treadmill, didn't he? And I reckon that probably cost them 15 and 20 runs, you know. They could have definitely used him to stick around a bit longer. Zia just kept on doing Zia things, didn't he? Past 50. Eventually he went. He gave a life a bit before that as well, though. Gadaria had a few problems mastering gravity, didn't he? But did come up with a fairly good effort there. There is a 4 we thought was a 4. And then a 4 that was a 4 that was a 4, if you follow me, in the last over. No boundaries. So yeah, keeping it to 16 in the last 2 overs. That just keep things quiet and was all about breaking that partnership and getting those key batters. 65, Ismail Zaire continues his fantastic European Cricket Series with his innings off just 23 balls, 5 Maximo 7 4s in there. Niazi was important. He counter-attacked when he needed to, which was pretty much straight away. 39 of 19 for him. Kudratullah with 16 at the death, and with 10 extras, Seaside concede 139 to the defending champions. As far as the bowling is concerned, Ashik Hussain did a really good job up front, got those 2 early wickets and at least forced Albi's Army to fight their way out of trouble, but we didn't get a lot of help at the other end. Sahibzad Abdul Haq probably bowled better than none for 39, but still had a pretty bad day out there, or a pretty bad game as far as that went. But anyway, I'm sure he'll come back strong. Shafat Ali Saeed, 1 for 34, did break through, was a bit more expensive than we were accustomed to. And Gadaria had some control problems, ended up taking a wicket, 1 for 25. So we will take a break, and when we return, should be the chase of a lifetime. Seaside trying to make it 2 for 2. Albi Zalmi trying to stay alive as well. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back after this with the final innings of day 5. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a great day. Don't go anywhere. Back soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to Stockholm. Great to have your company, and we're in for a contest here. Last game of the day. It is Friday, Peacock Friday, very competitive Friday as well. Day 5 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. 11 of the top sides in Sweden going head to head. Don't forget, just a week's time, it'll be finals day, and we'll be deciding the champion. The 2 finalists will get to go a step further as well, because they will make the semi-finals of the big Sunday. I think it's a Sunday coming up in a month or two against the finalists of the Swedish Cup competition. So yeah, if you make the final of this competition, you do have the possibility of making the ECL. So plenty to play for. So make the final. First thing you have to do is make the top 4 here. And so now we're getting ready for the chase. Story of this game so far, Albi's Army won the toss. They elected to bat. They put on 139 for 5 off their 10 overs. Probably a dozen or so over par. Could have been a lot less, but it could have been a lot more. It was one of those interesting innings that had plenty of twists and turns. Albi's Army lost 2 early wickets. They lost their captain for a golden duck. Niazi and Ismail Zia, they righted the ship with a significant partnership for the 3rd wicket. Came together at 1 for 2. They put on 88 as Niazi ran himself out. Pretty silly fashion, to be honest, for 39. And Zia went soon after, but not before he plundered 65 runs. So it comes down to this. And look who's back. It's Lamar Momand. The left armour for Albi's Army had a very good ECL for Albi back in 2022. So he adds a significant sharpness to their bowling attack. 140 for Seaside to win. And Momand right on the money first ball. They will get a single. Chowdhury out there with Shafat Ali Saeed opening the batting, and they certainly put together a pretty brisk opening partnership at their first attempt. Seaside just playing the 1 game so far against Sikif. They ran into Sikif's side. They looked a bit fatigued, if I'm completely honest. Yeah, these 2 put on 88 in match 24. And so now we're going to look at the left-handed Shafat Ali Saeed, player you might recognise from the European Cricket Series in Barcelona, and actually a guy that's played for Spain as well. He also was a wild card for Pakai Care at the ECL. In the air, and this is travelling out of the ground. Nice shot, nice start for Shafat Ali Saeed. Kind of plays it on instinct, doesn't he? He just backs himself to hit with correct shape and hopes to get enough of it, and he does. So 6 runs to get him going. And Lamar Momand, he's not slow, but sometimes that can work against him because it sprung off the bat of Shafat Ali Saeed. And although there was long on, Javed Dawodzai couldn't do anything about it. Big reward if you can get rid of Shafat. Oh, yeah. That's a genuine bouncer. Well, it's been quarter wide. I don't know. Let's have a look. How high is it? It didn't really take off, I would say that. Yeah, I guess so. It's kind of crouching, though. Didn't feel like a wide. I can see why the square leg umpire thinks it is. Certainly sends a message, though. It did bounce a bit more than I think anyone expected. 50-50 call. Oh, now he goes upstairs again. Well, let's see this one, because, I mean, the other one was definitely over the shoulder. They considered over their head. How about this one? Oh, yeah. Probably just gets away with that. Well, as unlucky as he was to be wided on that last one, he's probably lucky that one doesn't go against him, because that would have been a big penalty. It's probably armpit height. You can see he doesn't really want to pitch up to Shafat Ali Saeed after that first ball disappeared. Good contest, this. Left-hander to left-hander. Now he gets full. Worked away for 1. I'm loving this, though. It's the game we waited for all day, especially when we saw Seaside coming out like he'd been locked up for 4 days, 4.5 days. Just couldn't wait to get out there. Albi Zalmi wanting to keep their undefeated ECS alive. Albi have a very good record in ECS cricket. Momant back to Chaudhry again. This one's whipped away on the leg side. It's well cut off. Have a big focus on fielding. That both these teams do. Albi's Army last year, they were undefeated on the way to the trophy. Wasn't that way in 2021? They had a horrendous start. Ended up finishing 4th in their group. They were ranked 8th going into the quarterfinals. They knocked off Pakistanska Vereniging, now known as Genesee Stockholm, then ended up sweeping their way into the final and to the trophy, and ultimately that is what led to them having the opportunity to qualify for the ECL in 2022. It's on the back of those 2021 performances. It's a long way in the rearview mirror now, though. Shafat Ali Saeed trying to spoil the party. Last ball of the over for Lemar Momand. Goes short again. This one's about chest high. They do have some protection there, deep mid wicket in place and a long on. So kind of playing for that. End of the over. Pretty interesting one. 11 without loss. 70 matches without a golden ball. I did make a call earlier today, and I don't think we'll see a goal. I don't think we'll see it get to 100, I think is what I said. Anyway, we'll get into over number 2. Cameron Rashid's going to bowl. So it's a vibrant contest, wasn't it, to start us off in this response. Cameron's coming off some wickets in that last game. Doesn't mean too much now, though. It's an interesting proposition, Cameron. You often see Zia up to the stumps, but he's staying back to Shafat Ali Saeed. I would have considered it actually to him. Just maybe throw him off his game slightly. I'm feeling a bit claustrophobic. Rashid loses his run completely. First up. Hello to Nick as well. How are you? Unique saying that Lemar Momand looks like Mitchell Stark when he bowls. He's not the first person to say that. We've seen a fair bit of Lemar on the network. Anyway, start of a new over. I think it's going to start with a boundary. Just gets a bit too close to Shafat Ali Saeed, and it results in 4 runs. Shafat Ali Saeed just kind of playing with the angle there. Rashid feels he's unlucky. Rashid, here's a bit of trivia for you. He's actually quite a good poet. He writes poetry in his spare time. Protic saying this match should be fun. I agree. Oh, loses that one down the leg side. That's good keeping from Imran Zia. That's the technique. Even though it's not fun to get balls thudding into your body, but it's better than bias. Even though technically it would have been wides, but that's a true keeper there. Gets his body behind and blocks it as a second line of defence. Change of angle then, he's going to come around the wicket. Driven very well. Great fielding by Khalil though. He's a brilliant fieldsman, Azam Khalil. We often see him on the boundary, but you see him in the circle on this occasion. This is screaming towards him. And again, excellent technique. So already you've probably seen half a dozen runs saved in the field. This over. Rashid doesn't really seem to have a rhythm at the moment. You see that again. He's just struggling with pushing into this wind. His front foot was so far behind the front line then, which tells me he kind of lost his rhythm, and then he loses his line as well. He's also running right in front of the umpire. Oh, this is hit straight, it's hit true. Maximo! Well, Rashid's slightly off rhythm, and Shafat's finding his as he goes straight down the ground. It's a comfortable hitting length, and he gets 6 for his side. We've got a game on here, folks. And so, you just wonder where the breakthrough will come from Albi Zalmi. Will Azam Khalil consider bowling himself in the 3rd over and slowing it down? Or do you go back to Momand? He's your spearhead, but I think they would like the idea of keeping Momand in their back pocket if really required later on. I'd be tempted to take the pace off. Long on, deep mid wicket. There your two outfielders, and I think he's still getting position there, Javed Dawodzai. Kamran gets the right ball back. I think 1 was hit, 2 were found. Well, that's always a bonus. Halfway through this over, it's cost 12 so far. Short. He's late on the pull. Azam picks it up. Brilliant fielding. This is super close. Super close. It's incredible fielding from Azam Khalil, who picks it up and throws in one motion. And here's the biggest moment in the game so far. Shafat Ali Saeed. He goes on the hit. Here comes the throw. And he is... Oh, I think he's just home. I think he's just home. Oh, that is so close. And to be honest, Shafat kind of deviates. He doesn't run a straight line. And he's probably in by, I'd say 10 centimetres if he's lucky. Gets the bat down just in time, but take nothing away from the fielding. Yeah, you see it there. Gets it down in time. Great work from our crew at Spring Productions as well. Giving you a really good look at the bat of Shafat Ali Saeed. Love the fielding though, it's important. Over to Chaudhry, he's going walkabout and then gets one upstairs and he turns it around the corner, he hooks it. Oh, it's great fielding. Again, I think that's going to be 4. Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that. Kind of held up in the breeze, didn't it? Thought this was going to fly a lot further. And it's always tough when you're kind of running with the flight. And yeah, by the time he pulls that back, he's well out of bounds. This has thriller written all over it, doesn't it, at the moment? Dave was calling a golden ball earlier on. Unique thinks it'll be a nail biter. Hits the ground here, I think. A little bit of a noise, but no serious appeal. End of the over. Well, target's 140, and they're going at 14s at the moment. 2 overs in. It's 28 without loss. Rashid recovers after a pretty rough start. He'll finish with 17 off his over. Looking at the table, Albi Zalmi would love to be the first team to register a 5th win. Stockholm CC have 4 wins along the way, but they have lost twice. As far as Seaside, well, their journey's just beginning, although it's going to come around pretty quickly because they play all 10 of their games in the next 4 playing days. So they play Friday, Saturday, Sunday and Monday. And that's to do with the travel and the fact that they actually live a long way away from this cricket ground. Around about 500 kilometres is the trip. So Javed Dawodzai is going to come on at over number 3. And yeah, they're sticking with pace. I thought maybe they'd slow it down. Last over of the power play. It's an important one. Oh, hits him and he's gone. Well, there's the Gremlins coming out. They do stick with pace, and Dawodzai induces the pull stroke from Shafat Ali Saeed, and it doesn't bounce as much as he thinks. We'll see it from front on, but for me, it looked like a pretty good shout. Let's have a look. Yep, there's not too many arguments there. Yeah, it couldn't be more out than that, really. It's hit him on the back pad, and his arms are in the air. Not, I think, at the decision, more about the lack of bounce. And so, big moment in the game. Yeah, just have a look at it here again. He is coming wide of the crease, but he's a long way back and it hits him on the back leg. So I don't think you can really make an argument that that's going to miss. And Dawood Zart, well, he's pumped, isn't he? Albi Zalmi get the man they wanted. Shafat Ali Saeed bats well for 19, but he goes, and it's 28 for 1. This will bring Sachin Karunakar to the crease, and Karunakar's been brilliant in the field so far with 2 direct hit run-outs. Good high-quality T10 contest here between 2 teams that aren't afraid to have a go. For me, this is what European cricket's all about. So exciting. You can kind of feel the tension in the air. Decent crowd as well now. Past 6 p.m. on a Friday, early evening. This one's whipped away and it's into the gap. This will probably run away for 4. Lightning outfield. Nice shot by Sachin first up. As Dawood Zart just drifts in a little bit too straight to him. Very still, just kind of plays what comes to him. It's good batting. Cuatro carreras. It's very hard to stay at this rate without 2 boundaries and over. There's one of them. Dawood Zart has really come of age, hasn't he, for Albi Zalmi? Oh, could be gone. He is gone. And Dawood Zart gets another wicket. He forces a leading edge. 4 and out for Karunakar, who tried to turn it to the leg side. He's a little bit early on this stroke. And Dawood Zart does it again. Important wickets being gobbled up. And now it's Seaside's turn to try and mount a recovery. And Karunakar knew straight away that he was in some serious trouble. Yeah, just early on it. And he knew that his time out there was going to be brief as soon as that just ballooned off that leading edge of his bat. 2 wickets in the over, and Seaside now 32 for 2. You can feel the emotion in the air here. Just think about what's on the line for these teams, and these are 2 real contenders here. You'd expect them to be pretty close to the top of the table. If you can take points, it means that the opponents miss out on points. Dawood Zart to Karanga, the new batter. Oh, and this one, he's just going to slide off the inside edge for 1. Karanga's a good bat, though. We saw that in the last game. So I don't think it's panic stations yet for Seaside. But Albi's Albi, they're heaping on the pressure, aren't they? I talked about the runs that they saved already in the field. And we saw direct hit that almost resulted in run out of Shafat Ali Saeed. Seaside are going to learn pretty quickly that you pull at your own risk on this mash the pitch. This is hit down to long on. Khalil once again. It's very solid. With that safe technique, fires it off pretty quickly. Dawood Zart 2 for 6 in the over. Changing the game, really. Chaudhry's there. He's barely faced, though. He's only faced 5 balls. Karanga's new to the crease. Most importantly, they've kept the runs down this over as well. Decent looking drive, but I think this will just be 1. Sami Khalil down the ground will clean up into the power play. And it's 35 for 2 after 3. Well, for all of you playing at home, Albi Zalmi were pretty much in exactly the same position after 3 overs. They were 34 for 3. Okay. 34 for 2, I should say, of course, because they were in the middle of that partnership. They're 34 for 2 in the first innings. There you go. And Seaside 35 for 2. So pretty much identical position. Albi Zalmi rebounded. Look at those overs, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all 16 and above. Consistently high scoring through the heart of the innings. And now here's a guy, came up with 2 wickets earlier, Sard Nawaz, so you're going for this spin option rather than Khalil. Here's over number 4. It's a nice little bit of outdrift there. Kudrat does the fielding, has to deal with a bit of a Tortuga. That's a big vote of confidence in Sard Nawaz here rather than Azam Khalil bowling himself. And he bowls it with a bit of pace, doesn't he? Sard Nawaz. And also puts a bit on the ball, puts a bit of spin on the ball. This is hit pretty hard, and Khalil handles it and he fires it off. He's just so quick at getting rid of the ball, Azam Khalil, without really jeopardising the clean take. And he's keeping the batters under pressure. Big crowd's enjoying that. A lot of the juniors have turned out. Yeah, like he slows this one down. He actually changes his pace quite well, Saad Nawaz. That's one that it's a little bit slower. Putting the choke on at this stage, aren't they? Albi's Army. Now he really slows it down. It's into the gap. That'll be 4. I don't mind that from Nawaz. I mean, he certainly made a conscious decision to have that one flighted a bit, but the batter spotted it. And to be honest, it was all about the placement. 4 runs to the total. What's that run rate required? It started at 14 and over. It's closer to 16 and over now. It's on the back of 2 pretty good overs for Albi's Army. Block hole. Think about a throw, but probably don't need to. Pretty good over from Nawaz. He only concedes 8, despite going for that boundary, and that's a lot less than what's required at the moment. So 43 for 2 after 4 overs. And yeah, once again, you see Azam Khalil, the captain, a vote of confidence in a young player to do a job. I would have thought perhaps Azam would bowl himself, but now he will bowl the 5th. So spin working, and he decides that he'll join in and bowl in tandem with Saad, who I imagine you bring back straight away. Bowled good locations and pretty good lengths there. Azam Khalil over number 5, bit of a mystery spinner, Azam, and this is in the air. It's probably going to loop, and it's caught. Well, I don't know how it's caught, but it's caught. And so Chaudhary's the next man that's going to have to go. And you can see that Albi's Army, well, they're thrilled about it. I had this looping over the fielder, but it just held up in the breeze, didn't it? And the result is a fantastic catch running back. Check it out on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Just had to locate it, didn't he? And yeah, he went 2/3, 3/4, maybe even further, back towards the boundary. But a really good catch. And yes, Javid Davidsai down there, who I don't know how much he saw of it. Azam Khalil comes on, he's got the Midas touch as well. So both players that went for Golden Ducks in the first innings coming on and making a difference with the ball. The thing about Khalil, I would term him an off spinner, but he does bowl a lot of balls that kind of break away from the right-hander, kind of carom balls that shoot out the front of the hand. It's a little bit of a mystery even to me, and I've seen him bowl quite a few times. And this is the kind of back spinner, and this is one that will shoot through. Just look at the lack of bounce here. He comes out the front of the hand. Hits Zia very low down on the leg. Oh, same ball. Yeah, why not try it again? If it's shooting through, it's pretty hard to elevate it. I suppose you reduce the chances you hit for 6. Albi won the middle overs in the first innings, didn't they? At the moment, they're winning the middle overs in the second innings. Seaside have hit the skids. Karanga wants to turn things around. Sweeps, not an easy shot. Reports in the block hole, get just a single. Now, I think if you're smart here, and Azam Khalil is probably a lot smarter than me in how to handle his team, but I think you stick with the spin as long as it's working. You go back to Saad Nawaz in over 6. You go back to himself in over 7. Until they've established they can do something about it. At the moment, singles and a few dots, and things opening up for Albi's Army, the defending champions. Seaside finding it tough going. It's 46 for 3 after 5. Just a reminder that we have the ECC coming up. And we're only, what is it, about 3.5 months away. Sounds like a lot. It isn't. It'll come pretty quickly. And Sweden been drawn in Group C. And also we've got 30 other countries waiting to stake their claim in the Euros of cricket. It'll run over 4 weeks at the Cartama Oval in Malaga, Spain. Join us and be our guests. And if you want to travel to Cartama as well, if you are in Europe or even if you're not, check it out. Go to europeancricket.com. You get some hotel discounts there as well at the Sunset Beach Club. It's a great experience. Sunderwise does come back. This should be stopped. It is. Lamar Moman cleans up, and then Tries to bust Saad's fingers with the throw on the way back in. But yeah, I think it's good captaincy here. I think the spin's working. Also means the game's drifting pretty quickly away. Now they do get one, and heads up, that's straight over the sight screen. Maximo Karanga is able to get under that one from Saad Nawaz. Pretty good shot. And Arturus, who's in the tower, he had the best view in the house of that one. I think it went straight over his hat. I don't think Saad needs to be too worried about that, though. I mean, you look at his figures, 15 off 8 balls. Less than two a ball, that's a win. Karanga, let's see if he can turn that into something more. See if he can parlay his winnings here. It's a good adjustment, isn't it? It wasn't quite as full, and it was a little bit wider. So he didn't give Karanga the same thing again. So I'm liking the bowling of Nawaz here. So's Karanga. He goes and bangs this one again. Well, what a contest we're seeing here at the moment. Karanga goes Maximo as he tries to keep Seaside alive in this contest. The run rate had gone past the point of no return. But, yeah, Nawaz, again, he's bowled pretty well, but he gets whacked over his head twice in the over. Karanga trying to bring it back from the beyond. Now gets a low full toss. Will just be a single. So if you look at this over, okay, it's gone for 14, even with those 2 sixes. And as it is, it's kind of less than what's required. So it really shows you the magnitude of the task for Seaside if they're going to do this. Need a magical finish. It really shows you how incredible the middle overs were for Albi Zalmi. Niazi and Ismail Zia were going together. He steps across and he'll just get one here. And so Nawaz bowls a pretty good spell in the end. I know he gets hit a couple of times, but he only concedes 23 off his 2 overs, which is acceptable. Karanga, oh, he flexes his muscles in the 6th over for Seaside. It's 61 for 3. Kroom's asking, should Cardimer Oval be a holiday destination in September? I would say definitely. And Kroom, for you, I would say, come in October, have a look at England 11 in Group E. And if you want to really gamble, you could make it a 2-weeker, because England play the first 3 days of the 3rd week, and if they make it, they will play in week 4, Championship week. All right, well, now you need to go at a magical pace, about 20 and over. Kudratullah Mirafsal comes on, and first ball slides into the pads, just a single. Albi have to keep their standards up. This is where you got to tell yourself, yeah, it's been a long day and all those things, but you just got 4 overs to go, guys. 4 overs to go. Keep our standards high. Don't worry about the scoreboard. This is a wide. Doesn't grab any pad and doesn't grab any stump. Up in the air. This won't carry to mid-wicket. Karanga. Kind of playing a lone hand. That 19 off 10. Tough thing is, you kind of need 2 ball minimum out of your batters here. Big swing and a miss. I don't think you can run on this, to be honest, because he's not actually trying to run him out. I think even the batters realise you can't run on this, so they're going to go back. Because he is literally just trying to lob the ball back to Kudratullah, and he airmails him, you see. I like the innovation, though. So Karanga won't get back on strike. It'll be a dot. Anyway, the next one is a blistering square drive. Well, why would you want to get away from the strike when you can hit them like that? Fantastic ball striking. It's Zawar Hussain who's out there now, hits his first boundary. And yeah, pretty much need 3 of those, maybe 4 of those and over to stay competitive here. Just making sure they've got the 5th outfielder back. And they do. Well, top edge. Anybody there? There is, and it's gone. Albi are able to come up with another wicket, and Hussain goes 4 and out. Kudratullah pipes up And well, Albi, they've got that party strut, don't they now? It's Friday, and they're ready to enjoy the weekend. Zawa, top edge. Kudratula kind of beats him for pace. That could easily fly over the fielder, but it was high enough, didn't carry far enough to get over him in the end. And it's Kamran Rashid that takes the catch. And he enjoyed that one. Hard to see a path back now. Albi, credit to them. I mean, they won the toss here. I think it was a good toss to win. They put that scoreboard pressure on Seaside, and Seaside haven't been able to come up with the goods. I think also you look at the fact that Albi lost 2 early wickets, but with their experience, even though they're a young side, they're very experienced. They've got that approach, that no-fear approach, batted themselves out of trouble. Kudrat comes up with a Yorker that'll end the 7th over. The score now is 69 for 4. Coming up tomorrow, I'll have some company in the box because Andrew Ryan will be joining me. The Rhino is wild right now across the Stockholm archipelago. Tomorrow he'll be here with me. Seaside have a big day, don't they? 3 times they'll play. Same with Genesee Stockholm. And they're a team we haven't seen since early in this tournament. Also see Stockholm CC a couple of times. We'll see Huddinge a couple of times. Join us for day 6, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. And it's 12:30 p.m. in India for more FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden. I think you'll agree with me. Not too many better locations to see some competitive T10 cricket on the continent. Azam Khalil comes back in over 8. Starts by sneaking one past Naranjan Wijasinghe, who's out there now. They kind of broke up the spin with an over of pace there with Kudratula. Oh, wow, that's an absolute bullet. And Shub will take the catch. Well, he's back, baby. And, well, I hope that's on the camera. Well, Shub will definitely be screenshotting this and sending it to his entire contacts list. There's Shub. He's in charge of our players and match officials area. Oh, he just missed it. All right, anyway, it's up in the air. I don't think this is carrying to anybody. Marshall will clean up just the one. Yeah, Dave B saying, wow, looks like 5 for 5 for Albi. Yeah, seems like it. They've set a cracking pace, haven't they? This is a full toss. Goes a bit wrong. He wants to flight it, but kind of overdid it, didn't he? Azam Khalil, Maximo Karanga. He's playing a lone hand, isn't he? That's a good shot. I mean, the tendency on that is to try and hit across it for extra power, kind of baseball it. But to be honest, you know, if you get the elevation of the contact right, you should be able to hit that over the offside for 6. That's exactly what Karanga does. I've enjoyed his performances today, Harinder, with the gloves and with the bat. Azam just gets that one wrong. And shoots in that kind of like a slider, really. A back spinner down the leg side. Zia does well to partially block it, but they do come through for an extra. So that'll be 2 wides to the total. 4 a ball required from here on in. Well, we might get 4 that ball at least. As Wijasinghe plays a nice sweep shot. Once again, I think Azam just losing the line a little bit. It's been a bit of a recurring problem for him in this tournament. I don't think he's quite bowling the lines that he wants. Kind of opens up that shot, and it's hard to protect that quarter of the field. 4 more to Seaside. Like I said, that's the rate at the moment. Last ball of the over is a big swing and a miss. So, Azam Khalil, like I said, probably not the best 2 overs he's ever bowled, but still pretty effective. 1 for 22, his figures less than the required rate, that's for sure. And Seaside, they're 88 for 4 after 8. So we might not have the close finish that we thought we might get between these 2 teams, but still, it's been action-packed, hasn't it? Make sure you join us tomorrow for even more action. Seaside heading up, but it's pretty hard to move that worm that much when you get to the latter stages, because it is an average of everything that's happened so far. And these 2 teams are pretty much equal after the power play, weren't they? But after that, Albi's just won the battle of the middle overs. We talked about overs 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, didn't we? I'll call that the kind of meat of the innings. And yeah, in those middle 5 overs, Albi Zalmi scored 89 runs. And so they certainly kind of just got such a solid foundation through those middle overs, didn't they? They were 34 off 3. By the time they were 8, they were 123. So they scored 89. Meanwhile, only 53 scored by Seaside in the same period. So now we'll see potential run out, although it's not the best throw for Zia. Can't quite hold on to it. They will come back for 2. Just kind of trying everything at this stage. This is one that not able to grab it, kind of burst through the hands. It's always tough on one hop when it bounces that close to you as a keeper. Shouldn't hurt him too much. Winter Singer does get the strike back though. In the air, Azam Khalil is racing in. Oh dear, we have a collision. I hope this isn't serious because that's Niazi's run into, and it was a ball that I didn't really have to attack that much. Oh, this is, I suppose, there's 2 fielders with their eyes on the ball, not communicating, and I really hope this isn't too serious for Niazi, who's such an important player. See, both fielders with their eyes on the ball. He still fields it, Niazi. He's the one that actually fields it. And he's jogging back to his position. So he's saying he's all right. That's good. Certainly wouldn't want to lose a key player like that. The spectators giving Niazi a big round of applause. You can't really argue with the captain as well, Azam Khalil. So he just has to grin and bear it. 9 balls remaining in the day. One gets away from Darwood side. Wasn't he important with those 2 big wickets? Yet Shafat Ali Saeed, LBW. And then Karunakar caught and bowled. Also came up with a good catch to remove Umar Chowdhury as well. Hit hard and hit over Azam Khalil. Maximo! Karanga, well, one of the problems he's dealt with, he just hasn't had the lion's share of the strike through these middle overs. He does hit a clean ball, that's very obvious. Darwood side gives him something he can get up and under, and he does. Karanga to 32 off just 13. Yeah, Dave B, we were talking about going to Malaga. He said he loved Malaga back when he travelled there in 1983. It would have been an interesting part of the world back then. It still is now, of course. Well, let me see. Hit 2 sixes. You need 29 off the last over. I don't know. I'd say stranger things have happened, but can't think of any off the top of my head. He goes for this. He might have holed out here, and he has. So Karanga's brave innings comes to a close. Darwood Zai gets a 3rd wicket. That's Aman Zahid that takes the catch. Just moonwalking back out of the circle. He judges it well. Albi's fielding's been brilliant here. I think, in a way, you could say it's been the difference when you think of some of the key chances that were put down in the first innings. So often, it's the deciding factor. Seaside lose a 5th wicket. It's 99 for 5. 3 wickets now for Javed Darwood Zai. He's got 3 for 18. He's hunting a 4th. Has managed Jadvest into the side for this game for Seaside. Gets his first hit in the series. He's got 1 ball to deal with from Darwood Zai. And he doesn't deal with it at all. It's 4 for Javed, and Albi Zalmi are having a good time. Well, tell you what is going on here. And I don't like to see this at all. I really don't like to see this at all. And I think that, if I'm completely honest, that's on Javed. You don't like to see these kind of scenes. And there's a lot of passion involved. It's Javed approaches the batter, which I don't think is a wise move. So he runs straight at him, and let's have a look. And he's trying to say, probably trying to have a friendly word, but Mano's not in the mood for it. And to be honest, I can understand why. I mean, and then it kind of turns into something a bit uglier, doesn't it? Mano's, as far as the ball went, he kind of yorked himself. He went on a walk and just played all around it. Yeah, Jarvid, I don't think there's any intent to be nasty there, but I think it ends up nasty because I just think you need to be careful with an outgoing batter because, put it this way, in a court of law, I think a dismissed batter would be ruled temporarily insane because you're not really thinking with your right mind. I think Azam Khalil's coming in and just trying to settle the situation down now. Like I say, I don't think Jarvid had any intent to kind of turn that into an incident. He was probably wanting to say bad luck or something like that. But I mean, if you manage there, I mean, I can understand why he's heated about it. He didn't appreciate it. It's bad enough he got his stump stripped down to the ground. Anyway, 41 off the last over. Kudratula's going to bowl it. You just need to roll this over and get out of here. As Kudratula suddenly turns into Shoal Bakhtar. And he bowls a bouncer and puts Widjasinghe on his backside. It's called a wide. All right. A little academic at this stage. You never like to see that kind of situation where players are coming together and yeah, I'll try and get the scoop on that. But anyway, so when you're up by a lot in the game, it's not a great look, I suppose. I won't say it's showboating. I don't think it's that. I just think it's just a poor timing from Jarvid, I think. Kind of pokes the bear and the bear bites back. I can understand it. It's a bit wide down the leg side. I will say I have seen that go differently. No, it's not something I encountered in my career in Australia. You normally just shot a few words from a distance. But I haven't seen the physical coming together. But I have seen a bit in European cricket. It depends how well you know your opposition. As Azam probably swallow this catch. Comes in and he holds it. So Kudratula Mirafsal comes up with the wicket now. And Azam salutes the crowd. As Widjasinghe's going to go for 15. Kudratula with the second wicket. And this crowd, well, they're enjoying it. It was a big game for both sides. Of course, Seaside still working their way into the tournament, but you can see the youngsters, they're really getting behind their first team here. Seaside just had it all fall apart. You look at this innings. Kind of was downward side in the beginning that slowed things down. After there were 28 off the first 2 overs, he bowled the third over, went for 7. Then we just saw 8-3 in 4 and 5 with the spin of Nawaz and Khalil. Just kind of doubling down and getting Albies Army well on top. This is guided away. Again, keeping their standards up, I like that. And so, it's one. Well, everyone's got their thoughts on that incident. But I'm sure Tyrone Peters, he'll take the appropriate action. I mean, Tyrone's super experienced, not only as an official, but as a player as well. Tyrone was quite a fiery player, believe it or not, back in his day. It's the South African in him. This is edge. It's going to go straight through the gloves of Ismail Zia. It's going to end up being 4. And I mean, to be honest, it's pretty close to being above the shoulder. Maybe not quite. He's dived and, so he's charged. I think you've got to call that a no ball. If there was a wide for over the head earlier in the over, then that's got to be a no ball, right? I guess not. Anyway, maybe we just want to get out of here. Last ball coming up. In the air, and it's a brilliant catch to finish things off. Ahmad Zahid takes a one-hander, and what a way to finish the day. And Albi Zalmi, their support crew run on. And it's only day 5, but you can see what it means to all their supporters, particularly the young supporters, as there's a field invasion to finish day 5 of action. You got a feel for Seaside as well. And yeah, I'm sure the teams will have a few things to work out after the game, but really, in the wash-up, Albies Army just battered themselves into commanding position, and Seaside couldn't quite go with them in the end. The final score in match 25 is Albies Army 139, Seaside 106. And so let's have a look at the highlights. And yeah, it was Shafat Ali Said looked good early, didn't he? He's looking powerful. He's almost run out here. I mean, that's brilliant fielding from Khalil, who fires it off in an instant, but Shafat Ali Said just gets home. Then he got undone by that ball that kept very low. He went on the pull, but yeah, it brought him his wicket. And then a little pop back catch, and Javad Zawadzai was up and away. Sadnawaz and Khalil then came on, and they really kept things quiet in that kind of middle period. I mentioned the Albies Army, they kind of won the middle overs, didn't they, in the first innings. And here in the second innings, they kind of did the same as well. As that run rate kind of climbed out of control. Got to say, Harinder Karanga, he was brave in a difficult situation, 32 off 14. And yeah, this was just the only point of concern for Albies Army late in the piece, as Azam Khalil and Niazi came together. There were no significant injuries from that. Karanga kept trying, and I tell you what, Zahid with a couple of good catches towards the end, including a big one-hand Velcro job to finish the day. This was the incident that oh well, maybe it wasn't as fair as I thought. And yeah, well, Javad, I mean, that's just wrong. If there is an angry tinge to that, you can't go over a guy that's been dismissed, but you can't doubt the passion of the players. I'll tell you that much. Late in the piece, Zahid says, well, hey, why don't we talk about what I'm doing? And I'm taking one-handed all-time catches here. And that was the last ball of the day. And Albies Army supporters run on. Well, next Friday, I believe they might run on a bit quicker if they win the last game of the day. That means they will have won the trophy. Going back to this response, and Shafat Ali Said was good early, 19, but the LBW decision was his undoing. Ball that kept pretty low. 32 Karanga, I said I liked his innings, 32 or 14. Also liked him behind the stumps. Apart from that, Chaudhry, 13, couldn't really get going. Nobody really could in the end. Witcher Singer with 15 at the end. But as far as the bowling went, Darwodzai finishes with 4, but I just wonder if he might be in a bit of hot water after that incident late in the piece. Apart from that, Kudratullah with 3 wickets, 3 for 14. Nice return form for him with the ball. Azam Khalil with 1. Sadnawaz as well, shout out to him. He had an important role in keeping things quiet. Momad wasn't required again after bowling the first over, but it was a pretty interesting over. We saw quite a fiery contest earlier on, and it was going to get even more fiery later on. Well, once again, I want to welcome you into the box for the last time today. Peacock Friday. Been in the cube by myself today, but I haven't been lonely because I've had all of you guys keeping me company, and we've been treated to a real smorgasbord, I'll say it, of cricket, including that really spicy encounter between Albies Army and Seaside. And you just think maybe that's a sign of what's to come as well, because it's quite possible that in a week's time, these two teams could be meeting on finals day. Plenty of great action to come tomorrow, as well as we'll roll into day 6. We'll get to see Seaside playing 3 times. Also get to see Stockholm CC. We'll get to see Hudinger as well. Jitter CC Stockholm as well. There's the program for tomorrow. Andrew Ryan will be back with me tomorrow. As long as we can find him. Of course, it starts at 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 p.m. in India. Before we go, I just want to say a big thank you from everyone here on the ground to all of you guys out there. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully you've enjoyed it as much as we have. A reminder, if you haven't already, to like this video, give it the thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel as well. Also, our social media at European Cricket. There's a lot of highlights that continue to appear from this series right there. And our website, europeancricket.com. It's the home of European Cricket. You can have a look at this series, but also other series from the past as well. So I know the Christian Stunt is still to appear. You can check out what they did previously in the European Cricket series. And don't forget, I'll also have some information about some series still to come. But from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you enjoyed your Peacock Friday. I certainly enjoyed mine here. Pretty spicy on and off the field. We are going to see you later, but we'll leave you with some highlights of the day. Thanks to our magnificent crew at Spring Productions. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, have a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for day 6 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana!